Mechanical Alchemist. The dark underground dungeon was filled with countless ancient relics and treasures. Eerie, deformed, cursed objects. The abyss, catacombs, ancient gods, mythical races. Mechanics, cursed seal implants, and the gargantuan black towers. A peculiar mix of alchemy, a drop of steampunk, 2 spoons of supernatural mystery, blending into a vibrant and colorful fantasy world. I am a puppeteer alchemist. All that my eyes behold, becomes my puppet. Alone, I am an army. Chapter 1, Kidnapped. This is a bit troublesome. The danger level of this cursed space is likely to reach A level. Without this kid, we might have to explain ourselves here. Boss, it's one thing for there to be an unrecorded relic under the D33 wasteland, but this broken manor is actually a rare A-level cursed space. Who is this kid and why did he come here? For the big shots in the inner city to exile him and offer a reward to completely silence him, his identity must not be simple. It's a pity, I wanted to kill him before and ask for some secrets from his mouth. I didn't expect to get into trouble. Hey, looks like he's not dead yet. Who? Hat. His chest heaved violently, as if awakening from a drowning nightmare. Suen suddenly opened his eyes. He gasped for breath, and the intense suffocation gradually dissipated. His gaze gradually focused, and he found himself in an unfamiliar room. Where am I? Suen tried to struggle to sit up, but he realized that he was firmly tied to a wooden chair and couldn't move. The strong smell of blood filled his nostrils, and when he looked at his condition, it was terrible. There were bloodstains and wounds on his white linen shirt. Even more terrifyingly, each of his hands was pinned to the chair handle by a sharp dagger, and crimson blood was flowing out. The intense pain from struggling was like a tide, stinging his nerves. I've been kidnapped. Without time to think about why he woke up to this scene, Suen's gaze fell on the 2 unfriendly guys in the room. One was a bald muscular man with purple lips and dark circles under his eyes, and the other was a skinny man with a nose ring and ear studs. Their attire was full of iron studs on their black leather jackets and worn-out leather pants. From their appearance, they looked like 2 punk enthusiasts. Of course, the most eye-catching thing about them was the weapons they carried. Guns. Are they gangsters? Suen frowned slightly. Both of them had holsters with large revolvers around their waists, and the gun barrels had complex inscriptions that looked ancient and mysterious. But what surprised him even more was the strange, mechanical arm on the right arm of the bald muscular man. This mechanical arm had a strong dark industrial style, with almost all the parts exposed in the air. The white paint on the shoulder was already blurry, with the words DH031 written on it. There were brass gears, power transmission bearings, mechanical joints, air valves with gauges, high-pressure pipes, and the joints were smeared with black lubricating oil. At the front end of the mechanical arm, there was a fist-sized spiral muzzle and a crosshair sight. It seemed that this mechanical arm was also a handheld individual artillery. Of course, these metal parts were also engraved with some complex symbols. What puzzled Suen the most was that there were white steam coming out of the exhaust pipe of the mechanical arm, as if it was a power device. This is a steam-powered machine. Suen's eyebrows slightly furrowed, feeling that he had seen something incredible. In this era, are there still people playing with steam-powered machines like antiques? He wasn't very shocked, but more confused. Making a movie? No. The intense pain from his palms reminded Suen that he had indeed been kidnapped. I remember that I received a strange email before, and then everything went black, and I woke up here. Suen, who woke up in an unfamiliar place, couldn't make sense of anything. No matter how hard he tried to recall, his brain had no memory of the kidnapping process. Suen felt that something was off. He wanted to find more clues and his gaze returned to the room. The dazzling crystal chandelier, exquisitely carved wooden furniture, gold-plated metal handles, a row of gold-stamped books neatly arranged on the bookshelf, and a black and white family portrait on the wall. Every detail was filled with a strong aristocratic style. It looks like a study. From this, I deduce that the house is not small. The retro style of the decoration is very detailed. The owner of the house should be a very particular fan of British retro style, or maybe this is a European castle. But in any case, very wealthy. Suen quickly speculated in his mind. But if they are so wealthy, why would they kidnap me? The 2 sharp daggers nailed into his hands reminded him that these 2 guys were definitely ruthless kidnappers. What do these 2 guys want by kidnapping me? Suen focused his gaze on the 2 people in the room again. Whether it was their European faces, the retro equipment on their bodies, or the steam-powered mechanical arm, everything seemed strange. Of course, what was even stranger was that when Suen looked up from the mirror-like ceiling, he saw his own reflection, the appearance of a handsome brown-haired young man, even if his face was covered in blood stains. What the hell, how did I become a foreigner? Suen vaguely guessed that something strange had happened to him. And when he woke up and opened his eyes earlier, he also noticed some strange characters on his retina. He blinked, confirming that it was not an illusion. In a flash of thought, just at that moment, a fierce shout brought Suen's thoughts back to reality. "Hey! Kid, I know you're awake, don't pretend." The skinny man with the nose ring stared at him with a ferocious look and shouted, "This is your last chance. Confess how you knew about this relic, why you came here, or..." As he spoke, this guy grabbed the handle of the dagger piercing Suen's left hand and twisted it warningly. SSS. The excruciating pain surged through his forehead like grinding meat, and cold sweat instantly covered Suen's forehead as he took a deep breath. He immediately understood that these two guys were interrogating him, seemingly wanting to know something from his mouth. Interrogation? Intelligence? The characters on his retina. In an instant, a flash of insight connected the clues in Suen's mind. These guys didn't kidnap me, they kidnapped the original host. Suen suddenly realized and roughly guessed his situation. And at this moment, a bold idea emerged in his mind. It seems like I've crossed over. Although this idea was absurd, it was the most reasonable explanation. Whether it was his blonde-haired young body or the two punk-like kidnappers in front of him, or the fact that he could understand but didn't know what language they were speaking, it all proved that this was no longer the original world. As a seasoned fan of online novels, crossing over was not something difficult to accept. After a moment of shock, Suen became even calmer. If he had crossed over, he might be doomed. What kind of strange start was this? Last chance? The original host had already been killed by these two guys once, so Suen didn't hold any hope. The two kidnappers in front of him could resort to disabling methods during interrogation, and he had no doubt that once they obtained the information they wanted, they would kill him as easily as squashing a cockroach. He looked at the two men with a mocking expression, and his gaze gradually became sinister. He muttered to himself, "Looks like I have to kill you guys." In the next instant, a crazy curve appeared at the corners of his mouth, and there was no longer any fear of death on his face. Instead, a hint of excitement emerged. As if he had changed personalities. Chapter 2, Killing Fails and Brings Trouble to Oneself. The rooster-headed man stood on one leg on the chair where Suen was tied, shouting with a fierce look on his face, "Hey, kid, my patience is limited." The two were very close, and this guy didn't seem to consider the injured prey as a threat at all, completely unguarded. Suen was tied to the chair, his palms pinned by a dagger, unable to move. But no one noticed that the ropes tied to Suen's arms had loosened due to his previous struggles, leaving enough space for him to pull out his hand. "Hey, kid, say something." The rooster-headed man slapped Suen hard across the face. A smack sound, and blood dripped from the corner of Suen's mouth. But despite being hit, there was no trace of anger on his face. Instead, a sinister and ruthless smile appeared in the corner of his eyes. In his eyes, the demon that had been suppressed deep in his heart finally broke free. Hee. A cold laugh in his heart. And at this moment, without any hesitation, Suen suddenly pulled his right hand back. The dagger nailed to his right hand happened to pierce the gap between his middle finger and ring finger, and with a pull, a chilling tearing sound was heard as the soft tissue was torn apart. The sharp dagger directly cut through the flesh between the bones, and blood spurted out like a fountain. This action stunned the rooster-headed man beside him. Looking at the blood spattered on his own pants, his eyes widened in shock, as if he hadn't recovered from the astonishment. But his eyes realized what had happened. This kid had forcibly broken his own hand to free himself from the dagger. In the next instant, the rooster-headed man immediately realized the danger and exclaimed in his heart, "Not good." But it was already too late. With a sinister smile, Suen paid no attention to the pain in his hand. With one hand free, he didn't give the enemy any chance to react. He stretched out his freed hand and swiftly snatched the silver revolver attached to the rooster-headed man's waist, then without hesitation, aimed it at the man's chest and pulled the trigger. Bang! Bang! Two thunderous gunshots echoed throughout the room. The bullets pierced through the rooster-headed man's chest, and then plop plop two fist-sized holes burst out on his back, instantly killing him. Warm blood sprayed onto Suen's face, adding a touch of ferocity to his appearance. The power of the silver revolver was unexpectedly strong, and due to the huge recoil, Suen, along with the chair, fell backwards. Hearing the gunshots, the bald muscular man with smoky makeup on the other side was also stunned by this sudden turn of events. The kid who was easily caught earlier had suddenly revealed such a ferocious side? Looking at the two fist-sized holes pierced through his companion's back, the bald man finally realized that the prey that had been trapped by the hunter had suddenly turned into a bloodthirsty wolf. Damn it! The bald man shouted in his heart. His reaction was not slow either. Seeing the muzzle of Suen's gun pointing at him again, he instinctively raised his steam-powered mechanical arm, and the muzzle fired towards the front. With a loud bang, the whole study trembled. Instead of a burning flame, the muzzle fired a high-pressure air bullet. And Suen, who was lying not far away, seemed to have anticipated this attack long ago. He cleverly used the momentum to twist his falling angle, avoiding the fatal aim of this shot. The sound of breaking wind passed in an instant, and the high-pressure air bullet rapidly pierced a corner of Suen's chair, then penetrated the ground, leaving a bowl-sized black hole on the wooden floor, disappearing without a trace. Even though he avoided the direct hit, the airflow from the high-pressure air bullet grazed his body, crushing the ropes and a piece of flesh on Suen's leg. It felt like countless sharp wind blades cutting through, burning and stinging the wound. However, Suen didn't show any pain on his face, but rather a bloodthirsty excitement. In the moment the chair fell, he moved again. From the moment Suen woke up to deciding to take action, it took less than half a minute. Although it seemed rushed, his considerations were already mature. Before taking action, he had already anticipated the current attack. The unconscious movement of the bald man's mechanical arm made Suen realize that the steam-powered mechanical arm joints with rough bearings and gear transmissions were not very flexible. The aiming reaction time was likely much slower than a human's neural reaction. And Suen could predict that once he killed the rooster-headed man, the bald muscular man would immediately retaliate under the threat of the gun. The trajectory of the muzzle would definitely be aimed at the original position of the chair, and the chance of avoiding it was not small. And if the bald man spent too much time aiming accurately, then Suen would have enough time to fire another shot. The outcome was 50-50. So, there was a risk, but it was worth the gamble. This was the only chance to escape. This was also the most important reason why Suen decided to ruthlessly kill even if it meant self-mutilation of his hand. Thoughts raced through his mind, but reality only lasted for an instant. Just as Suen had anticipated, the bald man hurriedly fired back, but missed. The jet pierced the floor, but the expected explosion of the bullet did not occur. Suen narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint flashed in them. Now is the time. He instantly adjusted his defensive posture, and in the moment of falling, he raised the silver revolver again, decisively aimed at the bald man, and pulled the trigger. Bang! A familiar gunshot, as if the space had frozen. The bullet pierced through, leaving a long trajectory in the air, and accurately hit the bald man's eye. The blue light from the muzzle illuminated his terrified face. The bald man didn't have time to react, and the bullet had already shot towards his right eye socket. It's done. Suen licked his lips, seemingly satisfied with this shot. Unlike the opportunity to fire 2 shots at close range earlier, after this shot, the huge recoil caused the muzzle to rise significantly. Even if he fired another shot, it would be impossible to hit the bald man's head again. Moreover, the wound on his palm was torn by the recoil of the gunshot, causing his finger flexor muscles to tremble, almost unable to hold the gun. However, it was enough. Suen was confident that this shot would hit 100%, enough to blow the guy's head off. But Suen never expected that this seemingly foolproof shot would encounter an accident. How is this possible? Suen's pupils suddenly contracted, looking at the scene in front of him in disbelief. The bullet was aimed at the bald man's eye socket, and that guy's crisis response was not weak. In the instant the muzzle flashed, he instinctively tried to dodge. Slightly tilting his head, the bullet hit his forehead. Under normal circumstances, the power of this large-caliber revolver would cause the head to explode like a watermelon, no matter where it hit. But in this case, it didn't. Looking at the strange scene in front of him, Suen's expression froze. He actually watched as the bullet hit the bald man's forehead and got embedded in his skull? What's going on? Why is his skull so hard? In that instant, Suen immediately realized that he had probably come to a world that was beyond imagination. Steam-powered mechanical arms, humans who didn't die from a gunshot to the head. After a moment of shock, Suen's gaze regained clarity, and the madness and frenzy in his eyes completely dissipated. And at this moment, the bald man, who had been shot in the head but was almost unharmed, looked at him with a sinister look. Chapter 3, C079 Steel Reinforced Bones. He hasn't been released yet, and the situation is getting worse. Suen sighed inwardly as he met the murderous gaze in the bald man's eyes. He had planned to shoot the bald man in the head and then take advantage of the opportunity to shoot him again. The plan was already well thought out, and luck was on his side. Everything was going according to plan, and even the artillery fire hadn't caused much damage. Unfortunately, the final shot didn't kill the bald man. After pulling the trigger, Suen completely lost the advantage. The bald man removed the bullet embedded in his forehead with his fingers and smirked. Instead of using the high-pressure cannon on his mechanical arm, he stomped his foot and a wave of energy exploded, causing his figure to disappear from the spot. When Suen focused his gaze again, the bald man had already appeared in front of him like a ghost, having rapidly advanced several meters. The giant iron hand grabbed Suen's neck and, with the force of the collision, smashed both Suen and the chair he was tied to against the wall. A loud crash echoed as the wooden chair shattered into pieces, and the broken wood chips fell like rain. Suen didn't have time to react and felt as if he had been hit by an elephant. His vision went black, and he couldn't hold back the surge of blood mixed with internal organs as it sprayed out of his mouth. The silver revolver in his hand also fell to the ground, and he lost his only weapon to resist. And now it seemed that the gun was useless anyway. The bald man's speed was astonishing, surpassing that of an ordinary human. He had burst forth from close range, too fast for the eyes to follow. It was another ability that surpassed that of an ordinary human. However, Suen wasn't surprised by this either. Even a headshot couldn't kill him, so it wasn't surprising that he was fast. The bald man stared fiercely at Suen, who was suspended by his feet against the wall, and gritted his teeth. "Kid, you didn't expect it, did you? My awakened talent is C079 Steel Reinforced Bones. If it weren't for this ability, I'm afraid I would have fallen into your hands today." As he spoke, the bald man glanced at the corpse of his companion in the pool of blood on the ground, his eyes growing colder. He remembered the close call from earlier. If he hadn't dodged the fatal blow, he might have been the one lying dead on the ground. The bald man exerted force in his hand, wanting to strangle the boy in front of him. But for some reason, he hesitated for a moment. Suen silently said to himself, "Talent, steel reinforced bones? Transcendent ability." Then he weakly closed his eyelids. The mechanical arm of the bald man clamped tightly around his neck like a pair of iron pliers, and the suffocating feeling made it clear that the guy could easily snap someone's neck. But instead of being killed immediately, Suen didn't panic at all. Because he could see the bald man's hesitation. He knew very well that this guy didn't kill him immediately because he coveted the secret of the original owner. However, at this moment, the bald man's patience had probably been exhausted due to the death of his companion. Suen understood that if he said one more word at this moment, this guy might kill him in a fit of rage. So he exhaled his last breath from his chest and struggled to spit out 5 words, "I have a treasure map." As expected. With these words, the killing intent in the air remained chilling, but Suen could clearly feel the suffocation weakening. The iron hand that was gripping his neck quietly loosened, allowing him to breathe. "Hat." A disdainful sneer. The bald man wasn't as foolish as he appeared. He knew that Suen was trying to save his own life. But he still gave him a chance and coldly said, "Kid, you only have one chance. Tell me the information that interests me, and I'll let you die quickly." As soon as he finished speaking, the iron hand tightened with force, and a clear sound of bones cracking could be heard. Suen winced in pain, appearing weak as he squinted his eyes. In reality, he was quickly reading the information on his retina. To die a quick death by telling the truth? He didn't pay any attention to that statement and directly said, "In the corridor to the left of the main hall of this mansion, there is a secret door. The wall sconce is a mechanism that leads to the underground, where there is a maze." These words were not made up on the spot but obtained from the information on his retina. In such a short time and in an unfamiliar world, it would be easy for a flawless lie to be exposed. And the consequence of being exposed was death. Although he didn't know the method used to leave this information on his retina, as long as he closed his eyes, Suen could see that information. The content was as follows. "My dear Fick, by the time you see this information, your memories should have been erased. Although fate is cruel, the deed is done. As for the truth of the matter, it no longer matters to you now. I know you may be unwilling, so I have left you something as compensation. If fate hasn't abandoned you and you gain enough power in the future to seek the truth, you will naturally come into contact with the exiled truth. If not, living in the darkness may be a good thing for you. Remember, do not trust anyone, especially those upper-level guys in the Black Tower. In addition to this passage, there were some obscure texts that Suen didn't have time to read, seemingly explaining the magical power called alchemy in this world. There was also a strange diagram. It wasn't a flat map but a three-dimensional, winding fluorescent line, marked from top to bottom. It looked like a mine or some kind of abyssal cave. After scanning it quickly, Suen understood the reason behind the situation. The previous owner's name was Fick, and for some reason, he was exiled. But all of this had nothing to do with him as a transmigrator. Since he had no memories, he had no interest in the previous owner's past. Suen was more concerned about the current situation. From the way he was addressed, someone related to the previous owner had left these words on his retina. And because of this information, the previous owner had come to this mansion in search of the ancient ruins marked on the map. Without further examination, it was probably related to the miraculous transcendent talent that could withstand bullets like the bald man's hard skull. Suen selectively revealed some information while ignoring some key details. For example, he didn't mention the details of the maze's path or that there were many wall sconces in the room, and only the correct one could open the underground passage, while the others would trigger traps. To survive under the hands of the bald man who had murderous intentions, he had to show his value. And to continue living, he couldn't reveal his entire value at once. As long as the enemy wasn't stupid, they wouldn't kill him right now. As expected. Hearing this, a flash of astonishment crossed the bald man's eyes. He had already guessed that the kid in front of him, who was targeted for assassination by someone important in the inner city, had a secret. But after losing a brother, the bald man had become more cautious. He asked, "What treasure is hidden in this mansion?" Suen pretended to be weak, closed his eyes, and looked at the information on his retina, then said, "It is said, that there are relics left by Sir Isaac." As soon as the words fell, the bald man's expression changed dramatically, as if he had heard something incredible. "What?" His tone suddenly became heavy, and Suen glanced at him. Although he didn't know what Sir Isaac meant, judging from the bald man's expression, it was probably an incredible treasure. But for Suen, it was good news. Now he had more confidence that he couldn't be killed temporarily. Chapter 4, Phantom Seed. Suen's words stirred up waves in the bald man's heart. He immediately asked in response, "Is there really a relic left by Sir Isaac in this mansion?" Suen, with blood foaming at his mouth, responded in detail, "Yes. At least, that's what the treasure map I obtained records." Upon hearing the confirmation, the bald man's eyes flickered as if he was contemplating something. Excitement, anticipation, hesitation, and a few traces of concern. He glanced at Suen, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes, but he suppressed his killing intent. If he didn't know the secret of this mansion, killing Suen would be meaningless. But now that he knew there was such a huge treasure in this mansion, how could he just give up? As the senior leader of the old Ling Dun hunting team, how could he not know the value of Sir Isaac's relics? That legendary alchemist, who was renowned for his mastery of ancient alchemy and was hailed as a demigod. He had researched countless new alchemy formulas, countless unique potions, and had countless invention patents. Each of his alchemy manuscripts could be sold for a sky-high price in the black market of Ling Dun. The bald man had witnessed it himself. At an auction in the inner city, someone bought a useless page of Sir Isaac's personal notes for 300 gold krona, just because it was a relic left by Sir Isaac. But you should know that his DH-031 excellent modified version mechanical arm, including the materials and modification costs, is only worth a few tens of gold krona. Although the bald man knew that Suen might be hiding something, as long as it involved Sir Isaac, it was worth risking his life. In case they really found any relics left by Sir Isaac, it would definitely make them instantly rich. Why would they need to risk their lives for hunting in the second half of their lives? Thinking of this, the bald man squinted his eyes and coldly asked, "Kid, who are you exactly?" "I don't know either." Suen pretended to be puzzled for a moment and added, "My memories have been erased." The information on the retina mentioned that the original owner had memory erased, so this answer was acceptable. Upon hearing this, the bald man fell into deep thought for a moment. He didn't seem to doubt it, nor did he pursue it further. Being exiled from the inner city and being wanted for assassination, Suen's identity was definitely not simple, and the explanation of memory erasure was plausible. He didn't delve further into Suen's identity, but instead asked, "How did you get the treasure map you mentioned?" Suen answered, "I don't know who left it for me." After a pause, he added, "I once stumbled upon it in an old book, and then I burned it." The bald man frowned and remained silent. They had already searched Suen during the interrogation and didn't find anything that could be the treasure map. So, killing him now would be even more pointless. He also guessed that Suen must be withholding something. Things that could save his life would definitely not be foolishly revealed all at once. The iron clamp-like hand around Suen's neck loosened, and Suen knew that he had temporarily saved his life. Although he looked a bit disheveled, he remained calm in his heart. If he really wanted to survive, he would have to find another way. The bald man was obviously still wary of him and kept asking for details about the treasure map. But at this moment, a desperate cry came from outside the door, like a ghost's wail. "Squad leader, where are you? Help!" The sudden cry made the atmosphere in the room instantly eerie. The bald man's expression immediately turned serious upon hearing it. He realized that they were still in a curse space with a suspected A-level danger. This mansion still held unknown dangers. Suen didn't know what terrifying things had happened to the person outside, but from the desperate tone, he could guess that something extremely horrifying had occurred outside the door. The bald man furrowed his brow and used Suen's neck as a shield as he walked over to open the door. The door creaked open. At this moment, a bloodied figure rushed in, looking panicked. The bald man obviously recognized the person dressed as an assassin in leather armor and said with a frown, "Marcus." The man looked at the bald man, and his pale face suddenly turned rosy. He exclaimed in joy, "Captain Ivan." After a pause, his terrified expression turned into a relieved one, and he gasped for breath as he said, "Oh my God! Captain, I finally found you." On the side, Suen silently observed this scene and finally learned their names. "Captain?" It sounded like some kind of organization. Suen examined the wounds and bloodstains on Marcus's body and looked at the smoking gun in his hand. He felt a little puzzled. Injuries caused by a sharp weapon, someone who uses a gun was actually cut by a knife. Perhaps, it wasn't a human? Obviously, things were not as simple as they seemed. At this moment, the bald man, Captain Ivan, looked at Marcus, who was alone, and looked outside, but he didn't notice anything unusual. After closing the door, he asked solemnly, "Where's Vice Captain Mark, Daniel, and the others?" "Captain, they're dead, all dead." Marcus's eyes were filled with fear as if he recalled something. He said with a trembling voice, just now, we entered this cursed space and got lost. Then we discovered that there were many terrifying dolls in this house. It seems like there's a phantom seed in this house, controlling those dolls. It's everywhere, and it wants us to play games with them, hide and seek. If we're found, we'll be killed." Phantom seed. After listening to his subordinate's stuttering account, Captain Ivan's face became grave. "Phantom seed? Eerie?" Suen caught a few words that he understood but were beyond his original knowledge. However, after experiencing the supernatural abilities in this world, he easily understood that this term should refer to some kind of transcendent creature. It had just killed more than 10 members of this bald man's team. Before his transmigration, Suen was a video blogger who specialized in horror games and supernatural movies. So, although Marcus's story was bizarre, it wasn't too unbelievable for him. He didn't feel much shock, but rather a sense of familiarity. A horror plot? It seems like this is the correct way to unfold. Vaguely, he could even speculate on some of the quirks of the phantom seed from the process, such as liking to kill humans, liking childish games. Now it seemed that the deadly threat was not just this bald man, but there was another phantom seed. Captain Ivan was still carefully inquiring about the situation of his subordinates. At this moment, Suen, lost in thought, suddenly noticed something and raised his eyebrows. "Hey!" His gaze shifted away from Marcus and fell onto the red, black, and green soldier doll in the corner of the study, which looked like a nutcracker. Initially, he thought it was just a decoration in the study. But whether it was an illusion or not, Suen saw the doll's eyeballs tremble slightly. And at this moment, the doll's pitch-black eyes were staring directly at the three of them. As if it were like this. So, the person moved, but the doll didn't, yet its eyeball direction did. This was a habit he had developed from playing horror escape games. In a confined environment, his gaze would instinctively gather all the clues around him to solve the puzzle. This was how he noticed the difference in the Nutcracker doll. So, it's being monitored by someone. Suen noticed the anomaly and had a sudden realization. He had initially thought he was mistaken, but now that he heard about the killer puppets in the house, Suen immediately confirmed that everything in the room was being secretly monitored by someone. Perhaps, it was that so-called phantom seed. However, even if he discovered this, Suen didn't show any abnormality on his face. For him, although he was not sure what the Eerie in the room meant, judging from the expressions of the bald man and the other man, it was definitely a dangerous presence. But this didn't mean that the Eerie would be more deadly to Suen than the bald man and the other man. It might even be good news. If he wanted to survive in the hands of the bald man, this Eerie might be one of the conditions he could use. Chapter 5, Alchemical Implantation Adamantite Scales. After listening to the report from his subordinate, Ivan, the bald man, asked, "How strong are those puppet people?" "Not very strong. They use cold weapons, and their bodies can easily be destroyed by firearms." Marcus, obviously still frightened, swallowed and continued, "But there are too many puppets, and we can't kill them. Even if they are blasted by firearms and only have a severed arm left, they can still chase and attack people. And the puppets are everywhere in the house, they can appear in any corner, in the cabinets, behind the doors, in the basement. They can be destroyed by firearms?" "I see." After carefully listening to his subordinate's description, Ivan also gained some confidence. He analyzed, "It seems that the ability of the ghost breed is to control the puppets and kill people. It should only be a first-order strangeness. Otherwise, if it had second-order strength, it wouldn't be so troublesome to kill you all. The previous estimation of the curse space was overrated, at most it's AB level." Suen, who was on the side, heard the bald man's analysis and didn't quite agree with it. According to his experience of watching over 1,000 horror movies, the actions of the ghost breed gave him the feeling of, "Hey, I won't kill you, I'm just playing with you." Killing people seemed more like a game. Obviously, there were only two choices in front of the bald man now. Either leave the creepy mansion immediately, or continue to search for Sir Isaac's relic. But no matter which choice, they would most likely directly face the strangeness of the ghost breed in the house. If the strange ability of the ghost breed is only to control puppets, it wouldn't pose much threat to Ivan. At least, in his eyes, those puppets of that level were not deadly. The best outcome would be to obtain the treasure and eliminate the strangeness. But if the ability of the ghost breed goes beyond that, even if they didn't search for the treasure and just tried to escape, they would still have to face it. As the leader of a hunting squad who had been through countless life and death situations, Ivan had almost no hesitation and said directly, "Let's go. Let's see what's strange about this mansion." And as the living map, Suen naturally had to go with them. The bald man turned his head to look at his subordinate and said, "Marcus, keep an eye on this kid. If he makes any suspicious moves, kill him immediately." Marcus glanced at Suen beside him and replied, "Yes, leader." Suen wasn't surprised by the bald man's decision to continue forcefully, he would have done the same if he were in his shoes. But what surprised him was that before they left, the bald man unexpectedly displayed another extraordinary ability that was unimaginable. Suen originally thought that the bald man possessing a steam-powered mechanical arm was already quite astonishing, but at this moment, the bald man shouted, "Seal implantation release." He then made several hand gestures at a rapid pace and chanted several indistinct incantations. This strange and bizarre action caused a miraculous transformation. As soon as the incantation ended, the room suddenly emitted a bright golden light. Upon closer inspection, a hexagram magic array with a brilliant golden glow appeared under the bald man's feet. The patterns on the array were mysterious and complex, as if possessing a magical power that made people feel as if they were looking into the depths of an endless void, exuding a strong sense of mystery. Magic! Suen blinked his eyes in astonishment at this scene. But the even more bizarre thing happened afterwards. After the light from the magic array disappeared, the bald man's exposed skin, which Suen originally thought was a tattoo, slowly solidified into a tangible substance. Upon closer inspection, it had turned into a layer of shining metallic scales. After the ritual, the entire body was covered in the metallic scales, and the bald man's whole demeanor suddenly changed, becoming a majestic armored giant. Marcus, who was beside him, seemed to gain some confidence and spoke with a hint of flattery, "No matter how many times I see it, the leader's alchemical implantation, adamantite scales, is still so awe-inspiring. The bald man nodded without saying much, and said in a deep voice, "Follow me." With that, he opened the door and walked out fearlessly. Seeing this scene in front of him, Suen's interest grew stronger. He observed carefully, and it seemed that after the appearance of the magic array, the metallic scales on the bald man's body solidified from the tattoos. Obviously, this was another extraordinary power that Suen couldn't comprehend. Without much time to think, the pulling of the rope made him stumble forward, almost falling. In the instant before he stepped out of the door, Suen suddenly thought of something. Instead of avoiding it, he turned his head and looked directly at the nutcracker puppet in the corner, then smiled at it. The meaning was, "I've found you. Since it was discovered, let's trigger it." Based on his experience of playing horror games for many years, triggering certain specific conditions might lead to unexpected plot developments, although most of the time, such behavior would be considered suicidal. But anyway, the situation couldn't get any worse now, right? In an instant, Suen and the other two had already walked out of the door. At this moment, no one saw that the lower jaw of the nutcracker puppet in the corner actually trembled, making a creepy click-clack sound, as if it was laughing happily. "Kid, you go in front." Compared to the caution of the bald man, Marcus's footsteps were much lighter, and Suen appeared much calmer. He was also self-aware that although his combat and marksmanship were decent in his previous life, in this fantasy world where the body could withstand bullets, he was just a trash level. To survive, using his brain was definitely more practical than using force. He was tied with a rope and served as a shield, walking at the front. But this was also good, Suen could carefully observe everything in the corridor. As he had anticipated, it was a luxurious mansion. The corridor was brightly lit, but not with electric lights or gas lamps. Instead, there were gemstones glowing inside glass lampshades. There were many closed doors on both sides of the corridor, soft cashmere carpets covered the floor, and there were exquisite oil paintings on the walls at intervals. But the corridor seemed a bit too long. After walking for a while without seeing the end, Marcus asked with a trembling voice, "Leader, where are we going? We seem to be trapped." After a moment of contemplation, Yvonne seemed to have also noticed the abnormality of the mansion and asked, "Kid, where is the room you mentioned?" Suen looked around and said directly, "I haven't been here before either. But if we want to find the room on the treasure map, we must first find the banquet hall." In fact, he had already noticed that even in a large mansion, this corridor was unusually long. But before he could say more, a creepy laughter of an old lady echoed in their ears, "Hee hee. According to the rules of the game, if you are found, you will be killed." This didn't sound like a voice that could be produced by a human, it was a low and demonic whisper that made the soul tremble. Upon hearing this, Marcus turned pale with fear, as if he had received a great shock, and anxiously said, "It's coming. It's coming." Every time they heard this voice, one of their companions would be killed. At this moment, Marcus was on the verge of collapse, trembling all over. Suen scanned everything in the corridor with his eyes, quietly leaning against the wall, becoming extra cautious. Yvonne, on the other hand, snorted disdainfully, "Humph, playing tricks." Just at this moment, several figures suddenly floated in from the distance. Upon closer inspection, they were several eerie puppets floating in the air. Their appearance was simple, like sections of lotus roots pieced together. However, each one held a slender and sharp knife, and their jaws were rapidly clenching and unclenching, making a dense click-clack sound that sent shivers down one's spine. "So these are the killer puppets in the mansion that guy mentioned? And they can fly too?" Suen looked at these puppets that were surging towards them from both sides of the corridor, and his eyelids twitched. But just at this moment, a loud bang resounded from a distance. Without needing to look, just by hearing the airwaves that almost knocked people off their feet, they knew that Yvonne had fired a shot. The shot directly hit the group of puppets dozens of meters away, causing them to be blown into pieces. However, this did not stop the puppets from continuing their onslaught like a tide. Those puppets with severed limbs still carried a pile of parts and continued to charge. "Humph!" Yvonne snorted, fearless, and charged into the group of puppets. His metallic scales played a huge role at this moment. When the puppets' knives and swords struck, they produced a burst of sparks, but they couldn't harm him at all. This bald man is indeed strong. But those puppets can't be killed. If we don't break the situation, we will eventually be worn down here. Suen, with his hands tied, had little room to move. Under the attack of the puppet tied, his chances of survival were very low. However, he didn't plan to give up without a fight. At this moment, Marcus had been frightened to the point where his hands holding the gun were trembling, and he had already let go of the rope that bound Suen. And most of the puppets were being restrained by Yvonne, the opportunity couldn't be missed. Now! Suen looked around at the environment and without hesitation, kicked off with one leg and forcefully crashed into the glass window on one side of the corridor. He had observed earlier that there was fog outside the window. Although he didn't know which floor the corridor was on, judging from the structure, it definitely wasn't a high floor. The probability of falling to death was low. But just as he jumped, something went wrong again. With a loud crash, Suen easily shattered the glass window and flew out, landing on the thick fog. He thought he would fall into a garden or something, and prepared for the impact of a high-altitude fall. But unexpectedly, as soon as he landed, he stepped on a soft carpet again. Looking around at the familiar surroundings, Suen was stunned. Damn it! I'm back again! Chapter 6, Bloody Banquet. The brightly lit corridor gave Suen a familiar feeling. The sound of fighting in his ears was incessant, and when he looked again, he saw the bald man with a body covered in metallic scales. Wasn't this the same corridor as before? I'm back again! Suen felt his eyelids twitch. Did I crash through the glass and then crash back through another window? When he turned around again, he found that the glass that had been shattered earlier had miraculously restored to its original state. If it weren't for the glass shards on the ground, he would have thought he had experienced an illusion. There was something wrong with the space in this mansion. Illusion space? Or is it the ability of the phantom species? Suen felt that this world was getting stranger, but he quickly realized, indeed, if one can easily escape by jumping out of the window, those guys wouldn't have been killed by these eerie puppets. With this jump, Suen fell back into the corridor and crashed into a pile of puppets. Now he's in a dangerous situation. Although the puppets didn't pose much harm to the bald man, they were definitely lethal to Suen, an ordinary person. Suen had already given up struggling and was about to lie down, but to his surprise, these puppets seemed to ignore him completely and floated past him, rushing towards the bald man. Hey, they didn't attack me. Suen watched the puppets floating past him and felt a sense of relief, speculating secretly, could it be because they noticed the surveillance earlier? He vaguely guessed that these puppets didn't kill him because the phantom species felt that they had gained a new toy and didn't want to kill him so soon. This was really frustrating. And at this moment, without warning, there was suddenly a creepy sound of bones breaking, crack, crack. When he looked closely, he saw that Marcus's joints were breaking in the opposite direction. Like a marionette, he was suspended in the air by invisible threads, his head hanging weakly. Marcus was dead. After he died, the knife-wielding puppets that were attacking Yvonne also suddenly disappeared, as if they were receding like a tide, and disappeared at the end of the corridor. Not far away, Yvonne, the bald man, looked at his subordinate's sudden and unexpected death, obviously confused and angrily cursed, "Damn it! How did Marcus die without any puppets around him?" He suddenly realized that the abilities of this phantom species were not just about controlling puppets. Yvonne naturally noticed Suen, who had been spared by the puppets earlier, and guessed that he might know something. But before he could ask, at this moment, a closed door not far away suddenly opened. And at this moment, a kind old man in a tailcoat walked out from the door, speaking in an emotionless tone, "My master invites you both to the banquet hall for dinner." "Master, dinner?" Suen raised an eyebrow as he listened, feeling that it didn't seem like a good thing. As he heard these words, his gaze also fell on the butler-like old man. He noticed that this guy's eyes didn't move at all while speaking, and upon closer inspection, his skin had a wax-like sheen. Obviously, this butler was not a living person. Suen remained calm. The key was that even if he wanted to do something, he wouldn't be able to win. But Yvonne couldn't control his temper. "He had just killed one of my brothers in front of me, and now he's inviting us to dinner? Go to hell!" Yvonne cursed angrily and raised his hand to attack. The butler was shattered by the attack. And at this moment, the low voice suddenly sounded again, ominously saying, "If you don't follow the rules of the game, you will be killed." Humph! Yvonne sneered, not taking it seriously. But suddenly, without warning, his whole body stiffened in place. Just like when Marcus died. Suen, who was not far away, saw it clearly this time. Transparent threads, like fishing lines, bound Ivan, making him unable to move. And as the threads tightened, the metallic scales on Ivan's skin cracked, and the threads cut into his flesh, oozing out crimson blood. Suen watched with wide eyes. What a strange technique! Clearly, this mysterious power was far beyond his imagination. In the next second, it seemed like Ivan was about to be dismembered into several pieces, but just before his body was torn apart, the bald man, who had been defiant just a moment ago, shouted, "Wait, I'm willing to go." In this way, Suen and Ivan, both with half of their bodies blown away, were invited into the banquet hall by the butler. The decoration here was also extremely luxurious, and soothing music played from the phonograph. There were already many people seated at the dining table, and it looked lively, with a harmonious dining atmosphere. A maid puppet guided Suen to an empty seat. He glanced at the people at the table and had a rough idea in his mind. Although these people were sitting in their respective positions, they had no expressions and stiff bodies. Clearly, none of them were living beings. They were either puppets or corpses fixed to their seats with threads, giving off a creepy and eerie feeling. But Suen wasn't surprised. He naturally didn't think that this phantom species would be so kind as to invite them to dinner. Judging from the disgusted expression on Ivan's face, he probably recognized these corpses. The two of them took their seats, and the maid puppet behind them placed napkins on them and uncovered the silver covers in front of them. When Suen sat down, he smelled a strong smell of blood and vaguely guessed what it was. When the cover was lifted, the smell of blood became even stronger. In front of him was a reddish-brown liver, still slightly oozing blood, looking like it had just been taken from a living creature. There were probably no live animals in this mansion, so it was easy to guess what kind of liver it was. Suen raised an eyebrow, not surprised. In this eerie mansion, it would be strange if it was normal food. He had played many twisted horror games, and this kind of plot wasn't too out of the ordinary. With a glance, he realized that his dish was relatively tame. In front of Ivan, there was a peeled human head. The eyeballs, still attached to the optic nerves, were placed in a small dish, seemingly a dessert after the meal. Looking at the green hair beside it, this head seemed to belong to the cockade-haired guy that Suen had killed in the study earlier. And at this moment, that lingering voice sounded again, "The rule of the game is, you must finish your meal. Otherwise, you will die." And at this moment, all the people, whether puppets or corpses, turned their heads and stared at the two living people on the table with hollow eyes. The butler on the side also urged with a warning tone, "So, esteemed guests, is the food not to your liking?" Suen and Ivan definitely had no intention of voluntarily eating what was on the plate. But obviously, whether they wanted to eat or not, it was not up to them. At this moment, transparent threads silently dropped from the ceiling and bound their limbs. Suen noticed something, but he didn't feel any abnormalities in his body. On the other hand, Ivan realized what was happening and his face turned ugly. He murmured in despair, "Mind control of the body, at least a gold-level phantom species. We're done for." He had already experienced the power of these threads earlier and thought that it was simply physical control. He thought that he might have a chance if he found an opportunity. But he didn't expect that sitting in this chair would confirm that the phantom species was also adept at mental control. This was an ability that could easily kill him. Suen listened carefully and heard what Ivan was muttering. Soon, he also understood what body control meant. At this moment, he found that his hands were involuntarily lifting up and picking up the knife and fork next to the plate, elegantly and gentlemanly cutting the liver on the plate. This feeling was strange. It wasn't just a simple marionette, it was as if his brain had lost control of his body, and he could only watch as his hands cut the meat on the plate without his control. One cut, another cut, the plate was filled with blood. Meanwhile, Ivan, not far away, had already swallowed a burst eyeball with a crunch. The sound of chewing in the quiet banquet hall was particularly eerie. Chapter 7, Rune Puppetry. Suen's gaze gradually became serious. Because he also picked up a fork and skewered a large piece of bloody meat, bringing it to his mouth. If he didn't find a solution, he would probably taste the flavor of human organs for the first time. He knew that if he didn't find a breakthrough, he would eventually be played to death by the ghost species. A terrifying manner, Eerie dolls, a ghost species that enjoys killing humans. Suen's thoughts raced. Suddenly, he thought of something, a flash of inspiration. Since the weirdness in this room has the ability to easily kill us, but it doesn't, it means that this weirdness has some intelligence, and it's not low. It's a good thing that the monster has intelligence. He was afraid that the monster only knew instinctual killing, which would be a desperate situation. Fighting was definitely not an option. But based on his experience from thousands of horror games and movies, as long as an NPC has intelligence, they can obtain plot twists, clues, through conversation. The study, the corridor, the banquet hall, the clues in his mind suddenly connected. Suen felt that he had probably found the key to breaking the deadlock. Phew! He let out a sigh of relief. Suen decided to give it a try. At this moment, his expression suddenly froze, and he said something inexplicable to the empty space. Miss Pistoia, can I talk to you? With this opening, it was as if time had stopped. Suen, with a piece of meat in his right hand, stopped in mid-air. Upon hearing these words, the bald man nearby, whose mouth was filled with blood, clearly paused, not understanding why Suen suddenly said something so inexplicable. However, at this moment, a response came from the void. Hey! How do you know my name? It was still the deep and eerie voice of the old lady from before. He guessed it right. Upon hearing these words, Suen immediately realized that his reasoning was correct. That Marcus guy mentioned that this ghost species discovered them but didn't kill them directly. Instead, they played a few games like hide and seek, marbles, and bowling. As long as they followed the rules of the game, they could temporarily survive, but if they violated the rules, they would be killed immediately. The current situation was the same. This weirdness could easily kill them, but it chose to play. This also proved that this ghost species was young, or rather, psychologically young. On the dining table, besides the corpses, there were only 3 dolls, a gentleman in a suit, a noblewoman, and a young woman. The gentleman sat in the main seat, indicating that they were a family of 3. When Suen observed them on the table earlier, he had a familiar feeling about these 3 people. After thinking for a moment, he remembered seeing a family photo on the wall in the study. In the photo, these 3 people were present. And there was actually a 4th person in that photo. A little girl holding a teddy bear. So, it wasn't difficult to guess that the only remaining person was the little girl referred to as the master by the butler, who liked bloody pranks. The identity of this ghost species could only be that little girl. And on that photo, there happened to be a name written, Pistoia Isaac. Suen didn't answer that question but said directly, "Can I have a chat with you, Miss Pistoia?" Although he didn't know what this weirdness was, it was probably similar to the ghosts he had in mind. Moreover, since he knew that she was young at heart, there was more room for conversation, manipulation. Therefore, he needed to pique her interest first. He continued, "I can tell you interesting stories, dance, sing, perform shadow plays, puppet shows. I think Miss Pistoia will like them." After saying these words, the room fell silent for a while. Suen thought that things were still not quite there, but at this moment, the surroundings suddenly changed. The banquet hall transformed into a delicately decorated girl's bedroom. At the workbench by the window, a little girl in a princess dress was sitting, tinkering with some doll parts. She seemed to be earnestly assembling a doll covered in runes. Without turning around, she said, "You haven't answered how you know my name." Her voice was gentle and sounded tender. The first step was successful. He successfully piqued her interest. While quickly observing everything in the room, Suen continued, "I saw your name on a photo in the study." He spoke in a calm tone as much as possible, fearing that he might provoke the other party. Because he knew that the seemingly harmless little girl in front of him had a twisted mind that enjoyed killing humans. The little girl asked, "How did you discover me in the study?" Obviously, she was referring to the incident with the nutcracker. Suen thought it was a good sign. At least, she took the initiative to start a conversation. He responded, "Because I noticed that the eyes of the doll moved." "Oh, so that's how it is." Upon hearing this, the little girl slowly put down the rune doll in her hand. As if time stood still for a moment, she then turned around slowly. Seeing this, Suen narrowed his eyes slightly and had a vague feeling that there would be a major turning point in the plot. Just in case, he silently played a background music from a horror movie in his mind. Today is a good day. As expected. In the next moment, the little girl turned to face Suen and suddenly reverted to the previous low and terrifying voice, asking in a sinister tone, "Now, do you still want to chat with me?" It was a burnt and charred face, with facial features wrinkled together due to high-temperature burns, and only 3 holes left for the mouth and nose. A normal person would definitely be startled upon seeing this face. But what surprised the little girl was that Suen's expression remained unchanged. There was no fear, disgust, or fear. Instead, he looked at the little girl's face intently and even showed a warm smile. If you have watched 1,000 horror movies, it's probably hard to be scared. In horror movies, there were countless ways of turning back and killing, including sulfuric acid, burning, dismemberment, pus, all kinds of terrifying and disgusting scenes. So, when Suen saw this burnt face, he wasn't particularly affected. He knew that if he showed an expression of being scared or afraid, it might trigger some instant death effect, and the conversation would definitely not continue. However, he successfully passed this first level. Suen went straight to the point, "Of course, Miss Pistoia. I can sense your loneliness." He imitated the tone of the psychiatrist who treated him before and began the conversation. The little girl was stunned, as if she hadn't figured out how to respond if the other person wasn't scared by her terrifying appearance. Suen didn't give her a chance to attack. He immediately started telling his own story. "When I was in the juvenile detention center, I was often put in solitary confinement." "Oh, the juvenile detention center is a place for disobedient children. So, I can understand the loneliness of being locked in a small room alone. I was born into a loving family, but at a young age, my parents left. If you have read 800 books, you won't find anything new in the world." Italian writer Carlo Gozzi said that there are only 36 plotlines in the world: pleading, rescue, revenge, revenge between relatives, pursuit, disaster, misfortune, enlightenment, seeking. Upon seeing the face of Pistoia, Suen immediately speculated on many plotlines. Burned? Either it was an accident, or she was a victim. And the family sitting neatly at the dining table, either it was nostalgia or resentment. From the limited clues, it seemed like a harmonious family. Pistoia was probably born into a loving family, but when she was around 10 years old, she lost her life in an accidental fire. Her life was frozen in that year. Suen wasn't entirely bluffing, he could actually empathize with that kind of loneliness. Because he was telling his own story. Perhaps only a mentally ill patient could understand a mentally ill patient? After being treated in the juvenile detention center for so many years, reading so many books on psychology, he could easily communicate with troubled children. Although this weirdness was powerful and could easily kill 100 Suen, it was ultimately just a little girl with limited life experience. With intelligence comes emotional needs. That's what the psychiatrist who treated him said. The desire to survive overwhelmed any guilt Suen had for manipulating the little girl. They slowly started talking as if they were good friends, sitting side by side. Suen told her some strange and interesting stories from Earth. Pistoia also talked about the events that happened in the manor. "My parents are both powerful alchemists, and they are busy every day. Only these dolls accompany me all the time, but unfortunately, they can't talk." Suen didn't ask about the fire incident. It was easy to guess that it would trigger painful memories for Pistoia. The two of them chatted about happy and interesting trivial matters. The plot unfolded as he had predicted. Suen's goal was to survive, and it seemed that he probably wouldn't be killed. But it seemed like something else had been added. Resonance, it was always mutual. Although there was no affection level panel like in games, Suen felt that he got along well with this little girl. They chatted for a long time, and Pistoia seemed very satisfied, with a lovely smile on her face. "Thank you. It's been years since someone talked to me." The little girl thought of something and said, "But you can't stay with me for too long. Otherwise, you will become distorted." Distorted? Suen thought it wouldn't hurt to stay a little longer, but upon hearing Pistoia's words, he realized that there might be other dangers in this space. At this moment, Pistoia seemed to think of something else. She walked to her workbench and picked up the completed rune doll, putting it in an exquisite box. She said, "This is a farewell gift for you, Mr. Suen. Thank you for talking to me." Upon hearing this, Suen knew that he had successfully survived. Suen didn't hesitate and accepted the wooden box containing the rune doll. It was a simple doll with yellow skin, quite heavy to hold, as if it contained many metal parts. The most peculiar thing was the faint blue rune light that appeared on its surface. He didn't ask further questions but smiled slightly and said, "Thank you for your gift, Miss Pistoia. Mr. Suen, we probably won't see each other again. Even if you come again, I might forget about you." As they were about to part ways, Pistoia's face showed a touch of sadness. Then, she took off a butterfly brooch from her clothes and pinned it on Suen's chest with her own hands. This is my favorite brooch. It was a birthday gift from my mother when I was 6 years old. It's also a small gift from me to you. I hope you can do me a favor when you leave. Suen readily agreed, sure. If you can see my parents in the future, please ask them. When Pestoya said this, she suddenly stopped and didn't continue. Suen asked in confusion, ask them what? Pestoya's tone suddenly became painful, alternating between the terrifying voice of the old lady and the voice of a young girl, ask them, why did they burn me to death? With these words, an inexplicable chill suddenly swept through the entire room. Ah! Suen never expected her to suddenly say such a thing. He immediately realized that the truth of the matter wasn't so simple. So Pestoya was burned to death by her parents? How is that possible? A harmonious and loving family, and yet the parents burned their beloved daughter to death? Where did the problem lie? Was it Pestoya who had a problem, or was it her parents? However, there was no time to think further. At this moment, Pestoya seemed to be reminded of something else. She walked to her workbench again, took out a well-made rune doll, and put it in an exquisite box, saying, "This is a parting gift for you, Mr. Suen. Thank you for talking to me." Upon hearing this, Suen knew that he had successfully survived. Suen didn't hesitate and accepted the wooden box containing the rune doll. It was a simple doll with yellow skin, quite heavy to hold, as if it contained many metal parts. The most peculiar thing was the faint blue rune light that appeared on its surface. He didn't ask further questions but smiled slightly and said, "Thank you for your gift, Miss Pestoya. Mr. Suen, we probably won't see each other again. Even if you come again, I might forget about you." As they were about to part ways, Pestoya's face showed a touch of sadness. Then, she took off a butterfly brooch from her clothes and pinned it on Suen's chest with her own hands. "This is my favorite brooch. It was a birthday gift from my mother when I was 6 years old. It's also a small gift from me to you. I hope you can do me a favor when you leave." Suen readily agreed, sure. If you can see my parents in the future, please ask them. When Pestoya said this, she suddenly stopped and didn't continue. Suen asked in confusion, ask them what? Pestoya's tone suddenly became painful, alternating between the terrifying voice of the old lady and the voice of a young girl, ask them, why did they burn me to death? With these words, an inexplicable chill suddenly swept through the entire room. Ah! Suen never expected her to suddenly say such a thing. He immediately realized that the truth of the matter wasn't so simple. Chapter 8, Statue, Altar, Offering. Saying goodbye to a friend that he had only known for a few hours, but would probably never see again, Suen felt a bit down. The surroundings suddenly changed from the luxurious mansion to ruins. Is this the remains of the mansion from before? Although everything inside the house had decayed, from the intact framework of the house, it was the mansion where he had stayed before. The banquet hall, the corridors, the study, the layout was all familiar. It must have taken hundreds of years for it to decay like this. Suen found it unbelievable. He thought he was mentally prepared, but seeing the scene of destruction in front of him, he still couldn't fully process it. Could it be that the previous mansion was an illusion and Pestoya and the others he encountered were also illusions? But when he looked down, he saw that he was holding a wooden box, the same one that contained the rune doll. And on his chest, he was wearing the butterfly brooch adorned with a black gem. The items are real. Suen touched the box in his hand, feeling like he had woken up from a dream and brought something from the dream into reality. Could it be that the brightly lit mansion just now was like a special space, like a game instance? Suen looked around but couldn't figure it out. His knowledge of this world was too limited, and many questions couldn't be understood just by thinking. However, now he was faced with another question, where should he go from here? And the first thing that came to his mind was the information on his retina. The original owner came here to find something called Sir Isaac's relic. With some free time, Suen finally had the opportunity to carefully read the obscure and difficult to understand information on his retina. He also realized that the treasure the original owner was looking for seemed to be quite extraordinary. Coincidentally, he was also very interested in that transcendent ability. After some thought, Suen decided to go and take a look. He speculated that there shouldn't be any other dangers in this mansion. If there were, Pestoya would probably be the biggest boss. Based on his memory, Suen found the banquet hall of the mansion. Then, counting from his left, he found the 7th room. The door of the room had completely decayed, and there were spider webs everywhere, giving it a gloomy appearance. But the structure of the room was still stable, except for the peeling paint on the walls, it could still be recognized as a storage room. Suen cautiously walked in, and besides occasionally hearing the squeaking of mice, there were no terrifying monsters that would appear in horror movies. He took in the sight of the furnishings in the room and saw the hexagonal lamp on the wall. Finding the correct lamp, he turned it clockwise, and heard the sound of gears clicking. A hidden door appeared. After hundreds of years, this mechanism can still work. Suen was slightly surprised by the deep passage that appeared in front of him. Without hesitation, he walked in. The passage seemed to be isolated from the outside air and was very well preserved. He tested it and found that it wasn't stuffy and he could breathe normally. The passageway was built with green bricks, and every few meters on the walls, there were wall lamps. The faint yellow light from the gemstones, whose material he didn't know, was weak but enough to illuminate the entire secret passage. Suen didn't dare to touch anything. Since the hidden door could open normally, the mechanisms in the secret passage should still be functioning. The information on his retina specifically warned him not to touch anything outside of the safety lines. In this way, after walking for a while, Suen noticed that the passageways around him became strange, as if they were all the same. He knew that he had entered a maze. There were mechanisms that caused visual disturbances here. He carved some necessary directional markers on the ground and continued forward. After the first intersection, left, right, up, down. Luckily, the correct path through the maze was left on his retina. Suen didn't encounter any trouble along the way. After about 15 minutes of walking, he arrived at his destination, a spacious sealed stone chamber. There were large glowing gemstones here, illuminating the entire room. So this is the hermit's altar marked on the treasure map. Suen didn't immediately step into the stone chamber, but carefully observed it. In the center of the circular chamber, there were 5 tall stone statues. They were wearing cloaks that covered their entire bodies and most of their faces, giving them a mysterious appearance. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that 3 of the statues had cracks, while 2 were intact. And behind the cloak of each statue, there was a special symbol carved. They seemed to be special codes. What surprised Suen was that just by gazing at these statues, he felt a sense of sacred majesty, as if he wanted to bow down and worship. That feeling was as if he was being watched by a god, making him feel insignificant like dust. These statues are really peculiar. Suen sighed as he looked at the scene. The unveiled world was gradually revealing its mysteries to him, and his curiosity was growing stronger. There was nothing unnecessary in the sealed chamber. The 5 statues stood in different positions, facing the center where there was a circular altar with a diameter of about 5 meters. The altar was engraved with an 8-pointed star magic array, surrounded by some unreadable special words and runes. In the center, there was an engraved pattern of a coiled snake and a balance. The secret to obtaining the talent that allows one to withstand bullets like the bald man is hidden on this altar. Suen looked at the well-carved patterns on the altar, his face showing a pensive expression. The retina still had this message: "My dear Fick, I'm sorry that you have lost everything. Through deciphering and decrypting, I discovered an astonishing secret from the mysterious Isaac's alchemy manuscript that I obtained from the family. Besides natural awakening and bloodline inheritance, there is actually a third way for transcendent talents to awaken, through specific conditions. Although it's just an unconfirmed treasure map, it's the best compensation I can think of for you." Suen didn't think too much about this passage, as the cause and effect were no longer important. He caught a few important keywords: sacrifice medium, directional awakening, talent. It said that after sacrificing one's own eyeball, he might obtain an extremely powerful S-level talent. A highly rare ability that everyone in the alchemy world dreams of. If it were on Earth, Suen would have definitely taken it as a joke. Remove his own eyeball as a sacrifice and gain superpowers? Fuck those superpowers. But after witnessing so many transcendent powers just now, Suen thought carefully about this question. As for the word might, it carried a gambling element. Because no one had tried it before. I remember the bald man called his ability C079 Steelized Bones? It seems more powerful than S-level. Suen weighed his options for a moment, not knowing how the talent ratings in this world were distinguished. But if he could obtain the transcendent power like the bald man, it seemed worth it to pay some price. Certain thoughts had already begun to stir in his mind. And what made Suen determined was another reason. He also thought about the background of the original owner, which seemed extraordinary. The person who left the information on his retina acknowledged the high specifications of this altar with respect. Perhaps the awakened talent here would be even stronger than the steelized bones. Opportunity, no matter which world, always had a gambling element to it. The worst result would be blindness, without gaining anything. After experiencing a life and death battle, Suen felt that this was not an unacceptable price. To obtain something, one must pay a price. This was a basic rule in any world. Thinking this, he raised his eyebrows and reassured himself, since I'm already here, let's give it a try. Chapter 9, Talent S018 All-Seeing Eyes. Suen made a decision and walked calmly towards the altar. Hesitation was never his character. He had already made a plan when he intended to follow the route. Coming to such an interesting fantasy world, it would be boring to be timid. Suen stood on the altar, stepping on the intricate engraved runes and carefully observing. He had seen the bald man use this alchemy array before, using a hexagram magic array to create a set of metal scales. But obviously, the array engraved on this altar was much more complex. Blood stains the tail-biting snake, activate the array. Following the instructions on his retina, he tore off the simple bandage on his palm. Then, with a slight force, he tore the wound apart, and the blood flowed down his fingers and dripped onto the engraved tail-biting snake on the magic array. As the blood stained the tail-biting snake, the red color automatically spread. The stone-carved snake gradually turned into a shining ruby-like red. In an instant, the runes on the altar lit up, and the golden light was so dazzling that it was almost impossible to open one's eyes. The array is functioning normally. Suen muttered to himself, with a hint of joy. This was a good sign. If the array could function, it meant that the decoding method in the Isaac's alchemy manuscript had a high chance of being correct. After all, no one would play such a complicated prank. With the array activated, the next step was the sacrifice ceremony. According to the information on his retina, all alchemy in this world followed the principle of equivalent exchange. To obtain such talent, an equivalent price must be sacrificed. What he had to sacrifice now was his own eyeball. Phew! Suen took a deep breath and slowly raised his right hand, reaching towards his left eye. He sarcastically muttered to himself, indeed, my body seems to be excited about experiencing pain. Even if it means gouging out my own eye. Gouging out an eye might be bloody for others, but it was not unfamiliar to Suen. In his first year in the detention center, when he had an episode, he did the same thing. The target was a prison bully who had bullied him. After that, his cellmates called him madman. Later, after studying human anatomy in the detention center, he learned how to accurately kill, injure, and fight. Fear comes from the unknown, and Suen knew very well what he would face when gouging out his eye, so he remained calm. He acted decisively, as if he was not the one enduring the pain. The piercing pain. And the fear of losing one eye. Blood dripped from his eye socket and fell onto the altar. The intense pain made Suen's forehead covered in cold sweat, and his face turned pale. After a few breaths, he took the crimson object and placed it in the left basket of the balanced stone carving. In that moment, as if a specific condition had been activated, a bright red light suddenly emanated from the central balance of the altar, devouring the eyeball. At the same time, a faint green aura, like a small snake, quietly flowed into Suen's bleeding left eye. This was a very complex alchemical transformation ritual. At this moment, this ancient and majestic altar, which had been sealed for thousands of years, seemed to connect different time and space. An ancient and majestic aura descended upon this secret room. Unaware of all this, Suen's limited perception allowed him to touch the mystery of this miraculous alchemy. It was as if he was traversing an endless starry sky, plucking a brilliant star from the sky and integrating it into his body. The process went more smoothly than expected, without any unexpected incidents. Suen didn't know what had happened, as his vision was filled with blood. Soon, he clearly felt the pain in his eye disappearing, and the light in his left eye was restored. It worked. Suen guessed what had happened and let out a sigh of relief. The tingling sensation was a phenomenon of muscle tissue regeneration, faster than he could believe. The whole process lasted about 3 minutes, and the red light on the magic array on the altar completely dimmed. And as the red light dissipated, the statue with the symbol on the 5 stone carvings beside the altar cracked open. Suen's left eye slowly focused, clear and radiant, shining like a newborn baby. Upon closer inspection, there was a silver moon within the golden iris. With a flicker, the moon disappeared into the depths of the pupil. It was a strange experience. The altar in front of him was still the same, but it now appeared as a strange new world. All objects became extremely clear, like a high-definition original photo with no filters, every detail visible. Even the spider-web-like cracks on the statue were clearly distinguishable. So, what kind of transcendent ability have I awakened? Is it enhanced vision? After confirming that the ritual was complete, Suen looked around and then lowered his head to examine his own body. His appearance seemed unchanged, but his vision had improved significantly. Even in dim light, his field of vision was incredibly clear. If that was all, he felt that it was much inferior to the bald man's stylized skeleton. But just as Suen was complaining in his mind, a strange sensation occurred. He carefully examined his body and, after staring intently as if trying to see something clearly, strange text appeared in his eyes. Suen, Fic Regade. Dark Spiritual Power, 233/1130. Charm, 9. Strength, 6. Agility, 6. Constitution, 5. Perception, 4. Skill, 8. Mental Power, 26. Talent, Talent S018 All-Seeing Eyes. Skills, Gem Breath Method, Basic Firearms Proficiency, Advanced Combat Introduction. Overall Combat Evaluation, B+, for ordinary people who have not become transcendent, you are weak in combat except for your handsome appearance. But with the awakened S-level talent All-Seeing Eyes, you have endless possibilities in the future. Seeing this, it felt as if time had frozen for a moment. Suen exclaimed, Data Panel. When he saw the string of data appearing on his retina, he felt as if he was playing a game. But when he saw the talent All-Seeing Eyes on the panel, he suddenly realized. So, this transcendent talent awakened through the sacrifice ritual is this ability? It doesn't seem that powerful. Suen muttered to himself, understanding why he had to sacrifice his own eyeball. So this directional awakening meant exchanging one eye for another. Suen's thoughts were jumping, and he no longer dwelled on things he couldn't change. Instead, he began to complain about the evaluations on the panel. But to think that his combat skill, which could defeat 10 opponents on Earth, was only considered advanced introduction? And the marksmanship that he had spent most of his savings practicing at the shooting range was only basic proficiency? Then what would advanced proficiency be like? Could the bullets turn corners? And there's more. Overall evaluation, weak? Not very damaging, but extremely insulting. Hee. Compared to that bald guy, I can indeed be called weak. Suen smiled wryly, but he had a rough idea of the power levels in this world. And that strange Gem Breath method should be a passive skill that the original owner had learned and mastered. Suen had felt a strange energy flowing in his body before, and his breathing followed a specific rhythm. It was like a muscle memory, almost instinctively moving in a certain way. As for the dark spiritual power, it should be similar to the internal energy of the previous life. But when he looked at his attribute panel, he showed a puzzled expression. The value of 26 for mental power was too eye-catching. Could it be because of the multiple personalities? Suen pondered with his chin resting on his hand, but before he could think further. Suddenly, an anomaly occurred. At that moment, the previously extinguished altar suddenly lit up again. This time, it was not golden light, but a grey mist enveloped in a cold light. It was like opening a gateway to hell, and he felt a shivering aura originating from the soul. What's going on? The alchemy array is activated again. Suen felt puzzled because the information on his retina did not mention such a strange situation occurring during the ritual. But he did not panic, as this scene was very similar to when he awakened before. After the light of the magic array flashed, the statue with the symbol on the cloak emitted a fluorescent light, and a faint black aura overflowed from the statue. This time, the transformation process was much faster than before. Why is the talent awakening again when it has already awakened? I didn't sacrifice anything. Suen looked at this familiar process, feeling greatly confused. At the same time, he felt as if something invisible was being drawn out of his body, and he inexplicably felt much lighter. Not long after, the octagram light dissipated, and the statue cracked again. This time, none of the 5 statues remained intact. Suen also clearly felt that the sense of mystery and awe that these statues had given him suddenly disappeared, and they became ordinary stone carvings. Suen looked at the panel again, wanting to know what had happened to his body. Then, he saw something new in the talent section. Talent S004 Reaper of Death. Chapter 10, Extraordinary Items Harvested. Double talent? What is this? Suen lacks basic knowledge of this world, so even if he sees this extra talent, he doesn't know what it's used for. Moreover, he found that his spiritual power value has changed from 26 to 18. His spiritual power has decreased by 8 points, and the feeling of hearing whispers in his ears has completely disappeared. Suen speculated in his heart, the principle of this altar is to offer items and exchange them for some kind of transcendent talent. It used to be an eye for an eye. Now that my spiritual power has decreased, could it be, the previous owner's remnants were completely sacrificed within my body, and then I obtained a new talent? He didn't dwell on this question too much, as there was no way to confirm it anyway. But at this moment, a strange thought popped into Suen's mind: if he wasn't a traveler, what would a normal person sacrifice to obtain this talent? Would they commit suicide on the altar and sacrifice their own soul? What is the use of this talent S004, Death Reaper? After all, this is not a game, and reality doesn't have skill usage instructions. Suen looked at it for a while, but still had no clue, and his body didn't undergo any changes. He thought for a moment, didn't dwell on it, and continued to test the abilities he gained from his eyes. In an instant, he turned his gaze to several stone sculptures, and a string of words appeared on them. Damaged stone sculptures. Explanation: stone sculptures without transcendent power, no significant observation value. This time, Suen probably knew the use of this talent. Isn't this the appraisal skill in the game? If we talk about the enhancement of combat power with this talent, it's not significant, it can be considered completely useless. This can basically be classified as a support function. At least, in a real fight, it is not on the same level as the previous bald man's stylized skeleton. Maybe I haven't understood the use of this all-seeing eye, or perhaps there are still undeveloped abilities. This awakening ritual is so complicated, it shouldn't be that simple. Suen looked at it, but he wasn't too disappointed. At least, his vision has improved, and it seems that his marksmanship has become more accurate. At this moment, he suddenly thought of something, walked down from the altar, and took out the rune doll that Pestoya had given him to appraise. Upon inspection, he realized that it was a valuable treasure. Cursed item, rune puppet. Quality, gold. Description: it doesn't like being controlled by others, but it enjoys controlling humans. Curse attribute: within a range of 10 meters, it can indiscriminately control the minds of target creatures with a spirit level below 15, causing hypnosis, physical confusion, madness. Explanation: a material for alchemists specializing in mysterious puppets. After specializing, it greatly enhances skill and agility attributes and gains exclusive inherited skills. Evaluation: body compatibility 93%, this is already a very good quality material for advancing professions. If it weren't for this all-seeing eye, Suen wouldn't have expected that a random toy doll he considered a souvenir would be so powerful. Physical confusion: this seems to be one of Pestoya's transcendent abilities. He looked at the detailed description of the puppet and immediately thought of the scene where he uncontrollably ate in the banquet hall before. Directly depriving control of the body, this ability is truly bizarre. It even has indiscriminate mind control. Suen looked at it with a startled expression. If his spiritual power wasn't stronger than that of an ordinary person, having this thing around would probably drive him crazy. It's probably equivalent to carrying a dangerous nuclear radiation toy with you. And at this moment, he also noticed a new term in the detailed description: specialization material. He thought of the bald Yvonne who transformed his entire body into metal scales using a magic array. Could this be some kind of special method for advancing professions? Suen had quite a lot of strange knowledge in his head, and he speculated that this so-called specialization was similar to job changes in games. Pestoya's profession should be puppeteer, but how do I specialize? Countless question marks popped up in Suen's mind, and he sighed softly. He had limited knowledge of this world and lacked much necessary common sense. And now it seems that having this all-seeing eye ability is quite useful, at least it allows him to see these magical items without being completely clueless. Suen put the puppet back into the wooden box. To his surprise, upon closer inspection, he found that the box containing the rune puppet was also a treasure. Level 2 rune sealing wooden box. Explanation: a special alchemical box that can block fluctuations in spiritual power. Upon careful observation, you will find some inscriptions on it. Suen had previously felt that the patterns on the box were somewhat special, and now seeing this prompt, he took another look and discovered that the intricate patterns were actually tiny words, which turned out to be a book titled Comprehensive Guide to Puppet Making. Could it be that Pistoia thought my spiritual power was strong and suitable for being a puppeteer, so she not only gave me a specialization material but also included a skill book? Suen suddenly thought of the gentle little girl with golden hair and blue eyes, and there was always an indelible sense of regret in his heart. What a pity! He also didn't forget his promise to the girl, to ask his parents why they burned her to death. But this estate has been abandoned for hundreds of years, and his parents are probably long gone. This promise may never be fulfilled. Then, he looked at the butterfly brooch pinned to his chest by the little girl, which turned out to be a transcendent item as well. Pistoia's brooch. Focus +10. Explanation: a brooch with strong resentment. It is a delicate alchemical product that allows the wearer to be more focused in learning, casting spells, working. But prolonged wearing will make one's temperament become irritable and violent. Note: your transcendent ability prevents you from detecting and understanding too many things beyond your cognitive level, so after careful perception, you also see a string of unknown. Suen looked at the brooch, thinking it was just a little trinket the girl gave him. But unexpectedly, when he saw the note behind the brooch, a series of question marks also appeared in his mind. An elusive sense of mystery immediately enveloped him. There is actually something in this brooch that he temporarily can't understand? What exactly could it be that the all-seeing eye judges him unable to comprehend? Is it like explaining the concept of three-dimensional or four-dimensional space to a two-dimensional creature, where they can hear and see but simply cannot understand? Something that even a traveler like himself can't comprehend must be extraordinary. Could there be some secret hidden in this brooch? Suen instinctively felt that something was off. And at this moment, the question that troubled Suen resurfaced in his mind: why did Pistoia's parents burn her to death? Perhaps, she herself had some kind of problem? In this world with transcendent abilities, who knows what strange existences there might be? If it weren't for the all-seeing eye, Suen probably wouldn't have noticed any issues with the brooch. But now that he has discovered it, he feels a sense of caution. However, Suen quickly thought that Pistoia is the big boss of this estate, so even if he suspects something, it's best not to bring it up here. Thinking this, he decided to leave this place before making any decisions. Chapter 11, Reaper of Death. The original host came to this mansion in search of the ancient altar, and then obtained the S-level transcendent talent through sacrifice. Suen fulfilled the original host's wish. The only difference now is that he has awakened dual talents. Without any reference, Suen doesn't know if this situation is normal or not. He has understood some of the abilities of the all-knowing eyes, but he has no clue about the function of the Reaper of Death. There is no additional information left on the retina, the only useful thing is probably the map. At least, he knows where the original host came from and can follow the same path back to find the starting point. Suen also plans to leave here and find a human gathering point to learn more about this world. After careful inspection, there is nothing else in the basement. The 5 stone sculptures already have spider web-like cracks, which have spread to the altar. It seems that the ancient altar has completely lost its function. Suen didn't stay long and walked out of the secret passage. Back in the ruined mansion, Suen was already out of breath. Losing a large amount of blood made his head dizzy. And the things on his body were taken away by Yvonne and his gang before he crossed over. He urgently wanted to find some food to fill his stomach and replenish his energy. Otherwise, he knew he would not be able to go far alive. I wonder what kind of existence Pistoia is and where that special space is. Suen looked at the ruined mansion and felt like it was all just a dream. According to Marcus' previous words, more than 10 people in Ivan's group died in the mansion, so he should have seen the bodies no matter what. But Suen looked around and didn't see any bodies at all. Even the spider webs on the passage indicated that no one had come except for himself. Suen didn't find anything in the house and walked out of the door. Walking into the courtyard, he noticed that the sky was gloomy, as if the dark night was covered by dark clouds, and everything around was hazy. The mansion seems to be built on a half-mountain slope. With the enhancement of his enhanced vision, Suen could vaguely see the shadows of some large buildings in the distance. It looks like a ruined ghost city. There are no light sources in the city, shrouded in mist, and there are faint shadows of huge moving creatures. Seeing this scene, Suen's gaze gradually deepened, and he muttered to himself, the mysteries of this world are becoming more and more intriguing. Like discovering a mysterious map that has never been explored in a game, the strong desire to explore made his heart restless. This is also one of his beliefs in order to survive. However, if a ruined mansion is so strange and dangerous, there must be dangers lurking in the ruined buildings in the distance. Suen had no intention of exploring the city ruins now. He carefully looked at the map on his retina and planned to first find the route the original host came from and return the same way. The map is even more strange, with the route from top to bottom. It means that if the scale on the route is not marked incorrectly, Suen is now at least hundreds of kilometers deep underground. Who would build such a large city in such a deep underground? This is a very strange point. Moreover, if this is underground, what is the meaning of the faint light source in the sky? This underground space is also unusually large. However, Suen, who had witnessed the power of transcendence, did not delve into these questions. No matter how strange this world is, it is within his expectations. Suen compared the directions and planned to leave the mansion. But just as he took a few steps, he saw a bloody figure lying in the dilapidated garden of the mansion. The shiny bald head immediately alerted Suen. Obviously, this guy is Ivan, the leader of the bandits. At this moment, this guy's metal scales had fallen off, and his skin was covered with wounds as if he had been tortured. This guy is still alive. Suen looked at the slightly undulating chest of the bald head and felt a little surprised. He thought that Pestoya's ability should easily kill this guy. Could this also be a gift she specially left for me? Or does this bald guy have some life-saving means to escape from that special space? Suen pondered for a moment and chose not to escape, but opened the wooden box and took out the rune puppet. Then, he slowly walked towards the bald head. It just so happened that he urgently needed supplies to survive, and this bald head came at the right time. 20 meters, 10 meters. When he reached within 10 meters, Suen also let out a sigh of relief. Even if the bald head still had the strength to resist at this time, the rune puppet should be able to control him. Obviously, Suen's caution was unnecessary. The bald head had already completely lost consciousness. Facing this guy who had almost killed him before, Suen had no mercy. He drew the dagger from his waist and stabbed it into his heart. The sharp dagger accurately pierced through the ribs, instantly ending the bald head's life. Suen looked at the lifeless bald head and finally relaxed. At this moment, a strange scene appeared. Suen fixed his gaze and saw a greyish, glowing mist-like substance appearing on the bald head's body. He thought it might be a corpse transformation or evil spirit conversion, but before he could think too much, he found himself having an urgent desire to devour that mist unconsciously. It was the kind of craving one feels when extremely hungry and sees food. Could this be a soul? Suen suppressed that desire and suddenly realized something. He tentatively touched the mist with his hand. In the next moment, a series of images and information flooded into his mind. You have obtained Ivan Adam's memory fragments. You have acquired some basic mechanical knowledge. You have captured a piece of information. Oh! Sabina's peaches are really big. Combat experience +5. Mental power +0.1. This mist is actually Ivan's memory fragments. Suen found that his mind suddenly had something extra. First, it was like watching a movie, seeing Ivan modifying and maintaining the mechanical arm, and seeing him fighting with others. However, after the mist was devoured and fused, there was no longer any barrier. That memory seemed like his own personal experience. As for the erotic scene that flashed into his mind, compared to other surprises, it was naturally ignored. When he came back to his senses, Suen realized that he seemed to have acquired some of Ivan's skills. He looked at his panel again. Indeed. His mental power had increased by 0.1, and a new skill, basic mechanical knowledge, appeared in his skill list. The increase of combat experience +5 made Suen estimate that even if he trained hard for 3 to 5 months, he might not have achieved such a huge improvement. He suddenly realized the potential of this Reaper of Death ability. This ability, S004 Death Reaper, can actually strip memory fragments from the soul and make them his own. Realizing the potential of this ability, he couldn't believe it. Is this ability so incredible? Although this talent does not directly increase combat power, it is definitely a god-level ability for growth and development. He can strip the memories of deceased targets and gain some of their abilities, no wonder it's called the Death Reaper. The more Suen thought about it, the more he marveled. This meant that as long as he had enough memory fragments, he could easily master more skills and abilities. Magic, alchemy, mechanical knowledge, combat experience, marksmanship, and so on. Skills that others need to spend a lot of time experiencing and accumulating, he could instantly master. The future potential is limitless. Indeed, it is worthy of being an S-level talent. Without further thought, Suen noticed another problem. When the bald head was still alive, there was no mist on his body. It only appeared after he was killed. It seems that this Reaper of Death ability can only strip the soul of the deceased. But, whether dead or alive, where can I find so many souls to harvest? Thinking of this, Suen furrowed his brows. In the next moment, he murmured as if having a conversation with someone, Hey, don't be so excited. At this moment, he didn't realize that he had come to a cruel world where human life is as insignificant as grass. Here, death is like the wind, always accompanying everyone. Chapter 12, Bountiful Spoils of War. The bald man died, and Suen began to collect his spoils. The mechanical arm on his right arm was damaged in the previous battle. The barrel, valve, and high-pressure pipes were all cut open. However, this did not hinder Suen's research on this steampunk technology. He had just extracted the memories from the bald man and gained some basic steam mechanical knowledge. With a glance, he roughly understood the structure of this mechanical arm. It seems like the technology tree in this world is a bit crooked, a combination of alchemy and steam power. Suen looked at the runes engraved on the mechanical arm and fell into deep thought. Pure metal materials alone could not support such a complex structure, especially the ultra-high-pressure steam cannon. These mysterious alchemical runes played a very important role in maintaining the stability of the structure. However, his knowledge of mechanics was still limited, and he temporarily couldn't understand the principles behind these inscriptions and enchantments. Without looking further, Suen began to scavenge the other equipment on the bald man's body. Unfortunately, except for the dagger he just found, almost all the items on the body were damaged. The shotgun was also cut into several pieces, with only half of the barrel left in the holster. Suen couldn't help but feel disappointed. He didn't find the supplies he wanted and wondered, is this it? Don't these guys bring any food with them when they go out? Just as he was wondering in his mind, he suddenly noticed 3 black gemstone rings that the bald man was wearing. If Suen remembered correctly, one of them was peeled off from the finger of the coxcomb-headed man who died. He focused his attention and immediately received a response from the all-seeing eye. Damaged spatial ring. Explanation: inferior spatial equipment engraved with identity recognition runes, damaged. Spatial equipment. Suen looked at it and revealed an expression of just as expected. In this desolate underground world, water and food should be more important than weapons. These guys didn't even have a water bottle, which was abnormal. He took off one of the storage rings and put it on his finger. With a thought, he suddenly saw that the black gemstone on the storage ring was a folding space. Approximately half a cubic space, densely packed with various bottles and jars. Red, green, arranged in rows, they looked like potions. Suen randomly took out a red test tube of potion and identified it with the all-seeing eye. Inferior healing potion, oral. Explanation: quickly stops bleeding and accelerates wound healing, although there are impurities, there are no significant side effects. Then he looked at a blue one, which was for restoring dark spiritual power. There were also some high-level potions with inscriptions on the test tubes, but there were only a few of them. It seems that emergency medicine is essential for adventurers. Now I probably won't die. Suen felt delighted. Just a moment ago, he was worried about the lack of essential potions. The wounds on his body could become infected and inflamed, posing an unpredictable and fatal threat. Now that he saw these potions, he immediately opened a medium-level healing potion and drank it. He then used an external disinfectant to clean his wounds. If it weren't for the all-seeing eye, Suen felt that even if he saw these potions, he wouldn't know that they were life-saving potions stored in these test tubes. Of course, there were also poisons. Now it seemed that this talent ability was really a perfect match for him as a transmigrator. What was amazing was that after Suen took the potions, he suddenly felt a tingling sensation in the palms of his hands. He knew very well that it was the accelerated division of cells, a sign that the wound tissue was healing. However, under normal circumstances, this healing sensation would only become apparent several days after the appearance of the wound. What amazing potions! If they were available in my previous life, they would be life-saving miracles in surgery. Suen's current vision allowed him to clearly see his wounds healing at a visible speed. It seemed that it would be completely healed in less than half an hour. However, he couldn't help but mutter, it seems a bit wasteful to use medium-level healing potions for this kind of injury. The medium-level healing potion seemed to have such a powerful effect that it should be used to treat more severe injuries. The wounds on his palms seemed to be enough with the inferior potions. But Suen didn't feel regretful about using them on himself. In the second storage ring, Suen found the food and water he wanted, but they looked very unappetizing. The food was hard, like bricks of black bread, and the water was murky. If it weren't for identifying it as inferior drinking water, Suen wouldn't have thought that this turbid liquid, which seemed to be directly pumped from a swamp, could be drinking water. Not in a hurry to eat, Suen checked the last storage ring, and inside were weapons. There were 2 punk-style pistols and a short-barreled shotgun. There were also numerous bullets and replacement parts for the mechanical arm. The guns were of good quality, and the bullets were not ordinary gunpowder bullets. After identifying them, Suen found that among the ordinary bullets, there were some special alchemical bullets with engraved magic patterns, such as alchemical bullet, high explosive, alchemical bullet, armor piercing, alchemical bullet, demon breaking. There weren't many of them, but they seemed to be very powerful. There were no other food items in the last storage ring. Suen had no choice but to eat. Low blood sugar had already made him feel dizzy. He took a few bites of the black bread and drank some water that had a rotten taste. While eating, Suen couldn't help but wonder. Judging from the equipment carried by the bald man, the production of firearms and bullets seemed to be very sophisticated in this world. However, the food was quite miserable. Do these guys really not have access to clean drinking water and food? It was hard for Suen, who had transmigrated, to understand why these guys could have such sophisticated equipment but couldn't guarantee a pot of clean drinking water and food. He vaguely guessed that it might be because the living environment in this world was extremely harsh. Suen sat next to the bald man's corpse, eating while watching the physiological features of a living person gradually disappear from the body, the skin turning pale, and the body temperature gradually fading away. While he was still counting the items in the storage ring, he suddenly noticed 2 glowing objects on the bald man's body. A palm-sized blue scale slowly condensed on the skin of the corpse, and there was also a dark red fibrous bundle that looked like muscle fibers. After identifying them, they turned out to be 2 special items. Adamantite scale, damaged. Explanation: damaged alchemical plant equipment. Perhaps you can extract some useful transcendent materials from it. Cursed item, resilient demon muscle, damaged. Explanation: material for the warlock's strength-based Iron Goliath job. It is missing some of its cursed properties and needs to have the curse runes redrawn to be used. So this is the scale that made the bald man invulnerable before? It turns out to be something similar to equipment. Suen suddenly felt amazed. What kind of existence was this? It could turn into a tattoo and cover the body, and with a magic array, it could be activated to become a physical object. Now that the bald man was dead, it was peeled off. The alchemy that frequently appeared in the all-seeing eye was becoming more and more intriguing to him. After the demon muscle was removed from the corpse, the visible size of the bald man's body decreased significantly. Suen also understood what was happening. He realized, so this is how job materials are used, directly fused into the body to enhance physical attributes. He immediately thought of the job material of the puppeteer that he had in his hands. After becoming a puppeteer, it could greatly increase agility and skill. Now it seemed that this demon muscle of the bald man was the root cause of his exaggerated strength. However, even if he knew the principle, Suen found that he still didn't know how to become a job. After filling his stomach reluctantly, Suen had also sorted out most of the items in the bald man's storage ring. It wasn't that he didn't want to figure everything out, but identifying items with the all-seeing eye was not without cost. Identifying consumed dark spiritual power. The higher the level of the item, the more it consumed. He now had only a few dozen points of dark spiritual power left in his body, and even if he drank a restorative potion, it would take several hours to fully recover. Since he had already found the remaining potions and water, there was no rush to find out what the rest of the items were for. Suen loaded the 2 pistols with bullets. One was loaded with regular bullets, and the other was loaded with special alchemical bullets. He then holstered them at his waist. He planned to leave this place first and find a human city to learn about the situation in this world. As he was about to leave, looking at the bald man's corpse and the desolate manor, Suen suddenly had another doubt. According to reason, the original host came to search for this ruin. Why did the bald man kidnap the original host? Did he specifically track him down, or did a fellow companion suddenly turn malicious? Suen felt that the former possibility was more likely. Even if the original host was foolish, he probably wouldn't share such an important Baron Isaac's treasure with others. Moreover, even if he were looking for companions, he wouldn't choose someone like the bald man, who was capable of plotting for wealth and life at any time. From the information left on the retina, the original host's identity seemed to be very sensitive, like an exiled scion of a certain big family. When these conditions were put together, it became intriguing. First of all, in such a remote place, the chances of a chance encounter are very low. Judging from the previous interrogation by the bald man, they didn't know about the treasure or the true identity of the original host. So, their purpose in following him was very simple, to kill and silence him. And the reason they didn't act immediately might be because the bald man was greedy for the secrets on the original host, so he followed him all the way here. If they didn't know each other, there wouldn't be any old grudges. So, the most likely scenario is hiring a killer. Suen connected the limited information in his mind and roughly reconstructed the truth of the matter. He speculated in his mind, it also means that there are people who want to kill the original host wherever he came from. If I go back, I might be assassinated as well. Thinking of this, he frowned. This was not good news. It also meant that even if he returned to the city where the original host came from, he couldn't expose his identity. Otherwise, it might bring fatal trouble. This is a bit troublesome. Suen thought of something and muttered to himself, with such a handsome face, it's highly recognizable. Chapter 13, Grotto World. A few days later. In a complex underground passage, in a dark pit. Suen tried to suppress his breathing as much as possible, and his gaze was focused on a few hundred meters away. There, a humanoid monster was wandering aimlessly in the cave, hunting for food. It still had some human clothes and equipment on it, but its appearance had completely turned into a swollen monster like a giant tumor. Suen looked at the monster, his finger already resting on the trigger of the alchemy bullet-filled gun. As long as it came closer, he would blow its head off with one shot. Distorted humans. Explanation: humans who cannot withstand the curse's power and have turned into monsters, possessing strong auditory perception. They don't have much intelligence, only the instinct to hunt and kill. Luckily, not long after, the monster wandered away in another direction, not approaching the place where Suen was hiding. Suen also breathed a sigh of relief. Phew! How many strange creatures are there in this underground? This wasn't the first time he encountered such monsters. 3 days ago, when he walked out of the secret passage, he encountered one. Because he had no idea about the dangers of this underground, he didn't know that the sound of stepping on stones would attract these creatures with extremely sensitive hearing. Fortunately, with his enhanced vision, he noticed in time. The thing came charging at him like a mountain of flesh, almost killing him on the spot. The distorted monsters couldn't be approached at all. Just a random wound would cause your face to be covered in disgusting rotten flesh and mud. They had strong corrosiveness and a foul odor. Normal bullets were almost useless. Shooting at them was like shooting into a pile of mud. Or it would bubble, but have no effect. Luckily, Suen was prepared and used several high-explosive alchemy bullets. With precise shots, the monster was blown to pieces like a grenade. But he didn't have many alchemy bullets left, and there were more than just these monsters in the caves. If he hadn't awakened the Eye of Omniscience and greatly enhanced his night vision, he would have died many times on this journey with just the crude alchemy night vision goggles. Suen had previously thought that this underground world was a large mine or a cave. But the size of the underground space was so unimaginably large, not only with remnants of human cities but also a complete ecosystem with various animals, plants, and monsters hidden in the dark corners. Have you ever seen a glowing mushroom forest tens of meters high? Have you seen lizard-like creatures the size of dinosaurs? Have you seen red-eyed rats that look like locusts passing by? Have you seen a centipede that is over 10 meters long and really has 1,000 legs? And have you seen a giant tentacle monster with eyes covering the entire wall? Suen had never seen any of these in his previous life, but in these few days, his mind had gained a lot of strange knowledge. With the identification of the Eye of Omniscience, he also got to know many strange creatures. Most of these underground creatures were grotesque and disgusting, like deformed creatures after nuclear radiation. The living conditions here were extremely harsh for humans. Suen was afraid that the monster hadn't gone far, so he decided to stay in the pit for a while to replenish food and water. According to the map I found in the bald storage ring, I should be heading towards the B-level area with a higher frequency of human activity. Maybe I can encounter other hunting teams and find out the situation. Suen looked at the map with markings, checked the food and water reserves, and estimated that his supplies would not last until he reached the human settlement city marked on the map. Being alone, he had always been cautious and didn't dare to randomly shoot and kill the underground creatures, fearing that it would attract bigger trouble. These few days of experience had gradually given him a more accurate understanding of this mysterious world with transcendent powers. The fact that there was a huge city ruin underground indicated that there were a large number of humans living here thousands of years ago. Moreover, Ivan and his bald companions were miners, and it seemed that their team was specifically adventuring in the underground to search for supplies as a hunting team. Their pale skin was not only due to their bloodline, but also because they hadn't been exposed to sunlight for a long time. Suen suspected that even the destination he was heading to was not on the surface, but underground. But all of this was just speculation. If he could survive for a few more days and reach the destination, he would probably have a clearer understanding. After a short while, the feeling of fullness from the food made Suen feel that his glycogen was replenished, and he could continue on. At this moment, he suddenly remembered something and took out the Pestoya's brooch that he had put in the storage ring before. For the past few days, Suen had been pondering over the unknown information displayed as on the brooch. The mystery of Pestoya's death had always puzzled him. An abandoned mansion that had been deserted for thousands of years, a ghost species, a story with obvious doubts. It felt like a missing piece of a puzzle. Having watched over 1,000 horror movies and played countless horror games, Suen had a hunch that there was something wrong with this brooch. And in this world, there were many strange supernatural powers. It might be a big trouble. If he didn't know, he would just leave it alone. But since he had doubts, Suen didn't plan to keep this potential bomb with him. Now that he was far away from the mansion, he no longer worried about triggering anything bad. Without much hesitation, Suen dug a hole in the pit and buried the brooch, making a mark. He thought that if there was no problem, he would dig it out later when his cognition could identify the hidden information on it. Little did he know that shortly after burying it, a certain will within the brooch awakened and whispered from the abyss, "Hey! Did that kid discover something?" Unbeknownst to Suen, a group of black-clothed people arrived at the Storm Manor a few days after he left. In the dilapidated mansion, a blonde young man in a pink suit was leisurely drinking coffee. It seemed that he was already accustomed to the eerie and terrifying atmosphere, and it had no effect on his mood. Before long, the subordinates of the blonde young man had violently broken open the cursed space filled with creepy dolls. A man in a black suit approached, holding a box, and reported, "Young Master Evan, there was a ghost species in the cursed space of this mansion, and we have killed it." The man in the suit seemed relaxed, as if he had a lot of experience in dealing with such things. After a pause, he opened the box to display the spoils and said, "This is the cursed object we found after killing that strange creature. It should be the source supporting this cursed space. Master Nick has already identified it, and the quality of this cursed object is very high, with excellent effects." The blonde young man glanced at the black butterfly brooch in the box. Since it seemed to be a women's accessory, he wasn't very interested and waved his hand. "Teresa likes to collect these accessories. Send it to her mansion when we return." The man in the black suit respectfully replied, "Yes, young master." It seemed that this group of people also had the same treasure map as Suen. They quickly found the secret passage, then the maze, and finally the shattered altar. The blonde young man was still looking forward to the legendary relic of the most mysterious and powerful alchemy organization of the previous era, the Twilight Cross Society. He fantasized that if the altar really existed as recorded in the manuscript, he might awaken a legendary super talent. But unexpectedly, not long after, he heard some bad news. The captain of the suit-wearing guards walked over with a slightly unpleasant expression and reported, "Young master, we have explored the basement and it does indeed match the deciphered contents of the Isaac Alchemy manuscript. However, the ancient altar in the secret room has already been destroyed, and there is no way to perform the sacrifice ritual. Moreover," the blonde young man had a premonition that he would hear something bad. "Moreover, what?" The man in the suit said, "Moreover, after careful investigation, we found traces of recent human activity in the basement. So we conclude that the altar may have already been triggered by someone." Hearing this, the blonde young man angrily said, "How is that possible? We are the only ones who knew this information." After experiencing such a huge disappointment of missing the treasure, he suddenly thought of something and said angrily, "Damn it! It must be that old man from the Riga family who is causing trouble again. What about the ancient city ruins over there? We have sent people to investigate, but no one has come back alive." Preliminary judgment is that the danger level is at least red. On the other hand, after a few more days, Suen finally encountered living people. Chapter 14, Mechanical Prostheses. Lao-en, congratulations on your successful job placement. Your profession as a windrunner is suitable for a wide range of alchemical plant materials. Our main target this time is the lightning lizard or the dungeon horn dog. There are quite a few of these two types of monsters in the shallow depths of the dungeon. As long as luck is not bad, the chance of obtaining cursed materials is very high. Yes, if we happen to encounter the Beast King, perhaps we can even extract silver-grade cursed materials. Then we can ask the guild's mechanic to help refine them, and you, Vice Captain Leon, will become an official professional. Boss, guys, please don't make fun of me. Buying job placement materials and that plant equipment blueprint has almost depleted all my savings. If I don't gain anything this time, I will really become a pauper. Haha, don't worry, Vice Captain Leon. Once you become a professional, your combat power will skyrocket. The initial investment will quickly pay off, and we will rely on you to take care of us then. This is a fully armed hunting team, consisting of 8 people. They chose to camp in a building ruin with a dilapidated watchtower. The location of this campsite happens to be a must-pass route on Suen's map. While chatting, a vigilant team member suddenly noticed abnormal movements deep in the cave and shouted, "Be careful, someone is coming over there." The progress in the dark dungeon was not fast, and it would probably take another 4 or 5 days to reach the city where Suen originally came from. But Suen's situation was not good. His food was almost depleted, and if he didn't get any supplies, he would probably have to try hunting some dungeon monsters for food. But water was a big problem. Suen originally thought that there would be an ecological chain underground and that water sources should not be lacking. After walking in the dungeon for several days, he did find a few water puddles and seeping cracks in rocks. However, the all-knowing eye identified them as various degrees of polluted water sources, which would cause distortion when consumed. Suen also vaguely understood why the water in the bald man's storage ring was so turbid but still drinkable. Compared to distortion, turbidity was acceptable. Suen had hoped to encounter some people who could buy drinking water and inquire about the situation. But obviously, meeting anyone in this desolate dungeon was not a good choice for asking directions or buying water. But now, he encountered such a hunting team. Having witnessed the ruthlessness of the bald man's group, Suen didn't think highly of the people in this world. However, he had no choice but to take the risk and make contact with this team. Because they had also noticed him. Obviously, there were special abilities among them that were good at long-range perception. Even before Suen saw them, they had already aimed their guns at him. Suen had amazing eyesight. When he saw the sniper on the high watchtower aiming at him with a sniper rifle, he had no intention of resisting and raised his hands, indicating that he had no intention of drawing a weapon. And on his waist, there was a wooden box hanging there, and with a slight touch, the puppet inside would drop out. 8 people, 2 snipers, and 6 in the camp. After observing for a while, Suen roughly estimated the situation. The range of the rune phantom puppet was only 10 meters, and he was trembling with fear at the thought of walking hundreds of meters. But if he chose to escape, the sniper on the opposite side would probably shoot him like shooting a mole. As he walked, he shouted loudly, "I mean no harm. I just want to exchange for some food and water. Boss, it's a human, not an anomaly." "Yeah, it seems to be a lone unlucky guy." "Hey! That kid's red fire gun on his waist, could it be the famous gun 3-headed ghost? Isn't that the gun used by Ironhead Yvonne from the Crow Gang?" "Yeah, I saw it too. Ironhead Yvonne is not someone to mess with." The small team camped in the ruins of the watchtower was obviously curious when they encountered a lone human here. After the bald man didn't make any dangerous moves, they let him come closer. Yes, that bald man was Suen. Without undergoing any cosmetic changes, how could he quickly change his facial features? Suen was worried that the troubles of his previous body would be passed on to him if he didn't change his appearance. Returning to the city with this face would definitely not work. Intentionally destroying his appearance, like disfiguring himself, would attract even more attention. Therefore, he decisively used the physical disguise method, shaving his eyebrows. If someone had tried it before, they would know that the most direct way to make a face suddenly unfamiliar is to shave off the eyebrows. It was definitely a disfiguring level disguise method, and it worked quickly. And, Suen had no attachment to any idol image. To be safe, he even shaved off all his hair. Then he used oil paint to apply eyeshadow and create a smoky makeup. He went from a handsome gentleman to a punk hooligan. Judging from the dressing style of the bald man and his group, this dark punk style was not uncommon in this world and was even mainstream. Just as Suen saw several people in this hunting team dressed in this way. Suen walked to the broken wall, and at least 10 guns were already aimed at his head. He didn't know if his understanding of steam machinery was insufficient, but he felt that the equipment of these guys in front of him, although not as sophisticated as the bald man's group, was much more complex and had a stronger sense of technology. They were equipped with various long guns and short cannons, strange-looking mechanical swords, mechanical shields, full-body metal exoskeletons for carrying heavy loads, backpack-sized steam-powered boilers. What surprised him even more was that the guy who looked like the captain had both arms replaced with well-made steam-powered mechanical arms. Not the external exoskeleton-type mechanical arms like the bald man, but complete mechanical prostheses that replaced flesh and blood arms. Did I guess wrong? This is not a magical world, but a cyberpunk world. Seeing this, Suen doubted his previous speculation. Perhaps, the tech tree of this world had already deviated, to the extent that they had developed technology like prosthetic modification, which was extremely difficult. With limited knowledge of machinery, he was confused. These people clearly appeared to be in a world of steam technology and magic, so how could they be connected to high-tech prosthetic limbs driven by nerves? This was a strong clash of technology mixtures, just like people from the Steam Age developing lightsaber technology from Star Wars. Theoretically, this was several eras apart in terms of technology. However, the confusion quickly disappeared. Suen did not show too much surprise on his face. And at this moment, the guys on the wall also seemed cautious and shouted, "Stop!" Suen cooperatively stood still. The captain with the mechanical arm asked, "Who are you?" Chapter 15, Annihilate Team. What kind of person are you? Facing the other person's question, Suen gave the prepared answer, saying, "I am a wilderness hunter. My team encountered a group of lightning lizards before, and my team got separated. Now I am lacking food and water. If you are willing, I would like to buy some or exchange for some." Because he lacked knowledge of this world, he tried to speak in ambiguous terms. This statement was half true and half false, not entirely made up. He did encounter a group of giant lizards before. But he didn't expect that these people in front of him seemed to be heading towards the hunting of those large lizards that were as fast as cheetahs. Suen clearly noticed their reaction when he said this, and the faces of the people on the other side showed a bright expression. Sure enough, someone directly asked, "You encountered a group of lightning lizards?" "Yes." Suen turned and pointed to the passage, saying, "On the left side of this passage, in the direction leading to Zone B11, there is a large group of them. I guess that's where their nest is." Hearing the accurate reply, the joy on the faces of the people on the other side became even stronger. The captain with the mechanical prosthetic limbs, Yu Guang, glanced at the gun hanging at Suen's waist and asked, "Are you alone? Which wilderness hunting group are you from?" Without thinking, Suen casually said, "I am from the Straw Hat Wilderness Hunting Group." "Oh." The captain squinted his eyes, seemingly thinking of something. His gaze also fell on the black storage ring in Suen's hand, and he asked, "Are you a member of the Crow Gang?" Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 8 people on the other side turned unfriendly. Suen keenly noticed the expressions of the few people and became alert. He didn't understand the exact meaning of the term Crow Gang, but he vaguely felt that the other party's tone was certain, as if they had figured something out about him. Clearly, something was wrong. He felt that the problem might lie with the gun at his waist. Without a comparison, he didn't know, but now that he compared it, the runic firearm he found from the bald man's storage ring looked much more advanced than the ones these people had on them. But obviously, admitting that he was a member of the Crow Gang might lead to immediate death. Suen knew that continuing to ask questions might lead to trouble, so he could only respond vaguely, "As you can see, I am a freelance adventurer. Sorry, I just wanted to buy some food and water. If you don't have any extra, then forget it." A freelance adventurer. The captain listened to Suen's response, and his eyes suddenly became playful. But he clearly saw Suen's hesitation and suddenly had a friendly smile on his face. He gestured to his subordinates to put down their guns and said, "No, what I mean is, if you don't have a faction, you can consider joining us. As you can see, we are the Steam Brotherhood. You can call me Dick." As soon as he finished speaking, someone next to him added, this is our captain, Dick, the famous silver mechanic hand of the Lang Street district in the East City. Suen glanced at his silver mechanical arm and casually said, "Of course, I have heard of Captain Dick's reputation." Flattery never hurts, whether he knew him or not. From the other party's tone, he guessed that this Steam Brotherhood should be a very large organization. Moreover, judging from the tone of the person next to him, this Dick should be very powerful. Dick, the silver mechanic hand, suddenly changed his attitude and invited, "Brother, would you like to come into the camp and rest? We can sell you some food and water. That would be much appreciated." Although he was no longer held at gunpoint, Suen felt that he had no right to refuse. He entered the camp, where a bonfire was burning. Suen had no intention of staying for long or speaking much. But obviously, the other side kept testing his bottom line. "What should I call you, brother?" "I am called Suen." "Brother, aren't you a professional?" "Well, not really." "Oh, then you should consider joining our Steam Brotherhood. Once you join a faction, there will be many employment materials and alchemy blueprints for you to choose from. You know, besides the Cross Society and the Crow Gang, no one in the outer city can provide more resources than us. And if you want to modify mechanical prosthetics, only our Steam Brotherhood is the top choice." "I will consider." Suen captured a lot of useful information from their conversation. It seemed that there was a distinction between the inner city and the outer city in that city. And there were 3 major factions in the outer city. Seeing that Suen did not agree, Captain Dick brought up the purpose of their trip. He tentatively said, "We came out this time to prepare the cursed materials needed for the vice-captain, Lorne, to craft alchemy prosthetics. Our target is the lightning lizard's leg tendons or the abyssal horned dog's skin. If you have these materials, you can sell them to us." "Sorry, I don't have any. Our team encountered danger shortly after we set out and didn't gain anything." The atmosphere of the conversation seemed harmonious. The other side prepared 3 days' worth of drinking water and food for Suen. Originally, Suen didn't want to think badly of human nature, but with the next move, he knew it was time to act. They handed him their water flask, and Suen used his all-knowing eye to appraise it, revealing a few words, "water with neurotoxin." Their intentions were clear. Before, they probably didn't act because they saw that he was alone and were unsure if he had any hidden cards or secrets. Now that they had tested him enough, it was time to act. Poisoning the water was the best choice. Once he drank it, everything would be over. Even if he didn't drink it, with so many of them, it wouldn't be too late to act. Now that he knew they had ill intentions, Suen looked at those people with a slightly unfriendly gaze. They seemed to be sitting around the bonfire chatting, but it felt more like they were surrounding him. And their wandering gazes were always on his gun at his waist. If he made any sudden movements, they would attack first. Suen pretended not to know and opened the water flask. He had no intention of reaching for his gun. He knew very well that even if he drew his gun quickly, he could only fire 1 or 2 shots at most. And there were 8 of them. Not to mention the highly threatening professional, Dick, the silver mechanic hand. But the good news was that, except for the 2 lookouts, the other 6 people were within 10 meters of Suen. And this distance was within the range of influence of the cursed item rune puppet. Suen had a sincere smile on his face as if he was about to drink the water. But just as the water flask was about to touch his lips, he stopped, as if he suddenly remembered something, and said with a smile, "Captain Dick, thank you for your hospitality. Although I encountered some danger on this trip, I did gain something." Saying that, Suen calmly reached for the cloth bag hanging at his waist and revealed the wooden box inside. "Suen, you are too kind." Although Dick's face was full of smiles, a hint of vigilance flashed in his eyes. He was confident that even if at this moment, Suen took out a hand grenade to detonate, he would be able to dodge it immediately. "This is something I found in a manor ruin before. I haven't figured out what it is for yet, so I'll give it to Captain Dick for now." Suen pretended to be clueless, with a relaxed smile on his face. He opened the box and took out the rune puppet. Since there were curse items that could control spirits in this world, there must be something to resist spirit control as well. In his mind, Suen was actually calculating that if it didn't have the desired effect, he would have an excuse. Clearly, Dick was blinded by Suen's kind smile and saw that he didn't make any dangerous moves. The few people did not guard against him. Of course, no one would have expected him to take out such a sinister thing. As soon as the puppet was exposed to the air, something strange happened. An invisible mental power fluctuated instantaneously. Obviously, the power of this puppet was stronger than expected. Even Dick, who saw the puppet, had a momentary stiff expression. The other 5 people by the bonfire also seemed to have lost their souls, their gazes fixed in one place. This was the moment Suen had been waiting for. Seeing the situation, a fierce light burst out of Suen's eyes. Without any hesitation, he pulled out his gun from his waist and pulled the trigger at the eye socket of Dick, the captain, in front of him. Suen had been paying attention before. As the only professional in the team, this guy, like Yvonne the Bald Man, possessed many magical transcendent abilities. So, even if he was controlled, Suen believed that this guy had to be killed first. Bang! The head exploded like a smashed watermelon. Obtained Dick Nelson's memory fragment 2. You have acquired some intermediate mechanical knowledge. You have acquired a memory. The distortion events in the city are increasing, I feel. Steam mechanical combat experience +4. Spirit power +0.13. A grey mist also appeared on the corpse. Suen waved his big hand, and the mist was swallowed into his soul. He didn't have time to digest the information he obtained and immediately raised his gun for another shot, killing the sniper on the watchtower in the distance. The bullet hit the abdomen, and a figure fell down. The 2 snipers were not within the control range of the puppet, but they didn't expect Suen to suddenly attack. Furthermore, they didn't expect that Suen could instantly control 6 people in their team and kill their captain. Suen fired 2 more shots without hesitation. He knew he didn't have a chance to shoot a third time, and the sniper on the other side wasn't a fool. Then he decisively leaped back and hid behind a mud wall. As expected, the next second, with a crack sound, a bullet exploded on the mud wall, shattering a large piece of it. The bullet directly penetrated the mud wall and narrowly missed Suen. Then, with a rapid succession of gunfire, the nearly 1-meter-thick mud wall was instantly reduced to rubble. At this moment, the only remaining threat was the sniper hiding in the watchtower. Suen knew that he was at a disadvantage in terms of marksmanship and terrain. If they engaged in a shootout, his pistol would definitely lose to the sniper rifle. Without wasting any time, he directly drew the rifle filled with special alchemical bullets, and then fired several shots towards the sniper's position on the watchtower. Alchemy bullet, incendiary, 2, alchemy bullet, high explosive, 2, alchemy bullet, shockwave, 2. Although the large caliber revolver only had 6 bullets, he used them to overwhelm the sniper directly. Suen had no idea that this round of shooting consumed much more ammunition than an average gunman would use in a year. The 3 types of special bullets had astonishing power, and after the ammunition was used up, the entire watchtower was blasted away. The explosion at a distance of 100 meters was quite loud, especially the last 2 shockwave bullets. Even Suen, who was far away, felt his head buzzing. Without any delay, Suen rushed out after the shooting. Due to his enhanced vision, he saw the struggling sniper trying to climb up from the tower in the thick smoke. Suen shot 2 more rounds at him. Bang! Bang! The body fell to the ground. Obtain Zenos Carter's memory fragment 2. You have gained some basic alchemy knowledge. Firearm experience +6. Spirit power +0.07. Suen didn't let his guard down and found the other sniper who had been shot in the abdomen and shot him as well. Then, he returned to the bonfire and without any hesitation, fired 4 shots at the 5 bodies that were twisted like marionettes, killing 4 of them. Only the vice-captain, Lorne, was left. From the moment the fight started until it ended, the entire process did not exceed 1 minute. A reorganized wilderness hunting team was wiped out by Suen's decisive action. However, there was a small problem. I extracted too many memories at once, and my head is a bit overwhelmed. After extracting the memories from 3 bodies in a row, Suen found that his head was a bit dizzy. It felt like staying up all night, with a confused mind. But he also discovered that if he didn't extract the memories in time, the grey mist on the bodies would become lighter and lighter. The longer the interval, the lower the quality of the extracted memories. After about 5 minutes, the grey mist on the body would completely dissipate. At this moment, Suen probably understood some of the limitations of the Reaper of Death ability. After resting for a while and completely digesting the memory fragments in his mind, Suen opened his eyes. Suen took a deep breath and looked radiant. With this Reaper talent, I feel like I can become invincible in this world. The soul fragments of the 7 bodies brought him many benefits. His mind was filled with all sorts of strange knowledge, as well as an understanding of this world. He felt visibly stronger. In just a few minutes of digestion, he felt that he had mastered knowledge and skills that would take 1 or 2 years of study to learn. Suen put the rune puppet back in the wooden box. He looked at Lorne, who was tightly bound, and muttered to himself, "I didn't plan to communicate with you in this way. Unfortunately, you had to harbor evil intentions." After putting away the puppet, Lorne regained his clarity from the mental confusion. Like waking up from a dream, this guy seemed to not understand what had happened yet. But when he saw the bodies scattered all over the camp and looked at Suen, he instantly showed a terrified expression. "You!" Suen didn't waste any more words and stabbed his right leg with a knife, coldly saying, "Now, I will ask you a question, and you will answer." Chapter 16, Old London. Originally, I wasn't shot dead by these guys. It turns out they recognized the origin of this gun. Suen felt fortunate that he narrowly escaped death once again. After interrogating for over an hour, he gave the last survivor of the Silver Hand hunting expedition a quick death. Only then did he understand that this group of guys didn't attack him earlier because of the rune gun he carried on his waist, the famous gun Three-Headed Demon. It was the gun that belonged to Ironhead Yvonne from the Crow Gang, capable of harnessing the energy fluctuations of special alchemical bullets. It turned out that the bald guy, who was notorious in the city called Old London, was a veteran killer in the Crow Gang, known for his ruthless methods and vengeful nature. Few dared to provoke him. Those guys saw Suen alone and had the intention to rob and kill him. However, they were unsure about his relationship with Yvonne, so they tested the waters first. Sure enough, no one becomes rich without windfall. Suen obtained the supplies he desired: 10 storage rings, as well as ample water and food. He didn't know the basic prices in this world, but looking at the total number of alchemical bullets on the 8 corpses, which wasn't more than what the bald guy had, he guessed that the price he paid was probably not small. But, he definitely made a profit. He took 2 of the most valuable items from the corpse of Silver Mechanism Hand Dick. A strange blood vessel and a bone. Cursed item, Trembling Witch's blood vessel. Quality, black iron. Explanation, material for the Warlock Mechanist Gunner occupation. After joining, it provides a moderate increase in skills and a slight increase in neural reflexes. The curse's special attributes are relatively intact, but it needs to be re-enchanted for optimal effect. Evaluation, body compatibility 61%, an ordinary material for joining. Golden Humerus bone. Explanation, a first-tier alchemical implant with high compatibility for the gunner occupation. It can replace a portion of the host's bones, toughness +6, stability +153%, bone strength +175%. 2 cursed items with intact special attributes. According to Lon's words, each of these 2 items could be sold for at least 100,000 lesuo on the black market. And the average monthly salary for ordinary mechanical workers in this world didn't exceed 3,000 lesuo. This was already a huge fortune that could make someone overnight rich. Suen was also glad for his judgment and promptly killed Silver Mechanism Hand Dick. According to Lon's words, official professionals were very strong. This Dick specialized in the modification direction of the gunner occupation. He replaced both of his arms with gun and cannon limbs. Once given the opportunity, he would definitely become a human-shaped Gatling gun. The flexibility of these limbs and the externally attached bones were completely on different levels. Even if his brain was under psychic control, his mechanical arms would automatically activate the counterattack device, a capability that came with the implant. And machines were not within the range of psychic control at all. If Suen had hesitated even for a moment before, once the automatic counterattack device in the mechanical arms was activated, he would have been the one to die. Several days later, Suen followed the route on the map and finally arrived at the city called Old London after narrowly escaping danger multiple times from encountering monsters. This was the only gathering place for humans, as Lon had informed him. An underground city. It's really spectacular. Although Suen had already heard about the tall walls of Old London from the people, he was still shocked when he saw the cement wall that was as high as a dam, reaching 100 meters. A city that was not inferior in size to the main city area of a provincial capital in his previous life was completely enclosed within such a high wall. Just the scale of this project alone could be considered an architectural miracle. Moreover, the high walls still bore many terrifying claw marks of giant beasts, impact craters like meteorite collisions, corrosion marks caused by spells. It was hard to imagine what kind of intense battle had taken place here in the past, and what kind of existence had left so many terrifying battle marks on this wall. Indeed, this city was also an ancient relic. It had silently stood here for thousands of years before these humans appeared. The all-knowing eye confirmed this statement. Suen looked up at the high wall and a string of text appeared. City wall. Explanation: an ancient city wall that has been built for over 1,400 years. Old London had 4 huge city gates in the north, south, east, and west. If Suen hadn't known about the situation in Old London beforehand, he might have foolishly entered through the main gate. Because that seemed to be the only passage that could enter this kind of city. If he did that, he would be subjected to inspection at the city gate. And without a legitimate identity, he would immediately be singled out for further investigation. The worst-case scenario would be the exposure of the original host's identity, and Suen would once again face assassination. As for outside the high walls, no one would choose to live outside the city for a long time except for hunting expeditions. Because they couldn't. It was like being in a radiation zone for a long time. Even if they didn't encounter monsters, the intense dark spiritual power would still cause a high probability of aberration in people. And the most common monsters outside the city walls were the aberrant humans wandering around. But in reality, there was another way to enter the city, and that was through gang smuggling. Suen learned a lot of useful information from Lon. Old London was divided into an inner city and an outer city. The inner city was where the rich and elite gathered, while the outer city was the commoners' district. Although the entire Old London was managed by Duke Roberto, who controlled the Black Tower, and his Raphael family behind him, the actual control of most of the outer city was in the hands of the 3 major gangs. The 3 major gangs in the outer city were the Steam Brothers in the Eastern District, the Steel Cross Society in the Southern District, and the Crow Gang in the Western District. They also represented the 3 mainstream branches of alchemy in this world, the Mechanical Faction, the Fusion Faction, and the Ancient Magic Faction. The essence of alchemy was equivalent exchange of matter. The Ancient Magic Faction had the ability to cast various spells like a magician. They excelled in alchemical potion brewing, enchanting, and mysticism. Although they could cast spells, they didn't believe in any elemental gods, and casting spells didn't rely on magical laws to activate them. Instead, it was a pure fusion of energy and elements, using alchemical principles to exchange the form or nature of the elements. For example, standing on the ground, an alchemist could transform the form of the earth element to create the earth spike spell. By consuming more energy, they could exchange the earth element for the fire element and release the fireball spell. The Mechanical Faction was also known as the New Faction. Their alchemical research direction was more focused on manufacturing mechanical devices, firearms, mechas, steam devices, and mechanical inscriptions. The mechanical limbs that had puzzled Suen before were essentially semi-technological products based on alchemy, rather than pure technology. The Fusion Faction was a combination of the 2 factions, with both skilled mechanical engineers and ancient magic practitioners who studied spells, accepting anyone who came. Suen couldn't use the original host's identity, so he didn't have a legitimate identity to enter the city. He could only choose to join one of the 3 major gangs and smuggle his way in. The bald Yvonne he killed earlier was a prominent figure in the Crow Gang, and that silver mechanism hand Dick was from the Steam Brothers. Although no one knew that it was Suen who killed these people, he still felt it was better to be cautious. Especially since he still had some spoils of war to sell, he didn't want to get into trouble because of them. Just like when the gun 3-headed demon belonging to the recognized Yvonne almost got him killed by those who wanted to rob and kill him. It seems like I can only join the Steel Cross Society. Suen avoided the city gate and took a detour under a segment of the wall in the southern district. Looking up, he saw a crude iron cage elevator on the city wall, ready to transport people into the city. Suen didn't hesitate much and walked over. Joining a gang had good benefits and plenty of transcendent resources. But in reality, most people in Old London would rather be workers for their whole lives than join a gang. Because the casualty rate among gang members was extremely high, and their lifespan was short. They replaced the city's public security department and dealt with aberration incidents, violent conflicts, and hunting expeditions within their jurisdiction, areas involving combat with a very high casualty rate. It was somewhat similar to Suen's previous life, where he sold his life on the battlefield for money, a mercenary. The main reason why the impoverished district with chaotic management allowed the existence of the 3 major gangs was that they took care of security. Chapter 17, Iron Cross. On the city wall, a group of armed militants stood, some in punk style and others in black suits and trench coats. Their clothes were all marked with a clear iron cross, which was the gang symbol of the Steel Cross Society. Every day in Old Lingdun, there were people who wanted to join the gang for various reasons, such as desperate fugitives, murderers, those who wanted to get rich overnight, and those who wanted to obtain transcendent resources. And on the high walls, they often recruited fighters to go outside the city. The gang leaders liked to wait here and recruit new members. Hey Kay, can you put away your blade implant? It's so flashy, it makes people think that the cross society professionals have never seen the world. We are all captains, can't you be more steady? Hehe, Smoke Boss, I just successfully integrated the blade implant, so I'm a bit excited. The high level of the gang has assigned you to take care of the 3 blocks on Green Street. Be careful in the future. There are many gambling dens and flower houses there. Although they are profitable, the old people in the gang have avoided them. Do you know why they let you take advantage? Isn't it because the Steam Party guys have been causing trouble recently? It's okay, if they dare to cross the line, I guarantee I'll chop off their heads, haha. As long as you know. Not only are the Steam Party causing trouble, but there have also been more incidents of distortion in the city recently. You'd better be more vigilant. Let me know if you need any help. Pick a few of the new recruits that you like. Thank you, Smoke Boss. Hehe, I hope I can recruit a few capable fighters today. The one speaking was a middle-aged man with a gloomy look in his eyes. He was smoking a cigar and lazily lying on a chair. Standing beside him were young people who emanated sharp metallic light, like blades. Suen looked up and saw the two of them. Without hesitation, he walked into the shabby iron net elevator and climbed up the city wall. Newcomer? Want to join our cross society? Yes. What's your name? Suen. What awakened talent do you have? D016 Hawkeye. Oh? So you're pretty good at marksmanship. It's alright. Alright, then follow me. You can call me Captain K. Okay. The process of joining the gang was unbelievably simple. Suen was asked a few simple questions and officially became a member of the Steel Brotherhood. As expected from the previous interrogation, the gang didn't care about your background. After all, the majority of people who joined the gang had a questionable past. As long as you dedicated yourself to the gang, no one cared about your past. In exchange for loyalty, the gang could also provide protection. No one searched him, no one asked too many questions, no one bothered him. Suen also breathed a sigh of relief, as he managed to keep his storage ring. The precautions he had taken earlier were useless, but it was a good start. Captain K looked only a few years older than Suen, but he seemed to have been in the gang for many years. To survive for many years in the underworld, one had to have skills. This K was also a formal professional, currently an agile type with a highly aggressive alchemical implant called Blade. Suen silently watched everything, his eyes shining with anticipation and curiosity for this new and exciting world. After waiting for a while, the recruitment for the day was coming to an end. Besides Suen, 3 other people were chosen by Captain K. One awakened talent was D082 Strongman, another was D071 Stone Skin, and the last one was D031 Enhanced Smell. They all had talents that could enhance combat abilities to varying degrees. Let's go, Smoke Boss. I'll take the newcomers to patrol the area. Okay. Kay greeted the middle-aged man who hadn't stopped smoking and got off the city wall. Suen remained silent throughout, following behind him quietly as an inconspicuous member. This young man named Kay was talkative and seemed quite satisfied with the new recruits. As they walked, he distributed a few stacks of banknotes to the newcomers, explaining, the benefits in the gang are 20,000 lis per month, and additional money will be given depending on the mission. Since our team is newly formed, we don't need to go outside the city to hunt for the next 3 months, so you can enjoy yourselves. The newcomers easily received their first substantial salary. 20,000 lis was equivalent to half a year's salary for an ordinary worker in the city's factory. Suen was slightly surprised, as he didn't know this detail. But looking at the excited expressions of the other 3, they didn't seem surprised. Getting paid before work, this would have been considered excellent treatment in his previous life. Was this still a gang? After thinking about it, Suen understood. In the gang, members couldn't guarantee that they would survive until the next month. Getting paid first meant enjoying life first. If something happened, it wouldn't be much of a loss. Moreover, there were no restrictions or constraints after joining the gang, not even restrictions on freedom. Suen could even take the money and run away. But no one would do that. Because if you were wanted by the authorities, joining the gang provided a way out. If the 3 major gangs were after you, there would be no place for you in Old Lingdun. Only a dead end. So for the majority of people, once they joined the gang, they could only go down one path. But for Suen, a high mortality rate? Tisk tisk, it didn't matter. Compared to facing death, the ordinary world would make him feel more bored. His awakened talent, Reaper, would inevitably involve dealing with death in order to become stronger. To avoid risks and become an ordinary person? No, coming to such a wonderful and exciting world, being timid and cautious would be truly boring. Suen looked at his slightly trembling pulse, and he knew that he also loved this world. Suen and the new recruits followed Captain K off the city wall and entered the city. The city was filled with densely packed slums, looking like a post-war Syria style from a distance. Just like the high walls, the reinforced concrete buildings in the city were ancient relics from thousands of years ago. The Great War seemed to have captured this city, leaving behind dilapidated buildings everywhere. And on top of these ruins, there were towering steam chimneys and steel container slums, which were the new buildings. As for the inner city, it was at the end of the line of sight. There was another high wall that separated it, with bright lights shining. Vaguely visible in the center of the inner city was a black tower of unknown height. The city was large, and they rode an open steam locomotive, speeding into the city. Suen remained silent, observing everything on the streets. As a transmigrator, he didn't dare to speak carelessly, afraid of revealing that he was completely unfamiliar with this city. But perhaps because Suen mentioned that his awakened talent was Hawkeye, which was considered one of the most practical combat abilities among D-level talents, Captain K seemed to value him. He specially reminded Suen, with your talent, you're quite suitable for the gunner sequence profession. I'll keep an eye out for relevant employment materials for you. Meditate more when you have free time, and when your dark spirit power is full, you can change professions. Let's try to have 2 professionals in our team. Suen responded, okay. K didn't say much more and waved his hand, saying, let's go, let's take everyone to patrol our designated area. Besides that, we can go wherever we want. Understood, Captain. Obviously, this was also what the others expected. No one wanted to take risks. Fancy meeting you here, Mr. Clive. Business must be booming. Mr. Milton, I heard you have some good goods recently. Remember to save a few beauties for me and my brothers tonight. The Cross Society controlled almost all the entertainment venues on Green Street. K and his group casually greeted the nightclub madams and the courtesans as they passed by. Suen was also quite surprised. This seemingly run-down industrial city actually had such a lively side. The liveliness of these entertainment venues was not much different from the large bars in his previous life, bustling with people. Groups of heavily made-up courtesans stood on the street, attracting customers. They wore revealing clothes, with long, slender legs and impressive breasts, making it difficult for people to look away. The streets were filled with a strong scent of sensuality. Playboy bunnies, Catwoman costumes, kipeo dresses with high slits, motorcycle leather jackets, maid outfits, bondage slave themes, noble lady styles. Suen didn't expect the fashion style in Old Lingdun to be so diverse. Almost any kind of sexy attire that could stimulate a man's hormones could be seen here. The courtesans were bold and sexy, not caring about the wandering hands of men on their bodies. Instead, when their hands reached certain places, they would even flirt and giggle. Hey, Elena, it seems like you've gained weight. No, I don't mean it in a bad way, I mean your butt feels even better. Oh, Lisa, why haven't I seen you recently? Are you fooling around with some man? Mua Captain K, do you want to have some fun tonight? K and the old members seemed familiar with the place, joking their way through the crowd. They were not only local bosses but also regular customers here. The survival rules in Old Lingdun were cruel. The ordinary civilians who couldn't engage in combat professions were very cheap. Here, spending a few hundred lis could find a good-looking courtesan for a night of pleasure. Therefore, the 20,000 lis monthly salary from the gang could allow people to indulge in pleasure until they were drained. Suen and the new recruits mingled with the crowd, becoming familiar faces. Green Street consisted of 3 main streets. Every corner was filled with violence, sensuality, and illegal transactions. They patrolled a street purely for entertainment, then a street full of taverns. Neon signs of various colors illuminated a world of drunkenness and debauchery. Most of the taverns on this street had a strong industrial style, with steel elements in every corner. Suen was starting to find the patrol boring when they encountered a problem. Passing by a place called the Elephant Tavern, a middle-aged man with a brown beard called out to K. "Hey, Captain K, you came at the right time. I have a problem in my tavern and need you to take a look." The tavern owner led them to the back alley, pointing at a half-bloodied corpse on the ground and said, "It should have happened last night. Some poor guy got drunk and slept in the alley. Now you can see, his body was bitten off by some unknown creature." This was the back alley of the tavern, filled with empty bottles. Unlike the glamorous front, it was dirty, dark, and smelly. Suen's eyesight allowed him to clearly see the half-body on the corpse. There were bite marks that looked like saw teeth, as if it had been gnawed by a creature of considerable size. And on the street corner, there were several dark sewer openings, emitting a foul stench. The owner seemed accustomed to such things and continued muttering, "Captain K, it seems that some monster has appeared in the sewer. I've also heard that homeless people have been disappearing lately. It seems that they were carried away by some man-eating monster, making people panic. I'm afraid if this continues, it will affect the business of our tavern." "Oh, I understand the situation." Kay glanced at it and kicked the corpse into a nearby trash can. The body would probably be eaten clean by rats soon, and no one would care who died. He scraped his boots on the ground, and Kay said, "Mr. Chapman, don't worry, I will send someone to investigate." With that, he didn't stay any longer and led Suen and the others away from the Elephant Tavern. After leaving the tavern and walking on the main street, one of the new recruits asked, "Captain, are we going to investigate later?" This was also Suen's question, as he thought it was their job. However, Kay smiled dismissively and replied, "Hee, investigate? The sewers in Old Lingdon are ancient relics from 1,000 years ago. The underground structure is 10 times more complex than the surface roads, and no one can figure out the underground structure. It's a paradise for all kinds of distorted monsters down there. Who the hell wants to go to such a stinky place?" After a pause, he looked at the new recruits and said, "As long as those monsters don't come to the surface, we don't need to worry about it. We have this free time, so we might as well enjoy ourselves." "Understood, Captain." Obviously, this was also what they expected. No one wanted to take risks. The next stop after the entertainment district and taverns was the gambling dens. The group made their presence known at all the establishments on Green Street, marking their territory. Before long, they arrived at the underground boxing gambling den. And when Suen saw the cloud of mist appearing on the dead gladiator's body in the arena, his eyes lit up. Finally, it wasn't so boring. He knew that for a long time to come, he would probably have things to do. Chapter 18, Death Battle. Suen didn't expect that there would be a death battle in the underground casino of the Green District. This is a very brutal fighting competition, with no rounds, regardless of points, only victory or defeat. Because it is a fight to the death, gladiators will do their best to fight, with strong entertainment value. Because the killer moves are often instantaneous, it leads to a lot of uncertainty in the outcome, making it more exciting and entertaining for gambling. Therefore, this bloody gladiatorial match is the most popular gambling event in the underground world. Suen followed Captain K into the combat gambling den called Crimson Stronghold. Each gang has its own reputation. Whether they know each other or not, gamblers will unconsciously make way when they see the cross-star symbol on their bodies. The air was filled with a sweet fragrance, which was a hallucinogenic drug that could stimulate the nerves. Pharmacology is the basic skill of alchemists, and there are people in the black market who specialize in making these addictive hallucinogenic drugs for sale. Shatter his skull. "Oh, Doombringer, get up quickly. I've bet 10,000 lisos on you, don't let me down." "Ha ha ha, Skull Crusher is going to win. Kill him, kick that guy's head to pieces." The underground second floor was as big as an indoor basketball court, with a huge octagonal net cage in the center. On the arena, 2 gladiators covered in blood were fighting to the death. The pace of the battle was fast. After a few rounds of fighting, the strong gladiator named Skull Crusher snapped his opponent's neck, and the casino erupted in cheers like a tide. Of course, there were also curses from the gamblers who lost their bets. And Suen's gaze focused on the grey mist floating above the corpse in the distance, his eyes narrowing slightly. Before, he felt that his Death Reaper didn't have much room to play after entering the city. Now it seems that joining a gang might not be a bad idea. Kay looked at Suen's gaze with a strange look, guessing that he was probably attending this kind of gladiatorial match for the first time, and also introduced to the newcomers, this is the hottest gambling method in our green district. As he spoke, he pointed to the private rooms on the highest level of the audience seats and said, "See that? Many of those private rooms belong to important figures from the inner city. They are the real big spenders." Listening to this, a newcomer asked, "Will the important figures from the inner city come to the outer city? Aren't those arrogant guys disdainful of our dirty and run-down outer city and never set foot here?" "Hehe, quite a few of them come." Kay shrugged, seemingly not respectful towards the people from the inner city. After all, the inner city doesn't have such exciting matches. Those guys want to have fun, they have to come to our territory. But it's also because of these big spenders that we can live so comfortably. As he said that, he seemed to remember something and warned the newcomers, although we and those people from the inner city are from two different worlds and are unlikely to have any intersections, if you really happen to encounter them in the future, don't provoke those people from the inner city. Otherwise, it will cause trouble for our boss. Suen also nodded along with the newcomers. "Understood, Captain." Kay led the group to wander around the casino, making the newcomers familiar with the place. "All right, today's mission is done. You can go do whatever you want, just remember to bring your communicators." "Okay, Captain." "Get lost, stop flattering." As soon as Kay announced off-duty, the veterans scattered excitedly. He looked at the still confused newcomers and said again, "It's your first day in the gang, so you can have some fun. The taverns and brothels we just passed by are all under the protection of our cross society, and there are discounts if you want to find girls." Upon hearing this, the other three newcomers showed eager and ambiguous smiles on their faces. Kay seemed to notice that Suen was more interested in the combat arena and specifically advised him, "You can try other things, but it's better to stay away from gambling, especially this kind of combat arena, it's easy to get addicted. With that money, there are plenty of other things to enjoy." The group said, "Understood, Captain." Kay then seemed to remember something and gave an example. He pointed to the only veteran who hadn't left yet, Sam, with a disdainful expression, "Look at this guy Sam, he spent his salary from last month in one night. Now he has to rely on the help of our brothers in the gang to eat. Isn't it embarrassing?" On the side, Sam, who was pointed out, looked like a wronged little wife, murmuring weakly, "I won several rounds and made thousands. I didn't expect one upset, I was angry and raised the bet." The mentality of a gambler is the same in any world. When winning, they don't leave, when losing, they want to make it back, and when they lose even more, they double down, sinking deeper and deeper. Suen also understood while listening that Kay was worried that he would lose all his money in one day. This captain seems to be a good person. Kay rolled his eyes, not listening to this guy's explanation, waved his hand, and said to Suen and the others, "All right, you can go now." Everyone nodded, "Yes, Captain." As soon as Kay left, the group felt liberated. The other three newcomers had been thinking about the beautiful women they saw earlier. Being in a gang, isn't it for the carefree life of having alcohol, meat and women? "Suen, aren't you going?" "No, I want to stay here for a while." Suen didn't go to the brothel with the other three. His attention had been on the arena. His rationality told him that, compared to women, enhancing his strength was the capital to survive in this world. His awakened talent, collector, focused on development. Only by living long enough would he be able to obtain everything he wanted. In just a moment, a new gladiatorial match began. In the octagonal net cage, two new gladiators replaced the previous ones, and a bloody battle to the death began again. Suen squeezed through the crowd of gamblers and approached the net cage. If he remembered correctly, this would be the passage where the bodies were dragged away. There were at least thousands of people in the casino, and it was noisy. No one would pay attention to where a failed body was dragged away, but Suen was also worried that someone would notice his actions of collecting soul fragments, so he deliberately chose this inconspicuous corner. At this moment, a graceful woman carrying a tray squeezed through the crowd. She smiled at Suen with a charming expression and asked softly, "Sir, do you want to place a bet? If you can't bet on this match, you can bet on the next one. Blind guessing will have additional multiplier bonuses. Buy 1,000 on the red side." Squeezing to the front like this, anyone would think that Suen was an enthusiastic gambler. Suen naturally took out a stack of bills and placed them on the tray. The woman was pressed against Suen by the crowd, and her chest was deformed by the pressure. She seemed to not mind, took the money, handed over the ticket, and threw a flirtatious glance at Suen, saying, "I think sir will definitely guess correctly." "Well, I think so too." Suen smiled faintly. He didn't think that his bald appearance now was handsome enough to attract the initiative of beautiful women. When he observed earlier, he had already noticed that the betting ladies in the casino would try to please the customers, because the winning gamblers would generously tip them. Despite being touched by those perverted hands, their income for one night was even more considerable than most of the male gamblers. This job earned much more money and was much easier than the prostitutes standing outside. "Kill him! Kill him!" Near the net cage, a group of gamblers holding betting tickets were shouting their gladiator's name hoarsely. Although Suen wasn't interested in gambling, he was also fully focused on observing the battle. This was the first time he had seen such a bloody and brutal fight, and a certain suppressed emotion inside him started to stir. The fighters on the arena gave him his first lesson in interdimensional combat. The punches were fierce, and the killing intent made one's scalp tingle. Suen imagined himself as one of the gladiators in the arena, feeling deeply moved. No wonder the all-knowing eye only rated my combat skills as advanced beginner. If I were to face them on the arena, I would probably be killed as soon as we met. At this moment, Suen saw the huge gap. The attack moves of the gladiators on the arena were ruthless, sharp like bullets, like daggers, stabbing at vital points, and immediately following up with a finishing move, not giving the opponent any chance to counterattack. One strike, one kill. This kind of combat had no fancy moves, everything was aimed at killing. This was completely different from the combat Suen had in mind. This world gradually revealed its cruel side to Suen, the transmigrator. Chapter 19, A-Class Wanted Criminal. Haha, I knew it, the blue side is definitely going to win. After all, this guy's height and arm span are too advantageous. Before long, amidst the cheers of the gamblers, another fighter was killed, and the match ended. The gamblers cheered for the winner, while the body of the loser was dragged away from the octagonal cage like a dead dog, leaving a glaring bloodstain on the ground. Suen calmly watched the scene before him. When the body passed in front of him, no one noticed that a grey mist was swallowed by him. You obtained Wattsmith's memory fragment 2. You obtained the information. I really don't want to be someone's slave and fight in this damn underground boxing match. You have mastered the skill ground technique, cross-lock, combat experience +2. Mental power +0.05. Suen digested the just obtained memory fragment, a sharp light flashed in his eyes, and he felt somewhat surprised in his heart. I actually directly comprehended a combat skill. This was the first time that the Reaper of Death had stripped off a complete skill. Does that mean that he also has a chance to directly strip off complete alchemy and spell skills? In that instant, Suen suddenly felt a sudden surge of excitement. Although he couldn't always strip off useful skills from the souls of the dead, fortunately, there were many bodies. In this deadly battle, there were 7 or 8 matches in one night, and over 200 bodies in a month. Moreover, the fighters were skilled combat experts, so there was a great possibility of stripping off combat skills. Compared to the difficulty of killing a few enemies and obtaining memory fragments, this method of collecting memory fragments was much easier. Just by staying at the arena and watching the matches, there was almost no risk. If he could survive for a few more months, Suen felt that his combat power would definitely undergo a qualitative leap. Of course, the premise was that he could survive long enough in the average short-lived gang. On his first day on the job, Suen suddenly started to like this gang identity. After one match, without resting for long, the next one began. Suen's attention was focused on the bodies, and he didn't notice the betting girl in hot pants who had walked over with a smiling face. She handed him a tray and smiled flirtatiously. Hey, sir, congratulations on your correct guess. Do you need me to help you place bets for the next match? The final match tonight is a true professional one. Professionals participate in this kind of deadly battle. Suen's gaze slightly paused. He wasn't particularly happy about winning money, considering the ratio. He probably won over 1,000 Li Suo. What surprised him was that there were actually professionals participating in this deadly battle. In his opinion, those professionals with magical transcendent powers could do something else instead of earning this desperate money. Seeing that Suen seemed interested, the betting girl asked again, Sir, which one do you think will win? Do you want me to place bets for you? As she spoke, she had already pressed her body against Suen's, like a little cat, and even rubbed against him. Suen naturally understood that this wasn't a romantic encounter, but a subtle way of asking for a tip. He wasn't stingy either, so he took out 2 green bills of 100 Li Suo each and stuffed them into the girl's bra. This was the proper behavior of a normal gambler. Haha. Thank you, sir. The girl felt a tickling sensation in her chest, and not only did she not feel taken advantage of, but she also smiled even more flirtatiously. Suen's hand didn't linger for long, he took out a few more stacks of banknotes and said, I'll bet on the red side for the next few matches, 1,000 per bet. The boss has a good eye, I also think that the red side has a higher chance of winning tonight. The girl filled out the betting card, blew a kiss full of charm, and then left gracefully. The life and death battles in the octagonal cage were still going on, and Suen was also carefully observing each battle. In addition to stripping soul fragments, he was also earnestly studying the combat techniques of this world. Although these gladiators were not professionals, their physical fitness was far superior to that of humans on Earth, and their fighting styles and techniques were completely different from what Suen had known. To disguise his purpose of collecting and his actions, he played the role of a normal gambler, cheering for the side he bet on, getting excited when he won money, and lamenting when he lost. On his first day in the gang, he felt that the environment was quite relaxed, and his intuition told him that someone's eyes were occasionally watching him. The identity of the original host was problematic, and he didn't want to attract too much attention. And indeed, that was the case. While playing cards with the captain, K, who had been with him for a long time, received a report from his subordinates. What are the new guys doing now? That Suen has been gambling at the arena the whole time. The other 3, Kaj went to the tavern, Sepa and Andrew went to the Emperor's bath. Oh, I see. K responded to the report without expression and didn't say anything more. Sam, who was sitting across from him, was also a long-time member of the gang. He spoke without any reservations and curiously asked, Captain, why do we have to keep an eye on those new guys? Boss Smoker said before, normal people need to eat, drink, gamble, prostitute, and smoke, it's a basic human instinct. And those who don't show desire either have ulterior motives, are extremely self-disciplined, or are monsters. None of these can be our friends. Kay continued playing with the playing cards and explained indifferently, I don't want anyone with ulterior motives to infiltrate our team. Suen found that his luck seemed to be quite good. He won more and lost less in the matches he bet on, and he even made a few thousand Li Suo. Finally, the last match began. And before the match started, there was a rumbling sound of elevators in the underground of the arena. The net cage of the octagonal cage was removed and lowered underground, and a huge transparent glass cover rose up. After this unusual movement, the gamblers at the scene were not surprised, but instead erupted into waves of exclamations. Wow, we're in for a good show tonight. Suen looked at the thick glass walls on the stage and felt a sense of familiarity. Wasn't this the bulletproof glass from the bank counter in his previous life? It just looked thicker. And the fat gambler next to him seemed to be a regular customer here. He muttered, tisk tisk. It's been a long time since I've seen this explosion-proof cover rise. It looks like the 2 professionals who came tonight have strong combat power. At this moment, the first contestant had already entered the stage. He was a guy who was being escorted by several mechanical arms, looking like a prisoner. Suen looked at his posture and raised an eyebrow slightly, a dangerous person has arrived. The moment this person appeared, the scene instantly exploded. How is this possible? How could it be him? Someone in the crowd recognized the person's identity and exclaimed, A-class wanted criminal Scorpion Abel, this guy is a genuine second-tier professional. To think that he would participate in this fighting match. Others began whispering to each other, it seemed that no one had expected the level of this match to be so high. I heard that this guy was caught by the Umbrella organization in the inner city after causing trouble. I didn't expect it to be true. This match is interesting. This guy has committed countless murders, and he has been rampant for so many years without being caught. He must be quite skilled. To be able to have Scorpion Abel participate, who will his opponent be? Could it also be a second-tier professional? Hehe, that's rare. Second-tier professionals are top-notch experts no matter where they are, and they are actually sent to the arena. Second-tier? Suen listened to the conversations of the gamblers and found it hard to believe. The Steel Brothers Association was already one of the 3 major gangs in Old Lingdun, and it was already considered a powerful large transcendent organization. But second-tier professionals were also rare. Even Captain K, who controlled 3 blocks, was only a first-tier professional who had just entered. But tonight's deathmatch actually brought 2 second-tier professionals, and one of them was destined to die? How strong are second-tier professionals? Suen's curiosity was also aroused. He didn't have much concept of the combat power of second-tier professionals. Both Ironhead Yvonne and Silver Mech Hand Dick, whom he had killed before, were first-tier professionals. But to him, they were already extremely strong individuals. If it weren't for fortuitous circumstances, 100 Suen probably wouldn't be able to kill them. And now there were 2 second-tier professionals? Does that mean I can strip the soul of a second-tier professional soon? Suen's surprise turned into anticipation. The match hadn't even started yet, and he was already looking forward to what he would obtain from the bodies. After the cheers, the second contestant also entered the stage. He was a burly man in a suit, with a cold and stern face, and a scar on his left eye, making him look like a cold stone. This guy was impeccably dressed, with shiny hair that was styled with hair gel. Even after stepping onto the stage, he exuded an air of superiority. He looked a bit like a bodyguard for some important person in the inner city. The host introduced his name. He was called Red Devil Gaelong. A guy who seemed to have no reputation in the outer city. However, the knowledgeable gamblers always managed to get some insider information. Upon hearing his name, it seemed that someone knew his background. Hey! Is it him? Do you know him? Some time ago, I heard that the personal bodyguard of a big shot in the inner city secretly had an affair with the beautiful wife, and their scandal spread widely. Could this Red Devil be the real master? It's possible. Otherwise, who would allow a second-tier professional to participate in a death match? Most likely, he was sold to the casino, or maybe he was personally sent by that big shot who was cuckolded. Tisk tisk, being a personal bodyguard for an important person in the inner city means he must have strong combat power. It is said that those big shots have high requirements for the talent of their bodyguards, at least C-level, or even rare B-level talents. Suen listened to the rumors around him and pondered. But it seemed like that Scorpion Abel was even stronger. Ding! The bell rang, and the match began. However, with the opening move, Suen, the transmigrator, was stunned. Splitting a bullet with a knife? Damn, this is so explosive at the beginning. Is this the power of a second-tier professional? Suen was dumbfounded. Just a moment ago, he felt that he was very strong, or rather, with the talent of Reaper of Death, he would become strong in the future. He was full of confidence. But seeing the skills of these 2 people, Suen instantly felt an overwhelming pressure, and his confidence was so ignorant. This was the power that he couldn't even imagine matching with his current knowledge. He could hardly imagine, no. He couldn't even think of any means to deal with the probing attacks of the 2 just now. He felt that if he were to face these 2, even if he had a famous gun in his hand, he would probably be killed instantly. In that instant, Suen squinted at the 2 figures on the stage, and a certain thought burned in his heart. So this is the power of a second-tier professional. I can't wait to join now. Chapter 20, Second-tier Professionals. It seems like I'm going to lose money on the red square I bought. The Red Devil Gaelong is fighting against the A-class wanted criminal Yingxi Yabok. Suen's first impression is that Yabok will win. After all, both are second-tier professionals, and the infamous wanted criminal definitely has strong combat abilities. The other one is just an unknown bodyguard. Even if someone has great talent, a well-fed hunting dog kept in a greenhouse cannot compare to a hungry wild dog in the wilderness. But unexpectedly, this match completely overturned Suen's understanding. Under normal circumstances, when both gladiators enter the arena, the referee would ring the copper bell to announce the start of the match. But this match is different. Yabok had no intention of following the rules at all. In the moment when several mechanical strongmen released him from his restraints, this guy magically produced 2 handguns in his hands. He pulled the trigger and fired 2 shots at the suited strongman in front of him. This guy obviously knows that only one person can survive on this arena today. There are no damn rules that are more important than staying alive. Because they are close enough to the arena, Suen even saw a cold and mocking expression on his face. This guy displayed the word scheming to the fullest extent. This is an unrestricted combat, and fighters can use weapons they are good at, including guns. Suen finally understands why there is a blast-proof shield. But when he saw the second-tier expert launching a sneak attack, his expression immediately became strange. This guy has no sense of martial ethics. You are an A-class wanted criminal, and this is all the courage you have? The image of the second-tier professional that Suen had just established in his mind collapsed immediately. However, he also felt that this guy's cunning personality is suitable for the survival rules of this cruel world. A true villain, not pretending. No wonder he keeps committing crimes and can still survive for so long. Everything happened too fast. In less than a tenth of a second, that guy fired his gun. In the eyes of anyone, this move is very unfavorable for the suited bodyguard. These 2 shots are very tricky and unavoidable. Once hit, even if he doesn't die, he will lose the advantage after being injured. The gamblers who bet on the Red Devil Gaelong were about to curse the opponent for being cunning, but the turn of events came too quickly. Before the shocked expressions on the faces of the gamblers had time to appear, they suddenly saw sparks flashing in front of the suited bodyguard's hands, just as the gunshots and the sound of metal colliding sounded almost at the same time. A moment of silence. The gamblers in the hall were dumbfounded. Even Suen was shocked when he looked at the 2 men confronting each other in the arena. It seemed as if time had stopped for a moment, and his thoughts in his mind finally returned to normal. Suen looked at the short knife that appeared out of thin air in the hands of the suited bodyguard and realized what had just happened. He also seemed to doubt what he saw. The knife split the bullet? Damn! The sound of swallowing saliva filled the surroundings. No one expected that the suited strongman would actually use a knife to intercept the 2 bullets from the sneak attack. He just stood there expressionless, calm as a cold stone. In the next moment, the entire arena erupted with half applause and cheers like a tsunami. The Red Devil! The Red Devil! The Red Devil! The emotions of the gamblers instantly reached their peak. This high-profile fighting match just started and it has already provided the audience with a visual feast, stimulating their nerves. The battle between the 2 second-tier professionals made everyone open their eyes. So strong! Suen's gaze narrowed as he focused on everything happening in the arena, not wanting to miss any details. At this moment, Yabok's expression also changed slightly. Only a peer of the same level can accurately perceive how strong the opponent is. Although he didn't underestimate his opponent and expected that the 2 shots might not hurt the other party, he didn't expect the other party to resolve it so easily. And at this moment, a sharp light flashed in his eyes, and he made his move again. Yabok's cloak fluttered, and suddenly a string of sharp throwing knives flew out. Ding! 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 With flickering flames, Gaelong easily intercepted the flying knives with his short knife. But obviously, Yabok didn't expect the throwing knives to harm the enemy. In that moment of splashing flames, he had already appeared behind Gaelong like a ghost. He was like a phantom, and a black dagger was slashing towards Gaelong's neck. It was as fast as teleportation, unbelievable. Seeing this scene, the underground gamblers also became excited. So fast, is that Yabok's speed, no wonder he is an assassin. It is said that the talent Yabok awakened is talent C009 Instant Body, which gives him the ability to make short-distance bursts. Within 20 meters, the opponent doesn't even have a chance to shoot. The A-class wanted criminal is indeed well-deserved. Suen listened to the shocked words of the gamblers around him, and his thoughts hadn't had time to digest when the 2 men in the arena had already fought several rounds. Yabok's speed of movement was extremely fast, like a ghost, as if the entire arena was his shadow. If it weren't for Suen's enhanced vision, he wouldn't even be able to see clearly that the 2 men on the stage had clashed 13 times, with 2 elbow strikes being blocked. And obviously, Gaelong was stronger. Despite the intense storm-like attacks, he calmly waved his short knife, accurately blocking each strike. That guy fights like a machine, completely calm. Suen watched carefully, and Gaelong didn't even move his feet, just stood in place and parried with his knife. It looked like the 2 were engaged in a fierce battle, but, upon closer inspection, even his suit was not disheveled. Are all the bodyguards of those big shots in the inner city this strong? Suen found it hard to believe. Yabok's ghostly body movements were enough to ensure his invincibility. Moreover, both his marksmanship and knife skills were top-notch techniques that were beyond Suen's understanding as an advanced combat beginner. But he didn't manage to harm anyone. Suen never expected that a bodyguard would be so strong. And there is more to come. The battle between the 2 second-tier professionals on the stage was very intense, and the ordinary gamblers were just enjoying the spectacle. Why doesn't Gaelong fight back when he's constantly being suppressed? He wants to fight back, but he needs to react in time. Yabok's speed is so fast that it's already good enough to block his attacks. You guys don't understand. That's the smart way to deal with it. Yabok has the instant body talent, it's almost impossible to catch him. But that talent consumes a lot of energy when used frequently. The best response is to stay still and adapt to changes. Gaelong is not stupid, but rather clever. Just watch, it won't be long before Yabok starts to panic. I didn't realize that big guy was so powerful. I still think Yabok will definitely win, his agility is too unpredictable. Most of the gamblers are ordinary people, and they only care about their own bets. The pace and techniques of the battle on the stage can only be understood by a few people. However, quietly, many experts have gathered around the Crimson Fortress gambling booth, even Captain K and the other veterans of the Cross Society have come to watch this exciting duel. The gamblers' eyes were outside of Suen's sight. In the private box on the second floor, those important figures from the inner city were standing in front of the one-way glass, watching this bloody battle with great interest. They are the real protagonists behind this match, and the heavy bets on the two gladiators are the most important reason for this competition. Beside the arena, Suen muttered to himself, "The test is over, is it time to get serious?" He knew that the excitement had just begun. After all, they are two alchemists. Chapter 21, B002. Abuk, the scorpion used all his means, but it seems to have no effect on the red demon Gaelong. Suen also noticed that if they continue like this, the one at a disadvantage will definitely be Abuk, who appears ghostly on the arena. The outcome of the match seems to have become confusing in an instant. And obviously, this A-class wanted criminal also realized this. At this moment, he suddenly backed away, then drew a distance, and instantly drew a hexagram alchemy on the ground with one leg. At the same time, his hand constantly changed gestures, and in an instant, he completed the transformation ceremony with a light drink, plant armor unseal. The gamblers below watched Abuk's actions and became excited again. Look, Abuk is getting serious. That's his alchemy plant armor, the legendary blue steel scorpion tail, forged from the hardest known alloy, mithril blue steel, indestructible. Hey, he actually forced this guy to use his special skill. I remember seeing him easily kill a reorganized security guard with this scorpion tail back then. Suen didn't expect that this guy would actually complete the unsealing of his plant armor in just an instant. He remembered that back at the Storm Manor, even the bald Yvonne seemed to have taken several seconds. But Abuk only took 1.3 seconds. At the moment when the alchemy array dissipated, Abuk's clothes suddenly tore apart, and his body crawled on the ground like a scorpion, with a nearly 3-meter-long metal scorpion tail appearing behind him. This plant armor scorpion tail was made up of sections of blue steel armor, with graceful lines and extraordinary flexibility. It twisted at a strange angle, as if it were a living creature. At the tip of the tail, there was also a sharp triangular blade, resembling a raised-necked eyelash viper. Even from a distance, one could feel the strong sense of danger. After unsealing the plant armor, Abuk did not give his opponent any chance to react and chose to take the initiative. The blue steel scorpion tail moved and made a strange, crisp sound of fine metal. This time, Abuk changed his previous fighting style and directly charged forward. The metal scorpion tail resembled the head of a predatory snake, and it actually shot out. It can stretch and retract. Suen, watching the scorpion tail suddenly stretch like a spring, was somewhat surprised. To achieve this level, the structure of this metal plant armor must be much more complex than he expected. It was not only mechanically complex, but also had numerous mysterious runes. Although it seemed like a frontal attack, it was actually an ambush. The suddenly ejected scorpion tail swiftly stabbed towards Gaelong's chest. Indeed, as soon as the plant armor appeared, Abuk's combat power increased several times. Gaelong could no longer stand still, and his short knife in his hand was unable to block the imposing scorpion tail. Clang! A spark flew. The harsh sound of metal friction indicated that the two had already fought for a round. Gaelong, holding the short knife, retreated violently. When he looked closely, he saw a smooth cut on his white shirt. Although he didn't see any bloodstains, this cut was extremely dangerous. And Abuk's attack obviously did not stop there. Unable to land a hit, the blue steel scorpion tail that could freely stretch and retract behind him stabbed out again. The sound of breaking wind was incessant, and the phantoms were everywhere. If it were in an open space, Gaelong might have enough space to dodge. But on the arena, especially on the restricted arena with the explosion-proof shield, his space for movement was already limited. Clang, clang, clang. The short knife and the scorpion tail clashed hundreds of times in a very short period, making it difficult for people to follow. No one expected that Gaelong, who appeared strong and sturdy, would have such agile footwork. This bodyguard in a suit, although he appeared disheveled, at this moment, he did not show any signs of defeat. So strong! Suen was completely stunned. The combat skills of these two fighters completely exceeded his understanding. In his previous life, no matter how powerful a fighter was, they couldn't perform such exaggerated moves and footwork. In terms of physical strength, speed, and reflexes, both of them had reached an unimaginable height. The moves that didn't seem to cause casualties on the arena were fatal to ordinary people, and even to official professionals. Any small mistake could lead to instant death. This deadly battle opened the door to a new world for Suen. Surprisingly, despite facing such a fierce attack from his opponent, Gaelong still blocked with his knife. Even though his suit was already riddled with holes and bloodstains, he didn't seem to show any signs of using his ultimate move. According to reason, as two second-tier professionals, this bodyguard should also have an alchemy plant armor, right? Or maybe he didn't have time to activate it. Why hasn't this guy unsealed his plant armor yet? What is he waiting for? Suen's eyes turned, vaguely guessing that things might not be that simple. And at this moment, what he expected happened. Perhaps after watching the fight on the arena for a long time, suddenly, the one-way glass in the private rooms on the second floor of the arena slowly lowered. A slightly obese middle-aged man with a gold-framed monocle, with a gloomy expression, shouted towards the underground arena in a deep voice, "Kill that guy, and I'll give you your freedom." This monocle-wearing man had placed a heavy bet on this match. Clearly, it was a situation where he was supposed to win, and he couldn't afford to have a draw or intentionally lose to that despicable bodyguard, causing him to lose a large sum of money. Although the voice was not loud, it seemed to have a magical power. Everyone's eyes turned towards him. Someone recognized the monocle-wearing man and whispered, "That's Mendez Batolov, the boss of the Batolov winery group." Old Ling Dun lacked clean water sources and did not have enough food to make wine, but the demand was high. Therefore, the wine industry, a highly profitable industry, has created many wealthy tycoons, and this Mendez Batolov is one of the top tycoons in the inner city. At this moment, Suen immediately understood what Gaelong had been waiting for. Humph! As soon as the monocle-wearing man appeared, a cold snort sounded on the arena. The entire person of the red demon Gaelong suddenly changed, like a lion awakened from sleep, the calm numbness in his eyes disappeared, and for the first time, a tangible killing intent burst out. The one who felt it the most was undoubtedly a book on the arena. This A-class wanted criminal, who had killed countless people, saw the sudden rise in Gaelong's momentum and felt a sense of danger. That terrifying gaze, like needles, pierced into his body. Originally, he wanted to hide some tricks and find an opportunity to escape. But now, he gave up on the idea of reserving his strength. Suddenly, he opened his mouth, and his lower jaw dislocated exaggeratedly, revealing a tube that shimmered with a metallic luster. Before others could see what had happened, a strong purple poison gas spewed out, instantly engulfing the entire arena. The large explosion-proof shield unexpectedly became the best barrier against the poisonous gas, but in just a few seconds, the entire arena was completely obscured. What happened? It seems like a book sprayed poison gas. This is bad, we can't see anything, and the air is toxic. That big guy is probably in danger. This arena is too advantageous for a book, an assassin-class professional. Hey, looks like I'm going to lose all the money I bet on the red demon. I heard some rumors that this guy is very powerful. The purple poison gas enveloped the entire arena, and the gamblers complained. But this kind of competition was cruel. Everyone accepted the result without watching the process. Suen also frowned as he looked at it. The poison gas that Abuk considered as his trump card would definitely not be simple. The arena was sealed, with no escape. Thinking about the powerful Gaelong, the best outcome would probably be a mutual destruction. It seems like I'm going to lose 1,000 coins. Suen muttered to himself, not feeling regretful about losing money. At least he witnessed such an exciting battle between professionals, and the ticket was worth it. At the same time, looking at the poisonous fog, his expression became somewhat strange, thinking to himself, if that guy had released this earlier when he stepped on the arena, wouldn't everyone in this casino be buried with him? Damn, this world is so dangerous. Suen felt that without strength, he could be in danger anytime and anywhere. The poisonous gas filled the air, and visibility was reduced to zero. The large gambling hall fell into silence, with only occasional whispers among the gamblers. Is it over? The gamblers were mentally prepared and waited for the result of this match to be revealed. But at this moment, suddenly, a strange sound caught everyone's attention. With a loud bang, it seemed like something heavy collided with the explosion-proof shield. Then, another rough thud sound came from another direction. Faintly, a shadow was seen falling on the glass shield, and then it disappeared in an instant. Is it not over yet? What happened inside? In an instant, the entire gambling hall fell silent. All the gamblers stared at the poison gas shield, wanting to figure out what had happened. And at this moment, suddenly, a roar sounded. Roar. The voice was like a terrifying monster roaring in anger, making people feel dizzy even through the glass shield. Then, the sound of dense thud-thud like raindrops echoed, as if a hammer was striking the ground, causing the entire gambling stall to tremble. Before long, the commotion disappeared. Everything returned to calm. In front of them was still the explosion-proof shield filled with poisonous gas. Everyone looked confused. Everyone looked at each other, as if their eyes revealed the same question: what happened? The match is over, the red side wins. In the bewildered expressions of the gamblers, the organizers suddenly announced the result. It seemed that the casino had a special method to confirm that the blue side's gladiator had already died. At this moment, the automatic ventilation system under the arena also started, and the dense purple poison gas was quickly sucked underground. As the poison fog dissipated, the visibility gradually improved, and everyone saw what had happened. On the arena, a huge red-skinned monster stood there with a strong killing intent. Isn't that the Hell Baron? Suen looked at the red-skinned muscular monster and his temples twitched. But obviously, it wasn't. This guy didn't have horns on his head. On the ground, there was a mass of crimson flesh, no longer in a human shape. And the indestructible blue steel scorpion tail was also broken into pieces. The entire arena was in a mess. Obviously, the body on the ground was a Book, the scorpion. So, that red-skinned muscular monster was Gaelong, the red demon. As if time had stopped for a few seconds, someone finally exclaimed, "My God, I thought it was just a nickname, but I didn't expect that guy's awakened talent is really B-class, one of the strongest melee talents, B002 Red Demon. The legendary super melee talent that was even stronger than most A-class talents." Beside the arena, looking at the mighty and domineering red-skinned Hell Baron, a certain emotion that made his scalp tingle surged from Suen's heart. He guessed that Gaelong was strong, but he didn't expect him to be so brutal. When his ultimate move was unleashed, it was simply crushing. The gap between the two was unbelievable. Why were the bodyguards in the inner city so strong? Could it be just because of their talent? Doubts arose in Suen's mind. Looking at the grey mist on the ground, he became even more curious. And at some point, Captain K also squeezed to the side of the arena. Looking at the situation on the arena, this newly promoted professional was also full of emotions and muttered to himself, "The inner city gathers more than 90% of old Lingdun's alchemy resources, accommodates the top curse objects, has the most transfer sequence, alchemy blueprints, and rare talents. That's why so many strong people are eager to go to the inner city." Chapter 22, Gunfighting Technique. Suen had just arrived in Old Lingdun on the first day and was not sure of the exact concept of the inner city. He thought it was a wealthy area isolated from the rest, but now it seems that the class differences in this world are even greater. As Captain K approached him, he greeted him out of courtesy, "Captain." K nodded and let out a sigh. The red demon Goron on the arena gradually returned to human form, and the overwhelming dominance that made everyone breathless slowly dissipated. K seemed to have deep feelings about the battle just now and looked at the burly Goron, saying, "Those guys in the inner city have the best resources, cursed materials, a complete professional promotion system, and endless knowledge of alchemy. Professionals who grow up under those conditions are not comparable to us outsiders who rely on our own exploration. The boss of the Yama gang told me before, don't underestimate those who have been living in the inner city since childhood. If you have the chance to really go to the inner city and see it for yourself, your perspective will be completely different." Suen listened to these words as if they were spoken to him, but it seemed like K was talking to himself. Although they hadn't known each other for long, Suen could tell that this newly appointed gang leader seemed to have aspirations and ideals. Unlike most gang members who only seek pleasure, Kay seemed to be more interested in alchemy and transcendent powers. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become an official professional at such a young age. You should know that although the salary of the gang is good, becoming a professional is the real bottomless pit. Not to mention the materials for employment that can cost tens of thousands of li, even the alchemical implants after employment are expensive. The more advanced the materials, the more expensive they are. If you want to become stronger, you have to spend more money. In the gang, relying solely on salary, it would probably take many years of frugality to have a chance of becoming a professional. This would make most gang members who want to live a carefree life refuse this idea. Didn't they join the gang just for good wine and women? Suen had heard the old birds chatting before and heard that when Kay was just an ordinary gang member, he actively participated in many dangerous missions and expeditions, which led to his current position. As Kay looked at the arena again, the hope on his face faded and he said with envy, B002 Red Demon. Ah, it's really enviable. Those rich people in the inner city are really capricious. Such a powerful expert actually came to the arena. Great strength, high recovery, high endurance, petrified skin, hardened bones. In general, it meant being able to fight, endure, and self-heal. That's why B002 Red Demon was known as one of the strongest melee talents. Yes, it was a wonderful match. Suen raised an eyebrow as he listened, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. If it was about talent, he didn't have much to envy. Although this B-level Red Demon had strong combat power, if he looked at it from a long-term perspective, his S-level Death Reaper had even greater potential. But then again, would a cold and powerful bodyguard like this really be expelled because of romantic problems? Suen didn't think much about it. At least for a long time, he wouldn't have any contact with the people in the inner city. Because he suspected that the original owner of this body was probably a member of a certain big family in the inner city. It would be best to remain as a little transparent until he investigated it thoroughly. The more low-key, the longer he would live. Kay didn't look at the arena anymore and casually asked Suen, "How's your luck today?" Suen shrugged and said, "Not bad, won 2 or 3,000. A little gambling for fun." Even though he was young, Kay adopted an old and domineering tone and said again, "If you want to become a professional in the future, there will be many places where you need money. Knowledge, materials, implants, all cost money." This was what his former captain, the boss of the Yama gang, had told him. "I understand, Captain." Suen could tell that Kay didn't seem to be very accustomed to this preaching tone with him. But maybe it was because of his new position as the team leader, he tried to adapt to this role as much as possible. Without watching the match any longer, Kay didn't stay and said, "I'll go first, remember to gather on time tomorrow." Suen waved his hand and said, "Okay, Captain." The martial arts competition ended, and the excitement in the Crimson Fortress gradually died down. The gamblers began to disperse, the winners happily went to redeem their tickets, and the losers cursed and prepared to come back tomorrow. The hall was a mess, with discarded lottery tickets scattered all over the floor. Suen didn't hurry to leave because he had to wait. Professionals' bodies contained cursed materials, and even if they were beaten to a pulp, the materials of a second-tier professional were still valuable. On the arena, the staff started to clean up the body of the scorpion Abuk. Suen glanced at the grey mist on the body and prayed that those guys would hurry up. The longer it took, the more fragmented the memory fragments would become. Perhaps his prayer worked, as the people cleaning up the body collected the valuable cursed materials and showed no interest in the body itself. They gathered the severed limbs and arms on a piece of burlap and dragged it over. When they passed by Suen, the grey mist was finally devoured by him as he wished. "You obtained a Book Turner's memory fragments 4. You have gained some information, humph. Those fools from the Umbrella organization really thought that I only had a few hiding places for my treasures. Unfortunately, that forbidden item is still in the Moon Hotel. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been caught. You have acquired some advanced alchemy knowledge. You have comprehended the firearm skill gunfighting technique, firearm experience plus 19. Assassin's combat experience plus 26. Mental power plus 0.3. A large amount of information flooded into Suen's mind, and he felt like he had just had a nightmare digesting the soul fragments of a second-tier professional. After he figured out what he had obtained, his eyes lit up. "I've made a big harvest this time." Suen muttered to himself and organized the gains from Abuk's memories. Firstly, this guy gave him 10 times the combat experience of an ordinary corpse, truly worthy of being a second-tier professional. This gave Suen a certain understanding of the assassin's professional skills: cunning, ruthless, and malicious. His mind was filled with many vicious assassin techniques. Moreover, this time he also obtained a complete skill. Gunfighting technique? Hey, can bullets really curve in this world? When Suen looked at this skill, he couldn't help but feel incredulous. In the memory scene, a book threw his gun and the bullet actually followed a curved trajectory, bending around and hitting the enemy behind cover. Bullets that curve, this was definitely a divine skill. A second ago, Suen believed in science. According to the law of inertia, force is the reason for changing the motion of an object. After the bullet leaves the barrel, regardless of its initial speed, it is only affected by gravity and air resistance, which means the trajectory will be a straight line downward. But curving halfway? Where does the force come from? After fully digesting this gunfighting technique, he suddenly understood that this secret firearm skill required extremely high firearms proficiency to support it. Not only that, it also required a sturdy firearm capable of accommodating the initial bullet trajectory deviation, as well as wind alchemy to control the spiral force when the bullet leaves the barrel, providing the force for the curve. And he currently only knew this skill. To be able to use it proficiently, like in the memory fragments, accurately hitting enemies behind cover with a single shot, there was still a long way to go. That would require complex ballistic data analysis and shooting comprehension. No wonder my firearm skill is only elementary mastery. There are so many tricks in firearms usage. Suen suddenly realized. On his current attribute panel, the experience value for elementary mastery had reached 239/300, but he felt that even if he reached intermediate, he still had a long way to go before fully mastering gunfighting technique. Perhaps, to truly reach advanced firearm mastery, he would be able to fully grasp this secret firearm skill. Seeing this, Suen unconsciously placed his hand on the firearm at his waist, feeling a bit restless. But he had a strange feeling, that even though he understood the techniques, he couldn't draw the gun. At least, the action of throwing the gun required extraordinary strength and skill. It was an action that his current body simply couldn't perform. My body is too weak. His eyebrows furrowed, and Suen realized the source of this discomfort. His mind said, "You've learned it." His hand said, "No, you haven't. Skills cannot be used just by learning them. They also require the body to have enough strength to support them and the muscle memory from repeated practice to be able to use them freely." Thinking of this, a self-deprecating smile appeared on Suen's face. He knew that although he had the ability to quickly learn skills with the Reaper, he would still need to strengthen his physical combat training in the future. Chapter 23, Emergencies. After stripping a second-order professional, Suen felt that his combat skills had improved significantly. When he looked back, he also found a keyword, Moon Inn, in a book's memories. What did that guy hide in the inn? Suen was curious. Abuk, the Scorpion, was originally an assassin class professional, notorious as a Class A wanted criminal. He loved stealing treasures and killing people. For many years, he had committed numerous major crimes and stolen a considerable amount of wealth. From the limited fragments of memory, Suen also learned that this guy had been caught by the Umbrella organization and had confessed to several hiding places for his treasures. However, it seemed that an important forbidden item had been hidden by him. What is this forbidden item? Suen felt that something that could make this second-order professional feel that it could save his life must be extraordinary. But he didn't dwell on it. Abuk had just been captured, and it was possible that his actions, which he thought were concealed, were being closely monitored by certain people. For example, the Umbrella organization in the inner city, a special law enforcement department composed of professionals. Just like in his previous life, the police would trace the criminal's history and actions to find clues. If he were to look for the dirty stuff now, he would most likely attract the attention of those who were tracking him. The more valuable the item, the higher the chance of being targeted. Suen thought that when things cooled down, he would have the opportunity to inquire about the whereabouts of the Moon Inn. Tonight's gladiatorial matches had all ended, and after the commotion, the gamblers dispersed. The ordinary gamblers didn't know that many important figures had come to the Crimson Citadel gambling den for the final match tonight. In a private room on the second floor, smoke filled the air, and there was a strong sweet tobacco smell. These were top-grade cigars produced by the Bagman Tobacco Company. There were several men and women with modified mechanical prosthetics in the private room. Although they were dressed in gentlemanly black suits, they couldn't hide the strong murderous aura emanating from them. They were gangsters. If there were others present, they would undoubtedly recognize the bearded man smoking a cigar as Ban Na, the president of the esteemed brotherhood in the outer city, a well-known figure. One of the most powerful figures in the outer city. Ban Na had watched the entire battle, and although he had lost a little money, he seemed to be in a good mood. Tisk tisk, this ability is interesting. Send someone to contact this red devil Goran. If he is willing to join our gang, give him the position of an officer. Goran, a second-order professional expelled by the Bartolov family, would no longer be hired by other families in the inner city. This guy could only stay in the outer city to make a living. For their gang, such people were the best newcomers. Upon hearing this, the man standing by the door of the private room responded, "Yes, boss." At this moment, the seductive woman nestled in Ban Na's arms also spoke, coquettish, "Old man, what should we do about Green Street? These gambling dens and nightclubs are a gold mine. The Cross Society has sent a young kid to watch over the place, making it difficult for us to operate." Ban Na, with his big hand that had not yet been modified into a mechanical prosthetic, unceremoniously roamed and caressed the woman's chest as he said, "Ha, just a rookie who has just been promoted to a professional. Since they don't allow officers to intervene, let's not compromise our own status. In a few days, send a few people to deal with them and test the attitude of the Cross Society's high-level members." The seductive woman seemed to know some inside information and guessed something when she heard this. Curiously, she asked, "Old man, did something really happen to the leader of the Cross Society?" "Well." Ban Na neither confirmed nor denied it. After thinking for a moment, he said, "That guy Chuck hasn't shown up in the Cross Society for 2 or 3 months. There are rumors that he went to deal with a cursed space outside the city and had an accident." Pausing for a moment, a trace of doubt appeared in his eyes, and he changed his tone, "But, based on my understanding of that old cunning guy, even if something really happened, he would have made some arrangements. Now, that guy shouldn't be making any big moves and is probably preparing to ambush someone. That's why we need to test. Otherwise, if it weren't for these few streets, my esteemed brotherhood would have taken over long ago." As Ban Na spoke, his big hand became more and more unscrupulous. The seductive woman was already wearing a long skirt, and with a flick, a large expanse of her spring scenery was exposed. But the others in the room seemed to turn a blind eye to this alluring scene, and no one dared to look directly at it. The seductive woman was slightly panting and complained, "Old man, are you not coming to my place tonight?" Unexpectedly, Ban Na shook his head, "Not tonight." Hearing this, the woman pouted, "Hey." It was this seemingly casual pout that gave off a charming and seductive charm, as if it had an inexplicable magical power that made people feel pity. Ban Na looked at the woman's provocative gaze, smiled, and unconsciously explained, "I received news that there will be something exciting to watch tonight, so I have to go out." "Exciting?" When the woman heard this, curiosity also appeared in her crystal-clear eyes. Ban Na thought for a moment and didn't conceal much, saying, "It is said that the Cross Society brought back a mysterious antique from the ancient ruins they discovered last time. Coincidentally, many important people in the inner city are interested in that thing. Therefore, a group of people will probably attack the Cross Society's treasury tonight." His words were vague and concealed many key pieces of information, but the woman could still sense that something explosive was happening. She became a little excited and asked, "Are we going to war with the Cross Society?" Ban Na shook his head and corrected her, "Not us. It's probably the Raven Gang and the influential figures behind them in the inner city who want to make a move. It's not considered a war, just a raid. We're just going to watch the show. Of course, if there's an opportunity, we might as well take advantage of it." There were no more souls to strip in the arena today, and Suen didn't stay any longer. He also wasn't interested in participating in the other gambling games upstairs. On his first day in the city, Suen planned to familiarize himself with the environment, at least understanding the 3 blocks of Green Street. After all, the Cross Society was the local power, and it wouldn't be good if their members were not familiar with their territory. The more chaotic the order, the more developed the entertainment industry. After leaving the gambling den, Green Street was filled with lights and revelry. The streets were bustling with pedestrians. Weapons could be seen everywhere on the street: firearms, swords, steam-powered mechanical arms, leather armor, cowboy hats, and boots. These were the standard equipment of adventurers. The salary of ordinary people in the outer city was only 2,000 to 3,000 li per month, while sitting in a tavern on Green Street would cost several hundred li. Therefore, most of the people who could afford to consume here were adventurers. They risked their lives to explore outside the city, and after getting rich, they would enjoy a life of debauchery in the city. Suen walked on the street, weaving through the crowd. The walls of the street were covered in painted graffiti, with patterns that had a strong dark style, abstract, ironic, advertisements, and even explicit content. In the dim alleyways, the continuous hissing sound of steam leaking from the walls could be heard. These were the sounds of steam pipes rupturing and releasing steam. In various parts of the city, there were towering chimneys emitting white smoke. These were the smokestacks of the underground steam boilers that provided energy and hot water to the city's factories. In the damp alleys near the tavern, one could often see one or two drunkards lying next to trash bins, vomiting and sleeping. The rats scavenging seemed accustomed to it and occasionally sniffed the drunkards, perhaps hoping they could be used as food. Suen thought of the half of a body he had seen in the alley behind the Elephant Inn earlier, and his gaze fell on the dark sewer deep below the flowing water. In the pitch-black hole, it seemed that pairs of crimson eyes were hidden. After walking for a while, Suen's empty stomach made him find a relatively clean restaurant. The main dish was mushroom soup with black bread, a specialty of the underground city. The meat dishes were expensive luxury items, and you never knew what kind of animal meat you were eating. Suen didn't mind as long as it was not poisonous. In his eyes, it was all high-quality protein. The taste was a bit strange, but it was much better than the black bread he had been eating all this time. The working hours of the gang were only half an hour each day. Suen thought that this leisurely lifestyle would last for some time. But he didn't expect that on the first day, a sudden incident would occur. While he was dining in the restaurant, the communicator hanging from his waist suddenly emitted an urgent call: "Everyone, gather at the back alley of the Imperial Bathhouse." Although Kay didn't explain anything on the communicator, the urgency in his voice indicated that something was wrong. The gathering point was not far, and Suen didn't delay, quickly walking over. By the time he arrived, dozens of members of the Cross Society had already gathered in the dark alley. Steam motorcycles roared, and motorcycles and armored transport vehicles were already in position. The efficiency of the gang in rallying was always high, and an emergency gathering meant that a battle was about to take place. Most of the gang members didn't know what had happened yet and had smiles on their faces. Suen looked at the weapons and ammunition being distributed and furrowed his brows slightly, realizing that something big seemed to have happened. Kay got straight to the point and said seriously, "The headquarters warehouse has been attacked. We need to go there immediately. Although we don't know who the enemy is yet, prepare for battle, everyone." Chapter 24, Sealing Item. What? The headquarters warehouse of the gang has been attacked. Damn it, it must be those guys from the steam party. Let's go, brothers, let's get them. Upon hearing the news from Captain K, the gang members grabbed their weapons and got on the cars. It took less than 3 minutes for everyone to gather, but it was enough time for the gang members near Green Street to arrive at this dark alley. Suen joined the gang on his first day and had never participated in a collective mission like this before, so he didn't know what he was supposed to do. But seeing everyone queuing up next to the armored vehicles distributing weapons and equipment, he also went to get some bullets and grenades. Without waiting any longer, Captain K waved his hand and said, "Get on the car, let's go." Although this young captain was still young, he looked serious and terrifying at critical moments. He also said, "Write down the names of those who haven't arrived. They will be dealt with according to the gang rules tomorrow." Everyone got on the cars one after another. Steam motorcycles led the way, followed by 2-wheeled, 3-wheeled, 4-wheeled and even large iron hoop unicycles, each with unique designs. The gang had its own mechanical modification shop, and these steam motorcycles, which looked rough in craftsmanship with many exposed parts, performed well. They had exaggerated shock absorption systems that could jump more than 10 meters, ejection systems, hinges, hooks, machine guns on the front. They had everything they needed. Boom boom boom. The steam boilers roared, and the old birds carrying rocket launchers and large caliber rifles shouted as they rushed out. Then came the armored personnel carriers, jeeps, and various 4-wheeled vintage motorcycles. Suen didn't wait for someone to assign him a vehicle, he followed a few experienced gang members and jumped onto the middle motorcycle. His intuition, having watched 1,000 movies, told him that the center of the convoy was the safest. And it was safer to follow experienced gang members than to stick with rookies. Coincidentally, Captain K was in the car in front. When he saw Suen, he seemed to remember something and said to the person next to him, "Sam, the newcomers have never participated in gang operations before. Take care of them later. Sam still had a carefree look on his face as he replied, "Sure thing, Captain." The convoy set off in a grand manner, attracting the attention of the people on Green Street. The headquarters of the Steel Cross Society was located in the core area of the South City, Block 41, the Black Forest Building. After receiving the news of the headquarters being attacked, this huge gang started to move. The cotters and captains scattered in various blocks quickly organized the gathering of personnel and headed towards the headquarters. At this moment, in the Black Forest Building, a group of fully armed masked individuals had already broken in. Outside, there was intense gunfire, but these people didn't seem to have the intention to fight the members of the Cross Society head-on. They held a long box that looked like a coffin and headed straight for the underground vault. These people were equipped with various alchemical night vision goggles, and their masks covered most of their faces, making it difficult to see their appearances. They were very powerful and easily killed the guards along the way. Then, calmly, they arrived in front of a silver metal door. Looking at this sturdy door that could probably withstand even explosives, the leader, a masked person, sneered, "Hee hee, I always heard that the Cross Society Silver Warehouse was an advanced alchemical weapon left over from the previous era, indestructible. Now it seems truly extraordinary." At this moment, the technicians also studied the code lock on the warehouse door and shook their heads. Seeing this, another masked person wearing a crow mask said, "There's no time to decipher the code. Let's get started." Tisk tisk. If we didn't bring this sealing item, it would still be difficult to open this warehouse door. Let's get started quickly. The mercenaries can only delay us for a limited time. If the executives of the Cross Society dare to come, it will be troublesome if we get surrounded. Hee hee, Chuck and the core executives haven't returned to the city yet. If we do get surrounded, we might still be able to break out. Although the group of masked people said they were not afraid, their actions were not slow. At this moment, they had taken out the item from the coffin, which turned out to be a nearly 2-meter-long black scythe. The black scythe emitted a strange black flame, and its blade shimmered, looking incredibly sharp. As soon as it was exposed to the air, a terrifying aura, as if the god of death had descended, instantly enveloped the scene, making people's hair stand on end. The group of black-clothed people looked at the scythe with a hint of fear. "Felix, get ready. Although this sealing item is eerie, as long as we can return to the medical base within an hour, our chances of survival are high." "Okay." Felix, the cloaked person, nodded. He took a deep breath and then picked up the chain blade from the box. With the scythe in hand, his whole demeanor suddenly changed, as if a real death god had descended upon the world. Without any delay, he raised the scythe and swung it towards the metal vault door. In the next moment, a strange scene unfolded. The blade of the scythe was at least 10 meters away from the vault door, but with this swing, a black arc of light, similar to a spatial rift, suddenly appeared in the empty air. The black light flashed and disappeared, and when people looked again, a crack had appeared on the metal door. Silently, the black scythe had cut open a gap in the 1-meter-thick alloy door as if it were cutting through air, without any resistance. Felix, the cloaked man, looked at his own strike, and his face twitched as if it hurt a bit. But obviously, one gap was not enough to open the vault door. However, Felix didn't dare to strike again. At this moment, another black-clothed person took over the scythe and swung it at the door. Another smooth gap appeared. In this way, after 4 people took turns, they cut a square incision on the vault door. The leader of the black-clothed people kicked it, and with a bang, the alloy block easily fell off, revealing a large hole. The group stared at the opened vault door, finally showing relieved smiles. "Everyone, we've found that thing. Take as much as you can of the rest." On the other hand, Suen and his group were still on their way from Green Street to the gang headquarters, the Black Forest building. Even if they were driving at full speed, it would still take them at least 10 minutes to reach the headquarters. But as their convoy was crossing a bridge, something unexpected happened. The lead car suddenly hit a high explosive landmine, causing a violent explosion. Clearly, someone had guessed that they would come to support and set up an ambush on the route they had to pass. This bridge had a unique geographical position, and taking a detour would waste more time. Boom went the deafening sound as flames shot up into the sky. The lead car was overturned and tumbled in the air for dozens of rounds before finally falling to the ground. Fragments from the explosion flew in all directions, and the shockwave even overturned several motorcycles. "Ambush!" Captain K shouted loudly. The screeching sound of brakes filled the air. Suen's reaction was also extremely fast. Before the motorcycle could come to an abrupt stop, he used his inertia to support himself on the guardrail, jumped off with one hand, and then rolled to find a solid cement pile on the bridge to hide behind, keeping his entire body hidden behind the stone to avoid the fate of crashing and falling. Jump off, find cover, draw the gun, all in one breath. Indeed, there was an ambush. Suen had a vague expectation before setting off. The Cross Society was the ruler of the South City, and if someone dared to attack the headquarters warehouse openly, they must have anticipated that there would be reinforcements. If it were him, he would never let the support personnel arrive easily if he wanted to cause trouble. Divide and conquer for better results. So, along the way, his gaze had been observing the surroundings. When he saw the abnormality in the front car, he was the first to react by jumping off. The sudden explosion caused a moment of panic in the convoy, but the next second, both sides began a fierce firefight. Gunfire and bullets rained down. Suen didn't dare to expose himself easily. He took out a small mirror and extended it out of his cover to observe the situation. Then, in the mirror, he saw a group of masked gunmen on the opposite side using the terrain to snipe at the convoy. However, the members of the Cross Society were not weak either and fought back. The gang had its own military factory, and their firearms and equipment were not inferior to any force in the outer city. The members of this world's gangs were not afraid of a fight. They were a group of desperados. They leaned against the motorcycles for cover and took out heavy firepower weapons to counterattack. For a while, bullets rained down like a storm, and the sound of explosions was deafening. While Suen was observing the situation with a small mirror, a crack sound suddenly rang out, and a severed arm fell from the sky and landed at his feet. The blackened traces of gunpowder were still emitting smoke, and blood flowed from the severed end, staining the ground. Before he could react, another bang sound came, and a shrapnel hit the cement pillar, splashing a large amount of debris. Suen felt the fiery pain on his cheek caused by the cement fragments, squinted his eyes, and looked at the scene in front of him. He muttered with a slightly solemn tone, "Such a big commotion on the first day." Chapter 25, The Cotters of the Red Cross. Suen knew very well that death on the battlefield was not something that could be avoided by hiding. They were here to support the headquarters, and Captain K would definitely not choose to retreat. The only choice to survive was to kill the enemy. Since joining the Cross Society, Suen quickly entered the role. He silently estimated the position of the enemy gunner he had observed earlier, took a deep breath, and rolled over, firing several shots with the large caliber gun in his hand towards the other side of the bridge. Bang, bang, bang. After this roll and gunshots, Suen happened to hide behind a steam car a few meters away. Just as he stood firm, he heard a loud praise from beside him, "Hey, kid, not bad. Many rookies are easily scared on their first mission, but you can still shoot." Turning his head, it turned out to be the burly Sam. He had been paying attention to the new recruits as instructed by Captain K. When he saw Suen hiding behind cover for the first time, he thought he was too scared to move. But unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, he saw him shooting. Rolling, aiming, shooting, calm judgment, skilled action. And when Sam looked again, he saw a gunman on the other side of the bridge with a bullet hole in his head, falling to the ground. He was even more surprised and praised Suen again, "Your marksmanship is accurate." Suen smiled without saying anything. In that situation just now, he wasn't sure if he could hit the enemy, but he didn't expect the process to go so smoothly. The whole tactical rolling action seemed to come naturally, precise and seamless. He realized that he had collected so much firearms experience with the Reaper, and his combat level was now much higher than before. At this moment, Captain K, not far away, seemed to have seen this scene too, and his eyes showed a moment of surprise. However, he didn't look for long, as the intense gun battle had already drawn his attention back. Of course, K and Sam didn't know that the reason Suen took the initiative to shoot was not to show off his marksmanship, but for his own safety. He was changing positions. Because he found that in this level of combat, the cement block provided him with no sense of security. On the contrary, the bulletproof motorcycle with modified rune armor was the safest cover. He didn't forget that this world was a world of alchemy, where there were not only ordinary bullets, but also various alchemical bullets. That cement block could be blown to pieces in minutes. Not to mention the group of veteran protectors. Sam probably thought that a newcomer would be easily frightened, and he didn't want to fall behind. He directly opened the equipment box on the car and took out a shoulder-mounted rocket launcher, firing it towards the other side of the bridge. Boom! A loud noise, flames soaring. The battle became intense from the beginning. Both sides fought fiercely. However, what Suen felt was good news, as it seemed that the enemy did not use any weapons of mass destruction. This ensured his safety. Considering that alchemical bullets were worth thousands or even tens of thousands of miles, they were not feasible as regular ammunition in this gang warfare. This battle was destined to be a war of attrition, only ending when one side suffered heavy casualties or voluntarily retreated. But this was also the enemy's goal to buy time. By the time they really attacked the bridge, the battle at the headquarters warehouse would have ended. But what Suen didn't expect was that even though they had been attacking for a long time, Captain K made an unexpected decision. They should be mercenaries from the North City district. Damn it, they want to delay us from supporting. K looked at the armed branch on the opposite bank and guessed the enemy's intentions. Naturally, he couldn't let the enemy achieve their goal. He said to Sam and the others, "Wait for my countdown of 3, cover me." Upon hearing K say this, everyone's faces showed a shocked expression. "Captain K, are you going to charge across the bridge?" This was a crazy idea. Since the enemy had planned to intercept, they must have estimated the presence of professionals among their own ranks. In such a situation, even the professionals who could withstand bullets with their bodies would not dare to expose themselves easily. Otherwise, they would be met with special bullets and artillery. Under concentrated fire, no matter how strong their bodies were, they would be riddled with holes in an instant. Yes. The enemy's goal is to delay us. The more they do this, the bigger the trouble at headquarters. We can't continue like this. We must support the headquarters as soon as possible. But it seemed that K had already made up his mind. With a solemn expression, he shouted, "Plant armor, activate." As he spoke, his hands quickly formed a spell, and the ground lit up with an orange hexagram alchemy array. In just an instant, his shins and forearms protruded and sharpened, gradually turning into metal sickle-like blades. This was K's alchemical plant armor blade. K didn't give the others time to persuade him. After activating the armor, he began the countdown in his mouth, 3, 2, 1, charge. Damn it! Screw them! Sam and the others shouted angrily, but they didn't hesitate at all. Everyone stood up at the same time, picked up their guns, and unleashed a barrage of fire towards the other side of the bridge. Suen also didn't hesitate, firing both guns. And with his peripheral vision, he watched Captain K charging out. In the moment of the gunshots, K leaped up with great force, leaping dozens of meters. In the sky, his agile figure looked like a flying mantis as he landed on the stone pillar of the bridge, then pushed off with force and charged another dozens of meters forward. With just 2 leaps, he had plunged into the enemy's position. Seeing this, Sam and the other veterans shouted together, "Brothers, charge!" With the command, the members of the Cross Society rushed out of cover, like a group of trapped beasts, surging forward. The enemy seemed unprepared for someone to land in their position and was caught off guard. Behind them was a deadly blade mantis constantly reaping lives, and the firepower of the forward shooting was instantly extinguished by more than half. In just an instant, it disrupted the enemy's formation in their position. K was like a god of war, agilely killing in the enemy's position. A few seconds later, the frontmost members of the Cross Society had already rushed into the enemy's position. The slaughter began. When Suen followed the team and rushed in, the battle was already nearing its end. Bodies were scattered on the ground. Suen looked at K, who was sitting not far away with bandaged wounds, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. K's lower abdomen was bleeding, indicating that he had been shot when he charged alone just now. However, he seemed completely indifferent, injected a healing potion, and immediately urged everyone to clear the obstacles and continue forward. Suen didn't look much and proactively helped move the bodies. There were more than 10 members in this mercenary squad, most of whom had recently died, and the ash mist on their bodies was still clear. After busy work, Suen gained a lot. The teams from various districts that went to the headquarters Black Forest building were all obstructed by mercenaries, and everything seemed to be going according to the plan of those masked people. But no one expected that at this time, there would be a change in the underground vault. Just after those masked people broke into the vault, a group of mysterious experts appeared suddenly outside the Black Forest building. The mercenaries couldn't stop them at all, and they headed straight for the vault. The situation suddenly reversed. The information reached the underground vault, and a group of black-clad people immediately panicked. They clearly felt the change in the gravity field around them and realized that the incoming people must be Chuck, the arbiter who awakened the rare talent A017 gravity field, the president of the Steel Cross Society. The masked people immediately realized their situation and started cursing, even starting to fight among themselves. Everyone, it seems the situation has changed. Damn it! Wasn't the information saying that Chuck was still outside the city hunting? What the hell is this gravity field? And those cross-society executives, how did they come so fast? Most likely, our operation has been figured out by that guy Chuck. Sigh, it's useless to say anything now. The task given to us by that important person is to get that thing. Now that we have the thing, whether we can escape alive depends on our own abilities. Number 5, be careful. With such a big commotion, Chuck must have guessed that there is an insider in the Cross Society. Humph, if it weren't for his faulty intelligence, we wouldn't be in such a passive situation. Our operation has been exposed, and there must be something wrong internally as well. But, let's worry about this after we can escape alive. Let's go, scatter and escape. The group of masked people didn't have their previous composure and explosively blasted open the ground, then hurriedly rushed into the underground pipeline. The convoy from Green Street was the first support team to arrive at the 41st District. Suen originally thought there would be a more intense battle than on the bridge, and wondered if he should use the alchemical bullets he had hidden to save his life. But when they arrived, the situation didn't seem as bad as he had imagined. In fact, it was very calm. There were gunshots near the Black Forest building, but they were sporadic and didn't sound like intense gunfire, but more like scattered shots during a pursuit. And in the distance, Suen also saw a strange mist shrouding the streets near the Black Building. Seeing the mist, Captain K was not surprised but delighted, exclaiming, "That's the ability of the smoke ghost." The veterans in the team also seemed to recognize this technique and exclaimed with joy, "Haha, great! With the smoke ghost here, everything will be fine." Regardless of whether there were any problems, they had to go over. Sure enough, after the convoy entered the mist, they encountered armed personnel cleaning up the battlefield not far away. They were members of the Cross Society. Someone recognized K and greeted him, "Hey, K, you guys are here." K looked at the comm headquarters, puzzled, and asked, "I received information that the headquarters was attacked. Where are the attackers?" The person responded, "Haha, the president and the executives suddenly came back, and those guys were naturally killed." K was first stunned, then overjoyed, "Ah! The president and the executives are back." Hearing this relaxed tone, Suen also breathed a sigh of relief. At least it seemed that he wouldn't face a transcendent battle that was far beyond his current strength on his first day joining the society. The convoy from Green Street arrived at the Black Forest building in a grand manner, and the surrounding fog gradually dissipated. At this moment, a figure with a watery expression slowly condensed from the smoke not far away. K and the other veterans recognized this person and greeted him respectfully, "Smoke Ghost." Suen remembered seeing this middle-aged man just 10 hours ago on the city wall. This person was one of the executives of the Cross Society, Sandbuk Kaczynski, also known as the Smoke Ghost. MMM. The middle-aged man nodded in response. He seemed to be injured, his face pale. Before K could ask, another figure suddenly swooped down from the sky. Suen instinctively reached for the gun at his waist, but when he took a closer look, it turned out to be a human with black metal wings. When he landed, the wings on his back instantly retracted and disappeared without a trace. K recognized the person and greeted him excitedly, "Angel." This was another executive of the Cross Society, Gerda Amato, also known as the Night Angel. Gerda seemed to be familiar with K and asked curiously with a smile, "Oh, K, I heard that the teams from other districts were hindered by mercenaries. How did you guys arrive so quickly?" K modestly replied, "We were afraid there would be trouble at headquarters, so we rushed a bit." Gerda seemed to understand K's character and guessed something, saying with a smile, "You, always charging ahead." "Hat." K rubbed the back of his head and smiled. Gerda shook his head, but didn't say much, his eyes filled with admiration. Suen quietly stood among the crowd, but when he saw the wings that could fly, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Alchemy equipment that can fly, very practical. He planned to join in the near future and would then face the choice of alchemical equipment. Marionettist was a profession that grew in agility and skill, so it seemed like a good choice to obtain the blueprint for these alchemical wings. Since it seemed that there was no problem with the headquarters, everyone's nervousness also eased. At this moment, the two executives suddenly turned their heads, seeming to have noticed something. Following their gaze, Suen also looked over. In the next second, he saw a woman carrying a heavy object jump down from the rooftop about 10 meters away. As soon as she landed, she dropped the burden on her shoulder, revealing a body covered in knife wounds, and the masked person fell into a coma. Apparently, she was another executive, Qiantiao, the four-armed Rakshasa. Kay greeted her again, Qiantiao. This woman had a bold and heroic appearance. Her thick blue hair was tied into a high ponytail, and she wore a large red robe similar to a shimin around her waist, with 4 single-edged long knives of different colors attached to it. She wore a half-body leather armor similar to the Japanese samurai, but only covered the front and back, leaving her long white legs and half of her buttocks exposed. It was even questionable whether she would expose herself if she made big movements. Her upper body was even more revealing, with only a bandage-like bandeau and 2 simple fire-red leather shoulder pads and wrist guards. A large area of her skin was exposed, making it clear to see her exaggerated muscular arms and the Rakshasa tattoos covering her back. When Suen caught a glimpse of the Rakshasa tattoo, he felt a fierce and sinister aura that made it difficult to look directly at it. Another glance at her heavy and majestic chest, it was indeed an omen of great danger. Qiantiao saw Kay and the others, and the killing intent she had when she first landed suddenly dissipated. She joked, "Hey, little Kay, I heard you are in charge of Green Street now? Tisk tisk, when will you arrange a few handsome men for your sister to play with?" Kay patted his chest and laughed, "Of course, Qiantiao, anytime you come, I'll arrange it personally if you think the men in the flower field aren't good enough." Qiantiao glanced at him disdainfully, with a look of disgust, joking, "Tisk tisk, with your skinny arms and legs, I'm afraid you won't be able to last long in the pleasure district." Hearing this, the veterans in the car burst into laughter. Sam and the other guys were even shameless, shouting loudly, "Qiantiao, if the captain can't do it, we can." Seeing this scene, even Suen's face showed a relaxed smile. But even though it was a joke, everyone also noticed the unconscious captive that Qiantiao brought back. The smoke ghost and the night angel, the two executives, looked at the person and had different expressions in their eyes. At this moment, another group of people walked out of the Black Forest building. Seeing the leader, whether it was Kay or the executives, everyone respectfully shouted, "President." Chapter 26, Kill the Prophet. Arbiter Chuck, the most powerful figure in the southern city, a godfather-like character in the underworld. Dressed in exquisite brown suit, heavy woolen coat, low-crowned hat, thick sideburns. Although not very tall, his muscular arms and sharp facial features, along with his deep wolf-like eyes, give off a dignified and steady aura, like a mountain. This president of the Steel Cross Society fulfills every image of a mafia boss that Suen had imagined. Seeing the president approaching, the members of the Cross Society greeted him one after another, saying, "President, you all have worked hard." Chuck nodded to the crowd and looked at the unconscious captive on the ground. Qiantiao, who was standing by, took the initiative to explain, "This guy tried to commit suicide when he couldn't escape earlier, but I stopped him. He looks unfamiliar and should be a mercenary from the northern city." In the outer city of Old Lingdun, there are 3 major gangs that dominate the east, west, and south districts respectively. As the northern district is close to the inner city, it is still managed by the Urban Security Department and no major gangs can reach there. As the buffer zone between the slums and the inner city, the various forces in the northern district are complex, and various neutral organizations such as the Mercenary Guild, Alchemy Guild, Wilderness Hunting Guild, and Professional Guild are also gathered there. Except for the 3 major gangs, most of the professionals in the outer city are mixing in the northern district, and there are also many experts. The people who attacked the headquarters of the Cross Society this time seemed to be a mercenary group from the northern city. Upon hearing this, Chuck didn't know what he was thinking and nodded, He said in a calm tone, "These guys used a black scythe to break open the door of the vault. It should be the same forbidden item that appeared in the auction house in the inner city a few years ago, the Night Black Scythe of Supnos." Upon hearing this, several captains seemed to remember something. Their brows furrowed slightly, but they also showed a sudden realization. Only that forbidden item could open the vault door in a short amount of time. At this moment, Chuck frowned and said seriously, "The forbidden item cannot be put into a storage ring. It is a big target. People can leave, but the thing must not leave the southern city. Notify the brothers below to immediately seal off the city district." No one should be allowed to escape. The captains responded one after another, saying, "Yes, President." The support team on Green Street originally did not have the qualifications to listen to the decisions of the gang's high-level members, but because they arrived too early, they happened to be in front of the headquarters building. Upon hearing President Chuck's order, they immediately took action and prepared to return to Green Street to fortify their defenses. The motorcycles started, just about to turn around and leave. At this moment, Qiantiao thought of something and threw the unconscious captive onto one of the bright open-top motorcycles, saying, "K, take this guy to the interrogation room." "Okay." K nodded and instructed a few people to tie up the captive. The gang's interrogation room was just 3 blocks away, which was on the way. After the group of people from Green Street left, the captains also left one after another, each going to their respective patrol areas. Leaving President Chuck alone standing in place, he looked at the mist-covered district in the distance, deep in thought. After a while, a middle-aged man with a cigarette in his mouth walked over and reported, "President, the investigation has been completed. We killed 4 of the 7 people who entered the vault earlier and captured 1. But the thing was also lost, probably taken away by the guy with the scythe. As for the last one, he might be." Chuck didn't wait for him to finish and waved his hand, saying, "I know." No one saw it, but upon hearing these words, a hint of sigh flashed in the eyes of this mafia godfather with a notorious reputation. The convoy on Green Street was heading back on the return journey. Unlike the tense atmosphere when they came, the car was now filled with joy. Captain K also announced some good news, saying, "Brothers, Boss Smoker just said that everyone who participated in the mission will receive a bonus of 50,000 each. And for our team from Green Street, we will receive an additional bonus of 50,000. Ha ha ha, Boss Smoker is mighty. Captain is mighty." Laughter filled the convoy. 100,000 Lasuo was equivalent to 5 months' salary for everyone. For ordinary gang members, it was definitely a huge sum of money. Although 6 gang members died and more than 10 were injured in the battle on the bridge earlier, it didn't seem like a big deal to these gang members who were accustomed to death and bloodshed. The lives of most people in the outer city were not worth 100,000, including them. If they could survive, they would continue to enjoy themselves. Even those with minor injuries could be healed with a healing potion. Even those with severed limbs could use the 100,000 bonus to install a mechanical prosthetic limb and enjoy themselves in the pleasure district of Green Street for several months. Listening to the cheers and shouts of the crowd, Suen also had a smile on his face. On his first day joining the gang, he encountered so many things, which really surprised him. Indeed, the high risks and casualties in the mafia were not just empty words. But the rewards were also proportional. However, Suen felt that this kind of life was not bad either. It made him feel the long-lost thrill. In his previous life, he spent several years in a juvenile correctional facility undergoing mental therapy until he could perfectly control his emotions before being released. The illness seemed to have been cured, but he rarely felt the adrenaline rush of excitement anymore. Even the most terrifying movies and games rarely made his heart have any significant waves, and as time went on, the sense of boredom became more severe, and the joy in life became less and less. On the contrary, this cruel underground world made Suen feel satisfied. Lost in his thoughts, his mind drifted away. A surprise attack on the headquarters of the Cross Society turned out to be surrounded and killed by the president and the executives. The high-level members of the gang are quite capable. Suen sighed in his heart and thought of the several important figures he had seen before. President Arbiter Chuck, as well as the executives 4-armed Rakshasa 13, Smoker Sambyo Kasinski, and Night Angel Gerda Amato. Each one of them was a second-order or higher professional, not only powerful but also now appearing as flesh and blood characters. The term mafia alone could not fully describe them. However, suddenly, Suen didn't know what he was thinking, and his gaze suddenly fell on the captive from the raid. His thoughts instinctively started playing a game of deduction. Who could the enemy be? Is it the Raven Gang, their longtime rival, or the Steam Party? But from the current situation, almost all those who participated in this operation were mercenaries from the northern city, so it was unlikely that the 2 major gangs were directly involved or had a significant role. For such well-funded mercenaries, they were probably important figures from the inner city. Also, why did they attack the warehouse of the headquarters? It was not worth it just for simple robbery. With this free time, robbing the rich would be much easier than robbing the mafia. The target of these mercenaries should be a very important and special item in the warehouse. Connecting the limited clues together, Suen quickly deduced some truths in his mind. However, he wasn't interested in delving deeper. After all, he didn't want to and didn't have the ability to get involved in the affairs of the gang's high-level members. But then again, why would these mercenaries, who clearly know that the Cross Society's high-level members are formidable, choose to pick a fight? Suen thought of some interesting things. Judging from the calm expressions of the executives earlier, it probably didn't take much effort to deal with that group of mercenaries. So where did the enemies get their confidence from? Oh, wait, that person said earlier that the president and the others just returned, which means that the enemies caught the gang's high-level members off guard when they were not in the city. However, the president and the executives were actually already lurking in the city, waiting for the trapped turtle. Suen felt that things seemed to be getting more complicated. No one would be idle enough to play the empty city strategy and get beaten up. After all, the breach of the gang's headquarters was like being slapped in the face. For the Steel Cross Society, one of the three major gangs, even if the losses could be recovered, it was not a glorious event. Therefore, Suen came to the conclusion, if the high-level members of the gang were playing a trick, it must be for some purpose. Such as establishing dominance, or maybe capturing an inside traitor. With such a large-scale invasion, there must have been support within the Cross Society. Suen thought so and became puzzled. That doesn't seem right. Suddenly, he looked at the captive who was still unconscious, and a random thought popped into his mind. If there really is an inside traitor in the gang, according to the normal plot, someone should come and kill him to silence him. The plot feels incomplete without it. The interrogation room was just 3 blocks away. If they didn't kill this captive on the way, it would be difficult to do so once he was inside. By then, the identity of the traitor would definitely be exposed. It was probably a case of seek and you shall find. As soon as this thought arose in Suen's mind, a gunshot rang out like thunder. In the next moment, the captive in the front car had his head blown open. Suen watched the bloody scene in front of him, his face twitching. He immediately realized that he seemed to have guessed correctly. Chapter 27, Introduction to Alchemy. Knowing from the sound of the gunshots, it was not an ordinary sniper rifle. Seeing the explosion of the head, one could also guess that the bullet was an alchemy bullet. The purpose was probably to ensure that one shot could kill the target. Although Suen instinctively shuddered at the sound of the thunderous gunshot, he soon calmed down. Because he anticipated the cause and effect of the whole incident, he was confident that the sniper would not fire a second shot. After all, the sniper was here to kill and silence, and would definitely not waste bullets on them, the small fry helpers. Moreover, the position of the convoy was not far from the headquarters building of the Green Gang, and the experts of the gang could arrive in an instant. The longer the sniper delayed, the more unlikely it was for him to escape. Damn it, there's a sniper, everyone be careful. The sudden attack scared the people on Green Street. The convoy stopped urgently, and everyone found cover to avoid being shot by the sniper hidden in a building. Suen guessed the motive of the gunman and no longer worried. He looked at the corpse with a blown head 10 meters away on the motorcycle, turned his eyes, and bravely jumped and rolled, hiding beside the motorcycle with the corpse. Suen didn't care about the conspiracies of the high-ranking officials or the mole. In his eyes, there was only the corpse on the motorcycle. This was the body of at least a second-tier professional. How often did he have such good luck to come across it? In the eyes of others, it was a pile of rotten meat, but in Suen's eyes, it was a lump of priceless treasure shining with golden light. However, his brave act made the Captain K and the other experienced veterans by the car slightly surprised. Are all the newcomers so brave now? Facing an unknown sniper, they were not afraid at all, but took the initiative to come forward and relieve the pressure on the old helpers. Suen also noticed the strange look in their eyes and naturally wouldn't say that he came to harvest fragments. He could only find an excuse and say, the gunman is on the high building southwest, 1,300 meters away. This was not a fabrication. His current basic firearms proficiency allowed him to quickly determine the position of the gunman through the trajectory of the bullet. The blood splattered from the corpse on the motorcycle was scattered in the northeast direction, indicating that the bullet must have come from the southwest. The penetrating power of the alchemy bullet was strong, as it blew up the target's head and created a hole in the ground through the motorcycle. The angle of the 2 bullet holes on the ground and the bottom of the car could determine the angle of the bullet's entry. Of course, the most important thing was Suen's amazing vision. When he judged the location where the sniper fired, he saw the figure on the high building in the distance at a glance. To the southwest. Upon hearing Suen's words, Captain K and the other veterans were initially stunned but soon realized. As seasoned warriors, they naturally knew how to determine the position of a sniper. It was just that their minds were still in shock from the surprise attack and hadn't recovered, so they didn't expect a newcomer to already have the answer. At this moment, because the distance was close enough, Suen successfully stripped the memory fragments from the corpse. You obtained Vincent Isakov's memory fragments 3. You gained some information. How could they not think that the manuscript would be hidden there? You learned elemental language beginner. You gained some knowledge of mysticism, alchemy experience plus 31. Spiritual power plus 0.35. This time, Suen didn't strip any combat skills, which made him slightly regretful. However, after digesting the knowledge of mysticism in his mind, he realized that the value of this knowledge was not lower than that of a combat skill, or even rarer. This was a world with various alchemy arts, where alchemy was everything. Even for the curse implantation that was most important for enhancing the combat power of professionals, it was just a routine application of alchemy. The mysteries of alchemy went far beyond that. Enchanting, metalworking, crafting, potions, implants, spells, almost all fields were related to alchemy. It could be said that alchemical knowledge was combat power. The law of equivalent exchange allowed alchemy to exchange everything. This was why the Crow Gang old-school alchemists of the magical faction despised the mechanical technology of the other two gangs. That was because, so far, the combat power of the new school steam machinery was far inferior to the old-school magical faction. The higher the rank, the greater the gap. But why were the old-school alchemists still prevalent, and mechanical arms and steam equipment were everywhere? Because they were cheap and had a low entry threshold. In the field of low-level professionals, firearms and steam machinery were very useful. But in high-level combat, only alchemy was the truth. Suen didn't dwell on whether steam technology or ancient alchemy was stronger or weaker, as he lacked a lot of knowledge about this world and was still exploring. But knowledge was always beneficial. As for the elemental language, Suen was not a complete novice anymore. He knew that it was the basic ancient language that must be mastered in the study of mysticism. Almost all old-school alchemy, ancient scrolls, and ancient books were written in this script. Without thinking too much, Suen looked at the two new skills, Alchemy Beginner and Elemental Language Beginner, that appeared on his character panel and felt satisfied with the gains. Then, he also stripped a fragment of incomplete memory from the corpse. Manuscript? Could it be the thing those people attacked the headquarters vault for? Suen speculated in his mind. It was a fragmentary thought without any context, but he knew that the so-called manuscript was hidden in an unexpected place. The specific location was not mentioned in the memory fragment. Unexpected? Could it be one of those the most dangerous places, the safest tricks? Suen sarcastically thought to himself but didn't dwell on what the manuscript was or where it might be hidden. After all, it wouldn't fall into his hands. In Suen's opinion, if that thing was important, the high-ranking officials of the gang would definitely make every effort to find it. If they found it, it wouldn't belong to him. And if the gang couldn't find it, as a lone individual, he didn't have any hope either. After waiting for a few seconds without hearing a second shot, Kay finally realized that the gunman was here to kill and silence, not targeting them, the people of Green Street. Damn it, the gunman is here to kill and silence. Captain K's face turned ugly. The mission that the Cotters had just given him, and now, after only 2 streets, the captive was killed right in front of him. How was he supposed to explain this? Sam, you, and you, come with me. Let's go catch that gunman. Kay pointed to a few people, probably because of Suen's performance earlier, he included him as well. Suen didn't mind, as he thought, even if he went, he wouldn't be able to catch up. The fact that the sniper didn't fire a second shot meant that the guy had a lot of experience and would retreat after killing. Running to that distance, the probability of catching him was low. The group of them ran towards the southwest building. As Suen had expected, they returned empty-handed after a short while. Captain K had a dark expression when he saw the gang member Night Angel Gerda Amato, who had already arrived at the scene of the assassination. Boss Angel. K looked guilty. It's all right. It's not your fault. Gerda looked at the corpse with a calm expression, as if the death of this important captive was inconsequential. He also comforted K. The chairman said it's fine, you can go back. But although K wanted to make up for his mistake, it was already too late, and there was no way to salvage the situation. The people of Green Street set off again, feeling gloomy. On the motorcycle, no one spoke, and everyone had a gloomy expression, like children who had made a mistake. Suen, on the other hand, was in a good mood, but he didn't show it on his face. Although this trip was dangerous, his gains were also astonishing. He stripped more than 10 corpses and 1 second-tier professional, improving his proficiency in various skills. Oh, and he also received a reward of 100,000 yuan. But when he looked at the gloomy K, a thought suddenly popped into Suen's mind: this doesn't seem right. If I can think of a mole, the high-ranking officials shouldn't be so oblivious. Since they can think of it, how could they be so careless as to let a group of rookies escort such an important captive? With this thought, Suen immediately realized that this was not carelessness but an intentional act. Could it be that the high-ranking officials of the gang deliberately wanted to lure someone to come and kill to expose the mole? Thinking of this, Suen suddenly realized that he might have guessed the truth. This was the scheming of the high-ranking officials of the Cross Society. The mole probably also guessed that this was a deliberate attempt to expose him, but he had no choice but to come and kill to silence. Otherwise, if the captive's testimony was revealed, he would still face death. But Suen also knew that it was difficult to cultivate a sniper, and out of 10,000 gunmen, not necessarily one would be a qualified sniper. Moreover, the farther the distance, the more factors would affect the shot. So, being able to blow someone's head off at this distance meant that the gunman had good marksmanship. If it was someone from within the Cross Society, it wouldn't be difficult to investigate the identity of the gunman. Thinking of this, Suen glanced at Kay and shook his head slightly. This poor little captain blamed himself for everything and felt deep guilt. Little did he know that this was part of the plan of the high-ranking officials. Suen rubbed his temples and dismissed the chaotic thoughts from his mind. Whether it was a conspiracy or a scheme, it had nothing to do with him. He only cared about one thing in his heart, which was to buy materials as soon as he returned and prepare for his induction. Who knew that on his first day joining the gang, he would encounter such an unexpected event? Who knew that this unexpected event would have such a high level of danger? Although it was safe and sound this time, Suen didn't have the confidence that he could always turn danger into safety in the face of unexpected accidents. Therefore, enhancing his strength was the most urgent goal. Chapter 28, Alchemy Planting Blueprint. The captives were assassinated, and the people on Green Street returned to their jurisdiction in disappointment. Not far from the headquarters of the Black Forest building, in a basement, a young man was cleaning his beloved sniper rifle. A few minutes ago, it was with this rifle that he assassinated an important captive of the gang. Then, because of his identity, he easily shook off the suspicion of the gang members and returned to this basement. But he didn't escape, as if waiting for something. Soon, a man in a cloak walked in silently. The young man seemed to have expected it, and without turning around, he continued to focus on wiping his sniper rifle. The man in the cloak asked, "Did you get rid of him?" "Yet." The young man nodded. Then, as if thinking of something, his expression dimmed. "Captain, this is the last thing I promised you. I won't do it anymore." "Yet." The man in the cloak didn't care at all. He came here to kill and silence. And at this moment, the young man seemed to have guessed something. There was a bitter smile on the corner of his mouth. He put down the cloth in his hand, his eyes trembling with crystal tears. Finally, he glanced at the man in the cloak and said, "Captain, I have paid off my debt to you." Upon hearing these words, the man in the cloak's gaze slightly chilled, and he fell silent for a moment. "Don't you want to try to escape?" The young man smiled and shook his head. "You saved my life before, Captain. I am prepared to do this for you. If you don't kill me, I won't have the face to continue in the gang. Any last words?" "None. I have no family, so no one will care if I die. I won't cause trouble for you, Captain." Upon hearing the young man's last words, something seemed to touch the man in the cloak's heart, but he still decisively killed him. He looked at the corpse, and in his cold eyes, there was finally a slight tremor. The captured captive had to die. But he also knew that this was a test from the leader. At that time, whoever killed would definitely be the traitor. Therefore, a middleman who would not be suspected was needed. If it weren't for this desperate situation, he wouldn't have wanted to kill the old team member he had brought out with his own hands. Soon, Suen and Kay's group returned to Green Street. Returning to the familiar territory, the low spirits of the gang members quickly dissipated. With 100,000 yuan in their hands, the next period of time would be their carnival days. The convoy was still gathering in the alley, ammunition was stored, battle losses were counted, damaged motorcycles were sent to the repair shop, and seriously injured members were sent to the hospital. There were procedures for gang fights, and everyone was familiar with them. Soon, all the miscellaneous matters were taken care of. Captain K's mood was still a bit low. He said to the others, "All right, everyone can do whatever they want." Sam and the other veterans couldn't wait any longer and winked at each other. "Captain, can we go now?" K nodded. "Yeah, don't go too overboard, remember to gather for patrol tomorrow on time." "Got it." The veterans dispersed excitedly. Suen originally wanted to leave with the crowd, but K stopped him. "You did well in this operation." K praised Suen's performance and said straightforwardly, "Your marksmanship is good. If you have the intention to become an advanced professional, practice well on normal days. If you meet the requirements for employment, I will mention it to the executives, and the gang will provide certain resources." "Yeah, thank you, Captain." Suen nodded. However, he didn't place his hopes for employment in the gang, nor did he want to become a promising newcomer in the gang. He already had the materials for the phantom puppeteer employment and sold the loot from killing the Baldies. He probably had enough money for now. He didn't plan to show himself until he had the power to protect himself. K might still be concerned about the captive being killed, so he wanted to chat a bit more, but he didn't have much interest. "If you have any questions or encounter any difficulties regarding employment as a transcendent, let me know." After a pause, a smile appeared on his face. This mission was hard on everyone. "If there's nothing else, Suen, you should also relax a bit." "Yeah." Suen didn't say much. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly thought of something and asked, "By the way, Captain, I have a question to ask you." K raised his eyebrows. "What is it?" Suen pretended to hesitate and then asked, "I saw the angel boss's alchemy wings before, and they were very powerful. I want to ask, if I have the opportunity to become an advanced professional in the future, is it possible to obtain the blueprints for that kind of implant?" This was a question he had wanted to ask before. The wing implant was the most appealing to him at the moment, as it could fly and fight. The key was that he felt it was more suitable for his career development compared to implants like adamantite scale or golden arm bone. "Haha, you also think that implant looks cool." Hearing this, K's eyes suddenly lit up. He laughed, "Before. I also wanted the 1000 kill feather wings implant from the angel boss. I thought it would be cool to fly and use the wings as flying knives." It seemed like there was a naive dream in everyone's childhood, but it became unattainable as they grew up. K looked at Suen and seemed to find resonance. But suddenly, he changed the topic and said, "But after I became qualified as a professional, I realized it was impossible." Suen frowned, not understanding. "Impossible?" K seemed to guess that Suen misunderstood and explained, "In the gang, as long as you have a certain contribution, you can buy any blueprint from the gang's warehouse at a price lower than the market price. Even the alchemy blueprints of the executives and the leader can be bought." Suen listened without rushing to speak. This was something he had learned before. As long as he joined the gang and made some contributions, he could buy implant blueprints with money. This was also one of the benefits of joining a gang. So he asked that question just now because he was confused about why K said it was impossible. K smiled and explained, "You should know that alchemizing alchemy implants is not without conditions, but requires a certain containment value. The curse characteristic of the angel boss's implant is very strong and requires a high containment value for the body." Containment value. A strange term popped up in Suen's mind. He really didn't know about it. Upon hearing this, he realized that the containment value was approximately equal to dark spirit power value and rank. K continued to explain, "For ordinary people like us, the dark spirit power value is about 700 to 800 after practicing the breathing technique. If you have an advanced breathing technique, it might be higher." After a pause, he smiled bitterly and said, "The 1000 kill feather wings of the angel boss is a silver grade implant, which has very high requirements. To ensure complete containment of the body, you need at least 900 to 1000 points, so as to prevent the curse characteristic of the implant from backlashing and distorting." Oh! Suen finally understood. So the difference between black iron and silver quality implants was this. The higher the grade of the implant, the stronger the body's tolerance needed to be to ensure no distortion. But when Suen heard that the 1,000 kill feather wings required 1,000 dark spirit power value to ensure no distortion, his thoughts became a bit strange. He looked at the data panel, and his dark spirit power limit had already increased to 1,157. His eyebrows twitched unconsciously, and he couldn't help but sigh. The original host's He Gem Breath technique seems to be of a high grade. For ordinary people, their dark spirit power would be 700 to 800 when it overflowed. Very powerful executives might have 1,000. He already had nearly 1,200. And he felt that it was barely overflowing and hadn't reached its limit. This was enough to show that either the gap between breathing techniques was too big, or the original host had extraordinary talent. Before Suen could think too much, Kay remembered the time when he said he wanted the 1,000 kill feather wings before and was scolded by the smoke boss. He smiled bitterly and used the same rhetoric, saying, "Alchemy implants should first match your own talent, and then your profession. Actually, the 1,000 kill feather wings is not very suitable for a gunner, but more suitable for assassins and rangers. I think you can look for blueprints that enhance vision and skill, such as the powerful gunner implant titanium eye or agile hand bones. Ordinary blueprint prices are around 20 to 30,000 yuan. With the bonus you received now, you can keep an eye out. Blueprints are something that can't be sought but can be encountered. The more suitable they are, the more you should buy them. If you're not satisfied with the blueprints in the gang, you can also go to the Shadow Alley in the North City. Occasionally, unexpected good things can be found on the black market. Oh, you haven't tested your dark spirit power value yet? When you feel it's necessary, I'll take you to the headquarters. They have instruments there that can accurately measure your situation." Suen listened to Kay's nagging and smiled, "All right." Chapter 29, Black Market. Captain K is a pretty good person. He probably doesn't want Suen to take the wrong path, so he explained it in detail. However, Kay doesn't know that Suen's awakened talent is not the D-level Hawkeye, but the S-level dual talent. He also doesn't know that Suen doesn't want to advance to a normal profession, but already has a highly compatible golden employment material called Rune Puppet and wants to become a rare profession called puppeteer. Therefore, the career advice that is suitable for ordinary people is not suitable for Suen. Indeed, as Kay said, choosing alchemical implants requires a high compatibility between one's profession and talent in order to achieve a combat power greater than the sum of its parts. Choose body-enhancing implants for melee, agility-enhancing ones for assassins, and various enhancements to casting efficiency for mages. But Suen's career path is focused on skill and agility growth, so alchemical implants are quite versatile, but it is difficult to find high compatibility. From the current perspective, except for the silver tier 1,000 kill feather wings implants, which have relatively high compatibility, the other accessible iron tier implants are somewhat wasting his own attributes. But he thought, what if there were more compatible ones? Suen didn't dwell on this issue too much. There is no need to hurry about the alchemical implant blueprint, as that is something he will face after becoming a professional. First, he needs to prepare for his employment. In addition to requiring exclusive employment materials, becoming a professional also requires some items to set up a transformation array. For example, magic crystals, star antimony, mercury salt, as well as various powdered metal media such as red copper and gold. After a night of tossing and turning, the hustle and bustle of Green Street gradually subsided. As the liveliest nightlife street in the southern district, the city wakes up in the early morning, becoming the night here. It is worth mentioning that there is no sun or moon in the underground city. The distinction between day and night is marked by the mist and lights in the city. When night falls, the mist permeates the entire city, and the light towers set up by the municipal office to save energy will be extinguished. During the day, the mist dissipates and the lights illuminate the streets. 6:55 in the morning. The members of the Crossroads Association in Green Street are still in their peaceful dreams, while Suen has already left. Due to the operation of numerous steam boilers in the city's factories and the burning of coal mines, the mist appears in a pale grey color, and the air is filled with a strong smell. 5 minutes before the city train departs, there are not many pedestrians on the street. Suen changed into a large black windbreaker, with a round-brimmed hat covering most of his face, and squeezed into the line of waiting passengers. A slight breeze blew into his collar, bringing a hint of coolness. Ding-ling-ling. After a crisp sound of a copper bell, a steam locomotive on tracks arrived with a woo-woo. Just like taking a bus in his previous life, Suen followed suit and squeezed in. Arrived at the station and got off. The Bird Street in the North District is the intersection of the 4 districts, and the X-shaped intersection of the two major districts is also the boundary line of three factions. This place does not belong to the territory of the three major factions, and the North District Security Office cannot reach here. It is a no-man's land where various forces intertwine. Under the crossroads, there is an inconspicuous alley leading to the underground called Shadow Lane. In the underground, there is a black market for professionals named after this alley. There are interconnected underground pipelines that connect to the complex sewer system of Old Ling Dun. Even if they are besieged by a large army, the people inside can escape through the underground official network. Therefore, due to the special geographical environment, this has gradually become the largest underground black market in the outer city. Shadow Lane is the favorite place for wanderers and adventurers. They bring the harvest from hunting outside the city to sell here, including curse materials, alchemical scrolls, ores, rare cursed items, and many strange ancient alchemical products. This is also the extraordinary market that professionals from the outer city like to visit, because there are many goods here that are not commonly seen or even unavailable in the market. As long as you have money, those black market shopkeepers can always satisfy you. Many shady things, such as stolen goods sold by thieves, and goods obtained through murder and robbery, can be found in certain inconspicuous shops in Shadow Lane. Famous guns, swords, high-level potions, alchemical bullets, steam machinery, alchemical blueprints, and even military-modified prosthetics that only nobles can enjoy, and top-secret intelligence. Everything is available here. Shady things are always hidden in dark corners. There is only one dim gas lamp every 10 meters, and the light is dim. Suen walked through a long underground passage, probably going underground for 100 or 200 meters, before coming to a huge underground crevice. Shadow Lane is not a flat street, but a three-dimensional complex of buildings. Ancient sewer pipes are neatly arranged on the rock walls, and the end of the pipes leads to the endless darkness deep underground. People have built steel-framed small shops using the pipes. Just like Suen's previous life's hanging monastery, they rely on various crude steel structure stairs and bridges for passage. Suen stood at the intersection of the street that leads to the district, looking at the pitch-black abyss in front of him, with a pensive look in his eyes. Without delay, he went straight to the market street. Stepping on the steel road surface, making a clanging sound. Probably because it was still early, Shadow Lane, which had just opened, didn't have many customers. Suen looked around. Most of these shops are only a few square meters in size, with some materials hanging at the entrance, indicating what the shop sells. Occasionally, some shops would write a small sign with charcoal and hang it at the entrance, such as Black Witch's Alchemical Material Shop, Starry Bookstore, Giant Mechanical Shop. Interestingly, Suen actually saw his missing person notice in the street bulletin board, or more precisely, the notice of the original owner. Although it is not a wanted warrant, the photo states that providing clues can earn a reward of 100,000 miles. This is already the reward price for a B-level wanted criminal. Very tempting. This is a bulletin board posting information about buying materials, with half of the space filled with various information about buying materials, and the secret code for the trading address is left behind. Only those who frequently frequent the black market know what those secret codes represent. On the other side, there is a section for information brokers to exchange intelligence. Like a small advertisement area in a newspaper, it is densely filled with various missing person notices, bounties, and trading codes. And the A-level wanted criminal Shadow Scorpion Abelk, who died in the arena yesterday, is also among them. However, a red cross has been drawn on his photo at this moment. Suen only glanced at it and didn't pay much attention. The wanted person on the list is the brown-haired youth Lika. What does it have to do with the bald Suen? Appearance comes from the heart, and with a new soul in his body, both temperament and facial features have become increasingly different from the original owner. He doesn't think that just with this photo, bounty hunters will find him. Shadow Lane is not only home to fixed shops, but there are also some antique dealers claiming to be wilderness hunters on the narrow roadsides. They casually spread a piece of cloth and put a few things on it, claiming that they are ancient treasures found in certain ruins. This gives Suen the feeling of visiting the Panjiawan antique market in his previous life. Various strange and odd things look impressive, but when seen through the all-knowing eye, they are all fake. Although he has the all-knowing eye, Suen doesn't think he can pick up any bargains. He didn't waste time identifying those fakes one by one. Transcendent items have a very special energy fluctuation, especially curse materials, even a layman can feel that they are not simple. Moreover, alchemists are very knowledgeable professionals. It can be said that almost every hunting team has an appraiser who is proficient in archaeology and mysticism. One person may overlook something, but if everyone overlooks it, the probability is almost zero. There are good things in the black market, but they come at a corresponding price. Instead of going to various shops to look for bargains, it is more likely to attract attention. Shadow Lane has good things, but they are definitely expensive. You don't need to scavenge on your own, just ask the store owner directly, and they will mysteriously bring out the good things that are not displayed on the counter. After all, his wanted notice is still hanging on the wall, and Suen has no intention of wandering around in the market. His purpose for coming to the black market this time is to buy some materials for employment. Kay had told him before that Rosen's alchemical shop has a good reputation and good quality items. He walked for a few minutes and found that inconspicuous little shop in the market corner. A quaint copper bell hung at the entrance of the shop, and the narrow door had to be touched when entering. With a jingle, the shopkeeper knew that a customer had arrived. The shop was very small, with glass counters on 3 sides, and the walls were filled with small grid cabinets. Even the air was filled with many displayed material samples hanging from ropes. Listening to the bell, an old man with glasses who was organizing the materials appeared behind the counter, saying, "Dear customer, what materials do you need to purchase?" Suen glanced at him and without hesitation, took out the material list and said, "I want 6 pieces of white quartz, 30 grams. But as soon as he started, the old man looked surprised, as if he had misheard. "You want white quartz?" Suen asked, "What's wrong? Don't you have it in your store?" The old man explained, "No, esteemed customer, I didn't mean anything else. I mean, advancing as a professional doesn't require high purity quartz. Ordinary yellow quartz is enough." The shopkeeper sells alchemical materials, so he naturally knows that buying quartz is most likely for setting up an alchemical transformation array for employment. In his shop, he sells dozens of units of quartz every month, and more than 95% of people buy impure yellow quartz. Only a few buy higher purity blue quartz. As for high purity white quartz, no one in the outer city needs such advanced materials. Not only are they expensive, but it is a waste to use such high-level materials to set up a normal employment transformation array. So he assumed that the customer in front of him made a slip of the tongue. "Thank you for your kind suggestion, but I'm sure I need 6 pieces of white quartz," Suen said in a deep voice. It's not that he is ignorant, on the contrary, he now knows a lot about alchemy. He knows that he must have this kind of material. In the case of a normal employment ceremony, impure yellow quartz is indeed sufficient. But the rune puppet employment material he has reached the gold level, so he needs to set up a transformation array of the same high level to have a chance to successfully advance. "Oh, I see." The old man glanced at him and didn't say much. He took out something from his personal storage ring and introduced, "Coincidentally, I received a few pieces from a group of wilderness hunters yesterday. I originally planned to sell them to the big merchants in the inner city, but I can sell them to you now. However, the price is not cheap. The 6 pieces in total will cost 12,000 miles. Suen looked at the 6 palm-sized crystal clear white quartz on the tray and nodded in satisfaction. Although he doesn't have the ability to judge purity, the all-knowing eye has revealed the name of this thing as high-purity white quartz. The old man asked again, "What else do you need?" "Snowflake star antimony, 15 grams. Mercury salt liquid of at least grade 4 quality, 80 milliliters. 8 portions of refined red copper powder. 200 grams of lizard powder from at least 30 years ago. Green glow crystals." Suen didn't hide anything and directly reported the list of materials he needed. He was well aware that there was no need to conceal his intentions. The merchants here have sold too many materials and are extremely shrewd. Once you open your mouth, they can actually guess what you want. If you really go to different shops to buy, the likelihood of being targeted will be even higher. All these are very high-level materials. If you go to other shops, you may not be able to gather them all at once. Fortunately, I still have some stock in my shop." The old man muttered to himself, apparently guessing that the customer in front of him was planning to set up a very high-level transformation array. However, as a professional merchant, he would not inquire about the customer's secrets. This is the rule of the black market. He didn't hesitate either and took out various materials one by one, weighing them on the scale, and then quoted the price, a total of 42,000 miles. Listening to the price, Suen took out the bonus that hadn't been heated yet and said, "This is the money, please count it." Just a few hours ago, Kay had told him that when he himself advanced, he spent 8,000 miles to buy array materials. And now, Suen has spent 5 times that amount. However, the good news is that everything is ready, and he can now advance. Chapter 30, Inauguration Ceremony. In the Shadow Alley Black Market, there are many good things, and the treasures in various shops are dazzling. But Suen didn't plan to stay long. The black market has its own survival rules, and naturally there are rats living in the shadows. Before coming here, Kay specifically instructed Suen. There are often wandering gangs near the black market, and they like to engage in such activities as killing and smuggling. Even the people from the 3 major gangs are not picky eaters. Just bought tens of thousands of yuan worth of materials, and the money was already exposed. For people from the outer city, this is already a fortune that can make people murderous. Leaving the Rosen's alchemy shop, passing by a bookstore, Suen casually picked up a few introductory books on alchemy, the secret book, natural and secret things, basic alchemy knowledge. In the outer city, knowledge is expensive. Except for antiques from the wilderness, all books come from the inner city, especially books about alchemy, which are even more expensive and belong to the category of luxury goods. Although Suen had extracted some alchemy knowledge from corpses before, it was scattered and not systematic at all. He even lacked a lot of common knowledge. He was well aware that in the future, if he wants to go further in the path of alchemy, his demand for knowledge will only increase. Suen left the black market and took a steam train back to Green Street. He wanted to find a place where no one would disturb him to set up his alchemy array for his inauguration, but he found that the guild did not arrange accommodation for him. Perhaps they thought it was unnecessary. After all, for the majority of guild members, taverns and pleasure quarters are their homes. Even if accommodation is arranged, those guys would only spend a few days there each month. In the end, Suen found a hotel. The walls were not soundproof, and there were strange noises coming from the neighboring rooms, rhythmic creaking of the wire bed, the moans of women, and the sound of a whip. Suen automatically blocked out these unpleasant sounds and frowned. It's really dirty. Looking around the room, the corners of the walls were damp and dilapidated, and there was a dusty white mattress on the shabby iron bed. There were some stains on the sheets that he didn't know if they were blood or something else. Under the bed, a thick layer of old dust, cigarette butts, and hair piled up. The room always had an indelible musty smell that rushed into his nose. But it didn't matter, Suen didn't plan to sleep here. As an ordinary guild member, as long as he wasn't stupid, he wouldn't be so high profile as to stay overnight in a super luxurious hotel. He just wanted to find a place where no one would disturb him and set up the transition ceremony. He pushed the bed aside and swept the space under the bed clean with a broom, clearing a space with a diameter of about 3 meters. Then he took out the alchemy materials he had purchased in the black market. Using 6 pieces of white crystal as the pivot, he arranged a hexagram pattern. Then he mixed red copper powder and lizard powder in proportion, used the powder as ink, and drew a circular pattern. He then used a mercury salt solution to draw a serpent with a scale and a symbol of balance. The alchemical conversion array needed for the inauguration was the most basic alchemical array, with simple runes and not complicated materials. As long as the specific materials and patterns were placed correctly, it could produce wonderful magical reactions. Suen carefully arranged it, and after about half an hour, he completed the entire array. Phew, a slightly more advanced basic alchemical array would cost tens of thousands. No wonder there are so few old-school magic alchemists. It's truly a profession that burns money. Suen sighed slightly. In his impression, ancient alchemists of the old school needed to arrange similar alchemical arrays every time they cast spells to convert elements. Casting spells was, in fact, burning money. There is a saying among alchemists, there is nothing that alchemy cannot do in this world. If there is, it means there is not enough money. Without thinking too much about the past, it is worth paying any price to become stronger. Suen took out the wooden box containing the rune puppet without hesitation and opened it. The most important thing to become a professional is the inauguration material. The essence of the inauguration is actually to transfer the transcendent characteristics in the material to the human body through the transition ceremony. There are various inauguration materials sold in the market, and they are not too expensive, with a market price of about 100,000 lisos. Those materials are usually obtained by wilderness hunters who hunt and kill monsters in the underground caves, then extract materials with cursed characteristics from the monsters, and use specific magic patterns to create alchemical items. Suen now also knows that the materials sold on the market are all made of black iron. But in reality, there are higher quality silver materials. However, the silver quality inauguration materials belong to controlled goods and can only be seen by the major merchants in the inner city, and they are also rare. They are monopolized by large families and conglomerates. These are the best inauguration materials that the alchemists in Old Lingdun can produce. But in reality, the best inauguration materials are not silver materials, but the cursed objects handed down from ancient times. Those rare and hard to find materials are called golden materials. Just like the golden quality cursed object rune puppet that Suen obtained. Because any inauguration material that can withstand the erosion of time is of extremely high quality. They are often left by the outstanding alchemists of ancient times and can awaken special abilities, making them rare professions. For example, the mysterious series Puppeteer of Illusions. It's been a long time since I felt this sense of anticipation. Suen took out the rune puppet and a faint excitement appeared on his face. The inauguration ceremony is not without risks. Failure means being affected by the curse characteristics in the inauguration material and suffering from abnormal backlash. But for Suen, he doesn't need to worry about this problem. The all-knowing eye has confirmed that the magic circle he drew can be used normally, and the compatibility between the inauguration item and his body is also high, so there is no reason for failure. He stood in the center of the hexagram array, placed the puppet in the center of the serpent pattern, and then chanted a spell in his mouth, following the law of equivalent exchange of all things, praising the glory of the original creator, witness the miracle of creation with alchemy. The spell was simple, not like the kind of spell that a magician would use to beg for power from a deity. It was just a short phrase like a motto. It is said that it is not necessary to chant it. Chanting such a phrase is just for more ceremonial feeling. Because alchemists do not believe in any deities. In their eyes, even the so-called deities are just higher beings who have mastered certain higher laws, and they also have to follow the principle of equivalent exchange. If they really believe in something, alchemists only believe in the original creator, the one who created everything in the universe. Suen was not careless and followed the prescribed procedure. Just as expected, when the spell fell, the conversion array lit up with a bright blue light. The 6 white crystals gathered the magic power of the entire array, becoming brighter and brighter, and the mysterious power became stronger and stronger. Suen remained calm. He watched as the puppet doll on the ground melted into the light, gradually integrating into the hexagram array. Then, the dazzling light like vines entwined around his body, and visible particles of light entered his skin. That mysterious power gradually merged into his body.